He lived in the worst part of town, where the streets looked like garbage dumps and people tried to stay indoors. The houses were just as dirty and shabby as the locals. The area was noisy and very poor. His home was a tiny room under the roof. That was all he could afford. Bon Joo-hyuk was a 25-year-old unemployed man with no steady job. He scraped by on short-term gigs at stores, restaurants, and construction sites. Once again, ramen was all he had for dinner simply because, even with all his side jobs, he wasn't making any extra money. His debts were to blame. The guy didn't have any special skills, just a healthy body, so a bright future wasn't in store for him. Returning home after a dead-end job and eating his ramen, the guy would turn on his computer and spend his time playing games. And then one day he read a post saying that Mr. Bon Joo-hyuk had awakened. What a surprise! The guy burned himself on his hot meal, and beads of sweat trickled down his face when he read that he himself had become an awakened one. Sometimes people called the awakening a blessing because you could strike it rich and completely change your life. It was considered even better than winning the lottery. However, you can only enjoy this if you stay alive, because the tower you'll have to conquer is a very dangerous place. Monsters can tear you to pieces, and no one will even pay out your insurance. You could also freeze to death or burn to ashes. There's always the chance of being poisoned or crushed by a collapsing ceiling, a trap, or any number of other dangers. Joo-hyuk has spent his whole life trying to fly under the radar, avoid trouble, and stay out of it, even when he saw injustice. He would never willingly put himself in a situation that seemed even slightly dangerous. He was a low-ranking individual and an ordinary citizen. But now it was a completely different matter, because the awakening could bring new opportunities, though Joo-hyuk still couldn't quite believe it. The young man set down his chopsticks and tried to open the status window. And it really did appear it wasn't a dream. It was real, and the main ability that Bon Joo-hyuk possessed was summoning. Usually, every awakened person is granted an ability known as a trait, and these come in various types. These can include fencing, spearmanship, shield fighting, archery, martial arts, gigantification, crushing, summoning, healing, and many others. Among them, summoning is known for allowing the use of creatures such as spirits and phantom beasts. A summoner can summon a golem and a magical beast. This skill allows the use of various summoned creatures. Bon Joo-hyuk now wanted to find out exactly what kind of summoner he had become, and to do so, he needed to try out this awesome skill. The young man held out his hand and attempted the summoning. He repeated this several times, but nothing happened. Finally, he realized that it was impossible here, since an awakened one cannot use the summoning skill outside the tower. A player's abilities, including skills, only work inside the tower and cannot be activated outside. This does not apply to the ability to check the system status window. Outside the tower, a player is no different from an ordinary person. The young man thought he was acting like a complete idiot. Since this was common knowledge, all he had to do was look it up online. Since the skill shouldn't be used outside the tower, the young man decided to gather as much information as possible on the subject and went online. But suddenly a random summoning was triggered, and now the young man stared in surprise at what lay before him. Soon his entire small apartment was bathed in bright light, and a silhouette began to take shape at the front door. After a short while, the young man, a handsome warrior, was clearly visible. The stranger greeted the awakened youth and confirmed that he was indeed human. Joo-hyuk thought this was complete nonsense. Not only had the summons worked outside the tower, but the one summoned turned out to be a human, not a spirit or a golem. The stranger immediately found the remaining ramen and asked if he could try a little bit of it. Joo-hyuk watched in surprise as this guy ate his noodles. They seemed very spicy to him, though that was probably because he had a weak stomach. But the situation was, of course, very absurd. The player couldn't understand, after all, why this had happened, why the skill had triggered outside the tower, and why the one summoned turned out to be a human. He had never heard of such a possibility before. Soon a status window appeared, explaining that an awakened one can summon humans and half-humans of various ranks, and that they can communicate freely under any circumstances. The ranks of the summon range from rare to legendary, special and super rare. It's similar to the random character drops in video games. In addition, every summon being adheres to 3 basic principles. A summon being must prioritize and protect the summoner's life, and is obligated to obey the summoner's orders unquestioningly. If the first and second principles conflict, principle number 1 takes precedence. Soon, information emerged about the summoned character. It turned out to be an assassin named John Corsack, who has a super rare rank and is summoned again every 3 hours. John Corsack was a maverick in the guild of ruthless assassins. A truly insane assassin, his mission success rate was 99%. He even succeeded in killing the Black Mage. Suddenly, the young man felt a terrible headache. It felt as if nails were spinning around inside his head. And soon the young man felt as if he were falling into some incomprehensible void. He was flying somewhere very quickly and rapidly, screaming loudly and desperately. He was about to hit the ground when he saw a silhouette rapidly approaching him in the distance. John Corsack raced past him at tremendous speed. The young man held a sharp knife in his hands. The man who had just awakened finally realized that he was seeing the past of his designated assassin, who was closing in on 3 opponents. The lives of these 3 unfortunate souls ended the moment they encountered Corsack. He was fast, swift, and merciless, so his opponents' heads flew off in different directions. And then this ruthless, psychopathic killer took out a red satin ribbon and tied bows on the heads of the decapitated villains. Now it was clear why they called him a killer. He left behind gifts in the form of severed heads. The end of this assassin, John Corsack, was brought about by the only failure he had ever suffered. On that occasion, the assassin had sneaked into a house, and his target was the Empire's strongest swordmaster. He slipped into the bedroom and raised his blade, preparing to sever his victim's head with his sharp knife. But the Empire's swordmaster didn't disappoint, and in turn proved to be the better professional, so he sliced John Corsack in half. This was Corsack's last memory, which Ju-yuk saw before the summoned one finished eating his noodles. Corsack apologized to the young man for accidentally scaring him. He wanted to know if there was anything he could do to help his summoner. Ju-hyuk remembered that summoned beings are completely subordinate to their summoner, and figured he had nothing to fear. The young man could think of nothing better than to order Mr. Corsack to clear the dishes, tidy up, and mop the floors. Watching how quickly and precisely the order was carried out, the young man was surprised. Moreover, he was struck by the speed of the actions and the complete absence of complaints or objections on Corsack's part. Ju-hyuk wondered what useful task he could demand, and the summoned being confirmed that complete obedience to the summoner's words was mandatory. Unable to come up with anything cleverer, the young man asked John Corsack to bark at him like a dog, and at first it seemed he had gone too far. After all, in his past life, this killer had been a powerful figure with immense pride. But the very next moment, a ringing bark rang out, and now he was just an ordinary pet dog. Ju-hyuk was convinced that this really did work as absolute submission, so now he could put an end to this madness. On top of that, a loud knock on the door sounded completely out of the blue, and both young men froze. An angry voice came from behind the door, demanding that they open it immediately. And only then did Ju-hyuk remember that today was the day to pay the interest. Ju-hyuk ordered the killer to stop barking right away and get up off the floor. Bon Ju-hyuk had once borrowed 10 million won. The banks wouldn't lend him anything, so he had to resort to a private loan. That money went toward his father's surgery after he broke his hip, when the old man slipped on the ice, as well as toward his younger brother's college tuition. Ju-hyuk had hoped to pay it off quickly, but the principal balance didn't decrease, and the young man could barely keep up with the interest payments. Of course, the young man now realized that it had been a foolish thing to do, but at the time he had no other choice. And even if he had a chance to go back in time now, he would do the same thing all over again. The shouting continued from behind the door. A voice demanded that he open the door and show signs of life. John Corsack was absolutely thrilled by what was happening. He asked the summoner to give the order, and he would cut off the heads of everyone standing behind the door. However, the young man believed this would only cause more trouble. So he ordered Corsack to hide in the bathroom, stay still, keep his mouth shut, and not make a sound. After that, the front door was opened, and a burly man barged into the room, saying he was very worried and thought Ju-hyuk had fallen ill, which was why he hadn't paid the interest. The villain leaned toward the young man and told him not to be upset or worried, and if he didn't have the money, he could always sell one of his organs. After all, plenty of people live with just one kidney. The villain's henchman pointed out that Ju-hyuk had a younger brother or sister, and their organs would be even more expensive, so there was a solution. Ju-hyuk said nothing in response to these suggestions, and merely gave the villains a stern look, which they clearly didn't like. But the young man immediately began to smile, saying that everything was fine, he'd simply forgotten to send the check on time, but had already taken care of it. The thugs warned the young man once more to be more careful if he didn't want to vanish without a trace. After that, they left the apartment. As soon as the door closed behind the thugs, Mr. Corsack emerged from the bathroom. He had been hiding very quietly in there, just as his master had ordered. Ju-hyuk suddenly felt exhausted, two part-time jobs awakening the man's summons, and a visit from debt collectors. Most likely, he really did need to go into the tower to earn money. The debts weren't going anywhere, but at the same time, the young man knew he was a terrible coward and would never be able to conquer the tower. John Corsack asked what he should do, but Ju-hyuk couldn't think of anything and suggested the young man return home, for which he could use the draft deferment. However, the killer asked permission to watch TV if the gentleman had no specific instructions for him. Of course, it was strange, and he wanted to know how the killer even knew about TV and ramen, but there was no reason to refuse him. The young man went to bed to rest after a hard day, while John Corsack promised to watch just a few episodes until morning and was now sitting in front of the TV, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ju-hyuk suddenly thought, even though this guy was a chosen one, it was still nice to have someone around. As he was falling asleep, the young man thought that this fact actually calmed him down. Up until tonight, he had been working himself to the bone, living in complete solitude, barely scraping by, and it seemed as though it would go on like that forever. The young man slept soundly all night and woke up to the ringing of his alarm clock, feeling well rested. Ju-hyuk looked around and realized that Mr. Corsack had been recalled. He was nowhere to be seen. Indeed, the status window confirmed that John Corsack had been recalled because he had spent more than 6 hours in the real world. Deciding not to think about it for now, he turned on the news and went to get ready for work. The TV programming was interrupted by a breaking news report stating that a horrific murder had taken place early this morning at the office of an illegal private lending agency. The young man was brushing his teeth and washing his face when he heard the news and realized that the agency's name sounded very familiar to him. The news reported that 3 victims had been found inside the office, all of them decapitated, and the news was so shocking that Ju-hyuk dropped his toothbrush. Furthermore, there was another shocking detail about this murder. The victims' heads were adorned with red satin ribbons. Now there was practically no doubt left. The red ribbons and the decapitated victims indicated that John Corsack had a hand in this. Ju-hyuk was ready to tear his hair out when he realized that he had summoned a psychopathic killer who had committed such a horrific crime for his sake. The young man immediately went online to read articles about the murder at the credit agency. There he found photos of the premises, and they were simply horrifying. The most terrifying sight was the heads of the office workers, severed and lined up in a row, tied with ribbons. Bon Ju-hyuk was certain that his end had come, that he was doomed, and that he would now be imprisoned for murder. He had absolutely no doubts left, and now Ju-hyuk couldn't think about anything at all. The images from the previous night were etched in his mind. And now the severed head with a red bow was asking to be rung up. Please. The next moment, she asked if the item would finally be scanned. Otherwise, there was no time left to wait for anything to happen. Ju-hyuk recoiled in fear from the girl, knocking over the cigarette display behind him. The customer couldn't understand what was going on with the clerk. After all, she had simply asked him to ring up a box of candy, and he had reacted very strangely. The young man apologized. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he'd forgotten where he was, and yet this was his workplace. Barely able to wait for the workday to end, Ju-hyuk headed home, feeling that he couldn't work at all in this state. It would be better to take a few days off to pull himself together. The hardest thing to accept was the fact that the people killed in the office had been killed precisely because of Ju-hyuk. When he finally made it home, the young man looked at the summoner's window again. He wasn't afraid to summon a hired assassin, but it still felt a little scary. Of course, the summoned individual wouldn't be able to harm Ju-hyuk. So in the end, the young man summoned Corsack. Before making the target summon, the status window asked him to rate his satisfaction with John Corsack. Now the young man understood why there was a satisfaction rating in the catalog. He had to choose the number of stars. Ju-hyuk thought about how he had simply allowed Corsack to watch TV, yet Corsack had committed an unauthorized killing, and now he would give him 1 star for acting on his own authority. The young man thought that, as usual, he had no luck in life. Instead of improving his life, he'd found even more problems. However, Ju-hyuk was a kind guy. He couldn't give a 1-star rating because he wasn't heartless, so he left John Corsack with 3 stars. The young man thought about how his mom worked as a water filter rental coordinator, and he knew all too well how much low grades hurt. Even though he had complaints, he couldn't bring himself to give a 0. The young man then finished his review. And there, standing before him, was a satisfied and happy John Corsack, who greeted his conscript and said he had come at the first call. After that, the young man thanked Juhyuk for the stars and promised to try even harder. He looked very harmless, and it was hard to believe he was a murderer. But Juhyuk decided to get to the bottom of things right away. He reminded him of the people who had come to see him the night before, and asked directly whether John Corsack had killed them. Corsack, his expression unchanged, confirmed that he had dealt with the gangsters last night right before he was called back. Juhyuk was convinced that he was indeed dealing with a murderer, who now stood before him proud and certain that he had done absolutely the right thing. Juhyuk tried to calm himself. He felt a knot in his stomach, and his heart was pounding wildly. But surely the chosen one couldn't harm him. John Corsack explained that while the villains were in the apartment, he had placed a tracking device on them, which allowed him to find out where their office was, and in general, where they were located. Juhyuk listened with surprise to the story about the tracking device and asked why the killer had done that and why he had gone to such lengths. Corsack simply explained that these people were a threat, and it was better to eliminate them in advance. Juhyuk tried to say that he hadn't given the order to eliminate them, but the summoned one explained that it all came down to the third principle, the essence of which boiled down to complete obedience. But even that could be violated if the summoner was in danger. And this was precisely such a case. Juhyuk understood how it worked. Even if he ordered Corsack to kill him, the hired assassin would disobey and not carry out the order. Juhyuk believed that there had been no real threat the day before. In any case, the summoned one had acted on his own decision. It turned out that the third point of the principles could be interpreted broadly. John Corsack believed that these people were a risk factor that would sooner or later become a threat to the summoner's life, so he made a reasonable decision. Although Juhyuk thought it was all just paranoia, John Corsack reassured him, saying that people often called him that, and he didn't take offense. The young man still couldn't figure out how to deal with the summoned one. It turned out he had brought danger into real life, and that was already a very serious matter. Juhyuk imagined walking down a crowded street with the summoned one and suddenly accidentally bumping into some thug with his shoulder. Of course, this man would immediately start yelling something like, "Are you tired of living? I'll gouge your eyes out," and all the rest, just the usual threats and bluster. However, the next day, this man would accept the gift option because John Corsack would consider it a threat. Over time, the number of red ribbons will only grow, and eventually Bona Juhyuk will end up behind bars. Unexpectedly, John Corsack fell to his knees in the middle of the apartment and began begging for forgiveness. Juhyuk said that murder wasn't something he should do for his sake, but Corsack replied that no one would find out, and he couldn't guarantee he'd never do it again. In the end, Corsack promised that he would assess situations more carefully, stop killing based on guesswork, and try not to upset his summoner. Juhyuk was once again amazed at just how obedient this guy was, and allowed him to return to the tower. But before leaving, John Corsack hesitated, trying to ask one question. John Corsack wanted to know if his summoner was going to send him to conquer the tower. Of course, he shouldn't have forgotten about that, because conquering the tower was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and even though the young man was terrified of it, he now clenched his hand into a fist. Of course, he should have admitted right away that he was terribly afraid, because it was dangerous there, and he might die. Juhyuk asked if there had been other summoners who, like him, had summoned John Corsack. Corsack confirmed that there had been such people, truly strong and brave individuals, and a smile lit up the psychopath's face as he recalled them. Although Juhyuk felt terrible shame, he said aloud that he lacked the courage to risk his life and was afraid to use his abilities to save the world. It was very difficult to admit that he was a pathetic, good-for-nothing coward, but now that it had happened, he could move on with his life. Suddenly, John Corsack began to squeal with delight and said that he now had the best summoner possible. John Corsack grabbed the summoner by the shoulders and asked, "What's the most important thing for a summoner?" His safety, of course. The killer said that bravery is poison. Brave summoners are very dangerous, and you never know when they'll die. After all, if a summoner dies, Corsack won't be able to come out. Corsack asked his summoner to live a long and happy life and to take care of himself like the apple of his eye, while he would handle all the dirty work himself. Now, Juhyuk understood how it all worked, but he couldn't sleep all night because he was trying to figure out whether he should go to the tower or not. Of course, a part of him said that his debts and debt collectors had disappeared from his life so he could live peacefully and be happy, and there was no need to get involved with the tower. He could continue living an ordinary, mundane life, holding down a safe, routine job. And if he worked hard for many years in a row, someday everything would turn out all right. Suddenly, the young man's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a call from his father. His father told him he couldn't go to rehab because the hospital had informed him he needed to be transferred to a larger clinic. In addition, his father told him that his mother had lost her job. She had been fired, but there was no need to worry. His father was simply sharing the news because his son had gone missing and they hadn't spoken in a long time. Joo-hyuk promised his father that he would stop by soon so they could eat together. He told his father not to overexert himself and to say hello to his mother. In the end, Joo-hyuk put on every piece of protective gear he could find and decided to explore only the first floor just to take a quick peek and head right back. He was glad he'd taken time off from all his side jobs and could now devote his time to exploring the tower. Before heading there, he needed to perform a summon, but at the same time, maybe it wasn't necessary to deal with that psycho Corsac. Joo-hyuk thought he might try summoning someone else. Maybe this time he'd get some legendary, special, super rare character. But when he checked the status window, Joo-hyuk was disappointed to find that there were still 28 days left until his next random summon. It turned out he could only use the summon once a month. With no other options left, the summoner called upon John Corsac, whom he had previously rated 5 stars. The young man greeted the character and thought that fortunately, Corsac didn't know he'd tried to summon someone else. Joo-hyuk said they were heading to the tower, but there was no need to worry because they'd just pop in, take a look at the first floor, and leave. John Corsac asked them not to bring all that junk, the bat and the protective shield with them. He promised to be his summoner's tool and hunting dog. John Corsac promised to get his summoner there comfortably and safely, and that once they entered the tower, he wouldn't lift a finger. Having received these assurances, Joo-hyuk confirmed his desire to enter the Black Tower at the accessible first floor in the status window. And then as he pressed the confirmation button, everything around him began to flicker, and all sorts of numbers rushed past his eyes at tremendous speed. Corsac was forced to grab the summoner by the shirt to keep him from crashing, because the madman was rushing headlong. Even while being transported to the tower, Joo-hyuk realized he'd acted rashly. The guy was in tears and a mess before he even reached the end. The young people found themselves in front of some kind of matrix. It was the inner world of the Black Tower. Joo-hyuk thought the first floor was a complete wasteland. He looked around in surprise. Suddenly, a terrible pain gripped his stomach, and he began to feel nauseous right in the middle of the desert. Corsac said he'd get used to it soon. It was natural for first-timers in the tower. John Corsac suggested they finally leave the safe zone and start clearing the floors. Joo-hyuk felt that his physical abilities had been enhanced in line with his level, and now he could use traits and combat skills. It was an incredibly satisfying feeling. Even at level 1, the young man felt stronger than usual. The mission on the first floor was to defeat 5 thick-skinned larvae within 2 hours. Failure meant death. The first floor is a testing ground for skills. The thick, tough-skinned larvae are essentially training dummies. They have almost no attack power, but their tough skin makes them difficult to kill. On forums, players reported that they could barely manage to kill one of these creatures in half an hour. But now Joo-hyuk had become a player too, and he said he would try to take down one of these larvae on his own first. John Corsac thought this was completely unnecessary. He couldn't understand why the summoner would put himself through such torment. Standing right in front of the larva, Joo-hyuk realized he had no weapon and decided to borrow one from Mr. Corsac for a short while. The young man turned away from the larva, which sensed someone nearby and now stood up to its full height. Joo-hyuk looked up in horror and saw a huge, monstrous larva towering over him, so he immediately began calling out to Mr. Corsac. The hired assassin considered this a wise decision and was convinced that the man who had summoned him was the smartest person around. In the very next moment, Corsac ran up to the giant larva and sliced it in half, splattering everything around with disgusting green blood. Corsac asked his summoner to step back and with great excitement and eagerness began to destroy the fat larvae. Now he held 5 sharp daggers in his hands, clenched between his fingers. He threw them all at once toward his targets, and of course they hit their mark. The blades pierced their backs and bellies, and then John Corsac triggered the blade's explosive charge, and the larvae were blown to smithereens. It all looked very spectacular. The young man stood with his mouth agape, watching the events unfold as if spellbound. It was simply amazing. The assassin had taken them all out in an instant. His player level had gone up. He had completed the first floor mission and received his reward. Ju-hyuk was literally floating with delight and happiness. It had all been too easy. If things continued this way, he would soon become rich. The thing is, the real-life person named Bong Ju-hyuk, who had just cleared the first level of the tower, didn't know this yet. At that very moment, all the players in Korea who were checking their status window received the same notification, and these notifications would eventually radically change our protagonist's life. Ju-hyuk could have challenged the second floor, but he chose to exit the Black Tower, and now he found himself back inside his apartment. After checking the time, it turned out he had been gone for only 5 minutes, even though it felt like he had spent much longer inside the tower. John Corsac looked happy. He praised his summoner for a job well done. Ju-hyuk tried to explain that he hadn't done anything. He just stood on the sidelines, but the assassin thought everything had gone perfectly, although players on the forum had said they were completely exhausted from fighting the larvae. For Ju-hyuk personally, everything had gone as smoothly as possible, and on top of that, he'd received 2 rewards. It was the first time in his life that the young man had seen a magic stone, and now he was examining the object with interest in the light. Magic stones were a vital resource, indispensable in modern industry. Their price had fallen sharply since the appearance of the Black Tower, and now 100 grams cost about 50,000 won. 20 years had passed since the Black Towers had appeared in countries around the world, and most information about the towers was known even to ordinary people. The second reward was a platinum badge. Ju-hyuk admitted that he had never even heard of anything like it. In any case, it was just great. Ju-hyuk earned 50,000 won in just 5 minutes. His work had never been so easy before. Corsac was getting ready to watch the new episodes of the drama, and Ju-hyuk suggested to his chief assistant that they grab a bite to eat together. They were just ordinary pork knuckles. However, Corsac claimed he could smell something spicy, so it became clear that they needed to order food without pepper for him. John thanked the bailiff for the meal and his kindness, wished him bon appetit, and looked absolutely happy. Ju-hyuk was already tired of the endless stream of polite words and asked if this was really John Corsac's usual way of speaking. It turned out that the killer had spent a long time with his previous recruiter. One could say this was the influence of his previous recruiter. Corsac promised he would work on his speech if Mr. Bond found it unpleasant to listen to. However, the young man said it just sounded very funny. Ju-hyuk had almost relaxed by then, as he was convinced that the hired assassin wasn't dangerous at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. And now, looking at his strange companion, with whom he could share dinner and earn money, Bon Ju-hyuk realized that conquering the tower was entirely feasible. The very next morning, the young man drew up a daily schedule for a real man and pinned it to the wall. He worked at a store during the day and at a grill bar in the evening, so he decided to quit his daytime side job. Instead, it would be better to come home and conquer the tower together with John Corsac. Ju-hyuk called Corsac, and Corsac began thanking him again for the stars he'd given him. He was very happy that his recruiter was satisfied. Ju-hyuk still didn't quite understand, was the satisfaction rating really that important? John Corsac explained, the higher the rating, the more benefits he would receive, such as shorter spawn times or rank upgrades. Plus, the summoning success rate would increase. And so the two friends set off for the second floor of the Black Tower. There they had to defeat 10 nimble, fat larvae within 2 hours. This time, these huge fat creatures were darting around in circles like mad, and the young man realized they were faster than their descriptions had led him to believe. Ju-hyuk was very upset. He didn't know how they would handle this problem. John Corsac replied that there wouldn't even be anything for them to do here, because they would finish this floor in 3 minutes. And before the summoner had a chance to say anything, John Corsac drew his blades and rushed off to carry out the mission, promising to escort Mr. Bond home shortly. Ju-hyuk couldn't believe his luck. He asked what John Corsac thought about chicken wings and beer. Sharp blades were thrust into the bodies of the giant larvae. After that, they shattered into tiny pieces. Ju-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes, but he had completed the second floor mission. His level had gone up, and he'd also received several rewards. For conquering the second floor, he received a magic stone and a platinum badge. It all happened so fast that he could even enter the tower before his morning part-time job. The mission on the third floor was to defeat 10 fat ice larvae. Ju-hyuk completed this mission, leveled up, and received rewards just as quickly and easily as with the previous ones. In no time at all, and without encountering any particular difficulties, the young man, along with his summoned assassin, completed the mission on the 5th floor. In addition to all the gifts and rewards for collecting 5 platinum badges, a special privilege was offered. In this case, the privilege was a boost to the awakened trait. Thanks to the privilege's effect, the limit on simultaneous summons was increased to 2, meaning he could now bring 2 summoned companions with him at once. The reward for advancing through the ranks was simply insane, a multitude of platinum badges. Bon Ju-yuk soon felt like a winner in life. He understood that this might drag on for a long time, but it would be much safer this way. The young man checked the date once more and found that there were more than 20 days until the next draft. That meant he had to hold out until then, being very careful. Once the set deadline passed, the 3 of them would go on missions together. Ju-yuk would continue to enjoy the easy life, while the other 2 would keep climbing higher and higher. At that very moment in Seoul, a meeting was taking place in the chief's office at the Bureau of Awakened Affairs. The young man looked very serious. He had been waiting for today's call, not knowing when it would come, in the morning, in the evening, or even late at night. The girl asked what he was thinking about. She was practically certain she knew the answer. Jeong Kwan-il jumped in his chair in surprise and said he had asked her many times to stop scaring people. But the head of the Awakened Affairs Department said she was simply very curious to know if he was expecting any news. After that, Lee Min-ah reported to the captain that the 6th floor of the Korean Tower had been successfully cleared. Lately, global announcements from the Black Tower had been coming one after another, and the news was all about clearing the C++ rank. Since all floors from the 1st to the 5th had been cleared in order, the captain believed it was the same person. Without a doubt, this person possesses unprecedented talent, and if the remaining floors are cleared at the C++ rank, that speaks volumes. The director of the Office for Awakened Affairs reported that until now, Korea's best record had been rank A. The fact that a higher rank exists and that a global announcement has been made about it has only just come to light. In the international community, players changing their citizenship is now commonplace. There are even covert abductions of talented players. To put a stop to this and prevent losing talent to another country, Mr. Park Kyung-soo ordered that this player be found immediately and that all newly registered individuals be closely monitored. A couple more days passed and the atmosphere in the little house under the roof was now completely different. Ju-yuk told the recruit, who was tidying up the kitchen at the time, that they were heading to the 8th floor today. Clearing 1 floor a day was a breeze, at least up until the 10th floor. After that, the newbie label would be removed, and things might get a little tougher. This time, the young people were making their way through swampy terrain in the forest. On top of that, everything around them was shrouded in fog. On the 8th floor, he had to defeat 10 frog warriors with red spikes that were now rushing toward the player. In addition to their speed, these frogs had long, nasty tongues, which they used to try to attack their prey. John Corsac's knives were as sharp as ever, and the frogs didn't even have time to get a good look at their opponents. The 8th floor sweep went smoothly. A reward was received, a level was gained, and a notification was sent. Corsac praised the summoner for his excellent work. Ju-hyuk tried to say that he didn't do anything at all, but the summoner replied that the hardest part was simply entering the tower. Ju-hyuk thanked his assistant for making the climb so easy they'd done it again in 3 minutes today, and the young man thought about how to reward his mercenary. Since there was still plenty of time in the real world, the young man pulled out some cash and suggested that John Corsac go out to have some fun and eat something delicious. But John Corsac refused, saying he couldn't leave his summoner, Bon, so he'd just be watching TV at home. Realizing that this was exactly how total obedience worked, Ju-hyuk suggested ordering some chicken, and the idea was met with great enthusiasm. Corsac called the restaurant himself and said he wanted something cheesy, creamy, and sweet. Then he went on to list everything he wanted to eat. Ju-hyuk decided to use the pause to look over the rewards they'd received for completing the mission. Now the young man had received a new reward, the tower's healing potion. He thought he might give it to Mr. Corsac. But now it was time to decide what to do with all these magic stones. He had already collected 36 kilograms of them, and if he sold them, it would be worth about 2 million won. The 10th day of conquering the Black Tower had arrived, and soon they would challenge the 10th floor. And yet at first he just wanted to hang out on the 1st floor, but now he couldn't even imagine doing anything else. The day before, the guys had been on the ninth floor, where a man-eating jungle flower awaited them. But it too was a breeze. Clearing any floor is a piece of cake that earns you a bonus. At this point, Ju Hyuk already adored his chosen one and had practically forgotten that this man had killed 3 people. Now he wished him all the best and thanked him for his service. Consistent 5-star ratings meant that John Corsack could now stay in the real world for 1 hour longer, news that was received with great enthusiasm. The young people entered the 10th floor of the Black Tower. Their physical abilities had improved in line with their level. With each floor, Ju Hyuk began to feel more and more strongly how his physical abilities were changing, and he could sense the overwhelming power and mysterious mana in the pit of his stomach. Could it be that he, the weakling and good-for-nothing Bon Ju Hyuk, had now become an untamed wild Mustang? Ju Hyuk turned to the summoned one and said that from now on, he would also help with the missions. But this request greatly unnerved John Corsack, who said that if the summoner got even slightly injured, he'd have to smash his own head in. Corsack asked him not to do anything. The encouragement and praise that Mr. Bond gave him were enough. But Ju Hyuk insisted and kept saying that this time they would do it together, and he wasn't going to stand on the sidelines anymore. Suddenly, the young man sensed someone's breath behind him, and when he looked back, he saw a huge eye. It belonged to a giant grasshopper, which was the 10th floor monster. Ju Hyuk was no longer a wild Mustang. He was a terrified guy who couldn't imagine how other players even managed to catch something like that. Ju Hyuk began to reason that sending 2 people to catch mere insects was a serious blow to his pride, so he seemed ready to change his mind. John Corsack tried to explain that there was nothing about it that would be an affront to one's pride. The guys continued to argue among themselves for quite a while the giant grasshopper waited for these people to finally notice him. It had already readied its sharp claws, preparing to pierce a human with them, when Ju Hyuk gave the order to attack the monster. John Corsack had been waiting for just this moment. He drew 2 swords and lunged at the giant insect. A few moments later, body parts were falling to the ground, and the mission was complete. Corsack was very pleased with himself. He had mastered the art of wielding his blades, which now whirled around him at tremendous speed. For clearing this floor, he was awarded 1 kilogram of magic stones, bringing his total earnings to 5.5 kilograms. For accumulating another 10 platinum badges, a privilege was also granted. Now the player was eager to find out what it was. He immediately left the tower and began examining the status window. The privilege allowed him to copy a summoned creature skill. He could select the desired skill from the list to copy it. John Corsack immediately said that since the option to copy a skill had become available, he would recommend choosing Step into the Shadows. He asked him not to hesitate or ask questions, but simply to select that specific skill. It turned out that Step into the Shadows was very useful for escaping. Even if something happened to Corsack, the summoner would be able to hide quickly and unnoticed. The young man immediately thought that he wasn't the kind of person who would run away to save his own skin. And if the summoner was offering him such a chance, it meant he considered him a coward and a weakling. Although Ju Hyuk had chosen Step into the Shadows, he still believed he should have taken quick footwork, since it is extremely important in combat and forms the foundation of any fight. The young man decided to test whether Step into the Shadow worked in the real world. This technique was supposed to help close the distance. No matter how hard he tried, nothing worked, which was very strange. After all, if the summoning worked, then the skill, in theory, should work too. John Corsack didn't know exactly what Mr. Bond meant, but he nevertheless confirmed that the young man was absolutely right. On the 11th day of the tower's conquest, a phone call came in from the call center of the Office of Awakened Affairs. They greeted and congratulated the awakened Bon Ju Hyuk, and also asked if their government assistants could visit the young man. Ju Hyuk felt very proud. He hadn't even had time to give his address when the call center told him that representatives from the bureau would come to see him as soon as possible. Bong Ju Hyuk was very excited. He considered this a very bold decision and was now planning to sell the magic stones through the Office of Awakened Affairs. At that very moment, representatives from the office were already getting into a car to meet him in person. The captain wanted to know who the awakened one was that they had spoken with at the call center today. And the department head said that judging by the way he spoke, he didn't seem to be the record holder, but just an ordinary guy. The department head informed the captain that they had received another report of an awakened person, that one needed to be checked as well, and for now they'd have to run around in the hope of finding a genius. The captain wanted to check out the newly awakened person as soon as possible. If this was the player in question, he needed to be brought into the elite group, even if it meant offering the best perks available in the bureau. Ju-hyuk had also been very busy all day. He tidied up his small apartment, cleaned everything, and filled 2 trash bags. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a voice from outside said that representatives from the Office for Awakened Affairs had arrived. It all happened very quickly. The young man opened the door and greeted the guests, saying that his place was a bit cramped, but he was happy to have them all there. The man turned out to be the captain of the Awakened Affairs Division. He introduced the department head, saying that Ms. Lee was also a player, so they could ask her anything. Ju-hyuk was very flustered by the arrival of such distinguished guests. On top of that, the woman made him feel nervous and panicked. The young man introduced himself, and the woman leaned in too close to him. It was unclear what to expect from her. But Ms. Lee moved even closer and said that this was indeed Bon Ju-hyuk, a person with a C++ rank. Ju-hyuk had not expected anyone to know about his level and abilities, so he was very surprised to hear this. The young man tried to figure out how they had figured him out and thought that the Awakened Affairs Department must have some secret method for identifying the awakened. The young man decided to deny everything. He said he had heard of such a genius. Perhaps there was one, but it wasn't him. Ms. Lee didn't believe this lie for a second. She could tell the young man was pretending for some reason. The captain was even ready to strike the woman, since he had asked Ms. Lee not to conduct interrogations here. Jeon Kwan-il apologized for his tactlessness, and the young man confirmed that everything was fine and they could continue talking. Tebi was the mascot of the Korean Black Tower. He offered to share more information about the tower itself. It was pitch black and ominous, towering over even the tallest buildings on Earth. 20 years ago, the tower appeared overnight all over the world. Every country sent scientists and military personnel to investigate, but no one could get close to it, as if an invisible wall were blocking the way. They had to figure out what the tower really was. And the answer came along with the players, because the tower functioned like a game where you had to progress floor by floor. Outside the tower, players were ordinary people, but inside they gained immense power and skills. Rewards allowed them to upgrade their gear and even support the global economy. Many wanted to know what would happen if no one climbed the tower. But it turned out that this would trigger the Black Tower's low progress mode. If a new floor isn't conquered within 6 months, a countdown begins. When the countdown ends, the tower is completely destroyed. This is exactly what happened 3 years ago in Mumbai. Along with the tower, the city itself was destroyed and vanished. Each country has between 1 and 3 towers. Fortunately, Korea has only 1 tower, and there are between 5 and 10,000 players in the country overall. That may not seem like very many, but Korean players are making steady progress. And the country's current record stands at 65 floors, just 1 step behind the US. So there's no need to worry or fear the end of the world, because ordinary Koreans are protected by modern-day heroes. Just as humanity once discovered new continents, players are now exploring the towers. The newly awakened were humanity's hope. They were offered the chance to register as official players and become heroes. As soon as the demonstration video ended, Captain Jeon announced that the mandatory briefing was over. Representatives from the administration informed the young man that they would have a few verification questions, and Ju-hyuk prepared to answer them. The bureau representatives wanted to know if Mr. Bon was indeed an awakened one, and the young man showed them the magic stones he had already collected in the tower. Of course, this was definitive proof, and the officials wanted to know which floor the player had reached. Upon hearing the answer, the 10th floor, the bureau representatives were almost certain he was a C++ rank record holder and asked if the young man knew anything about the recent global announcement. Ju-hyuk told himself to act naturally and replied in a cheerful voice that of course he knew about the records. However, the young man looked so unnatural that the captain advised him not to get nervous. It wasn't worth it. Ju-hyuk looked absolutely terrible. He was trembling, and sweat was streaming down his face. It all seemed very suspicious. The captain set out to explain the details of the contract and said that all players are divided into 2 groups, elite and regular. Regular players set their own schedules and level up freely, like freelancers. Elite players work closely with the administration. They are required to storm the upper floors. However, elite players receive funding, equipment, and security because outside the tower, these players are ordinary people. Ju-hyuk believed that if the administration found out he was a C++ player, he'd be finished. Terrifying images swirled through the young man's mind. while the captain continued talking about his salary and decided to find out whether the young man had any friends or was a loner. Ju-hyuk had always hated being the center of attention, and now he was having a full-blown panic attack. The captain explained that elite players are required to wear a government-issued body camera to record their missions. Ju-hyuk told the captain that he'd be perfectly happy with the status of a regular player, which sounded very strange. The young man replied that he didn't want to be in the elite group. He said he didn't have any special talent and was actually scared. The young man honestly admitted that he would stay on a safe floor and collect his rewards. That would be enough for him. Captain Jeong asked him to think it over some more, but the young man said he'd already made up his mind and there was no need to insist. The lady was very upset. Yet another red herring. She knew that many players preferred to farm the middle floors for easy loot, but no one talks about it so openly. That's not something the elite would do. After all, the most important thing for elite players is determination, something Mr. Bond completely lacks. The captain said they respected the player's decision and would no longer bother him. The captain suggested the young man enter the tower right away. It was the final stage of the test, and the young man immediately agreed. The captain added that this way, he could do a quick run so as not to miss his daily entry. Ju-hyuk understood that they were still testing him and wanted to know if he was a C++ player. The young man replied that he would do the run, but it would take a couple of hours, and he didn't want to keep the administration representatives waiting. However, Ms. Lee smiled kindly and told him not to rush. It wasn't a problem, and they would wait for him patiently. Ju-hyuk informed his guests that the TV was working and there were drinks in the fridge, and then he left. A few moments later, the representatives from the Office of Awakened Affairs were left alone in the apartment, and Ju-hyuk teleported to the Black Tower. Only then did the captain become convinced that the young man was indeed an awakened one. But the latter couldn't believe he was capable of anything at all. Ms. Lee couldn't say anything about the young man's talent, but he seemed a bit too uptight and looked very timid. The woman was certain that the player would go to the 11th floor. She had been there herself and knew that the 11th floor tested one's fear. That was the floor where the tunnel with the centipedes was located. Killing them wasn't all that difficult, but it was terrifying enough to make you shiver. He had to destroy 100 of those creatures. And now it was clear that the young man would panic and run to the safe zone. The captain knew that Ms. Lee had never once been wrong in her predictions. The captain was about to call the director to report that this was yet another dead end, while Ju-hyuk summoned his hired assassin to clear the 11th floor. John Corsack, as always, was wide awake and in high spirits. He immediately thanked the gentleman for the call. Ju-hyuk read the conditions for this floor and was filled with rage. He hated centipedes, and on top of that, there were so many of them to kill. Corsack promised his master that he would destroy them in 5 minutes and could even take out more than 100. But Ju-hyuk said that today they were proceeding slowly. No C++ ranked ones allowed. Ju-hyuk explained that government officials had come to see him, and they hadn't just asked to enter the tower. They needed proof that Bon Ju-hyuk wasn't that C++ monster. The young man hoped they would simply complete the mission with a mediocre time, and with such a poor result, he would definitely avoid suspicion from the authorities. Meanwhile, John Corsack had already begun his mission, and soon the first centipede was chopped into several pieces. Ju-hyuk asked the guy once again to move even more slowly. They were in no hurry. At first, it really was a great, perfect rhythm. But soon Ju-hyuk realized that the centipedes were appearing too quickly, and now they were right next to him. The guy knew he had to run away immediately, but his body felt paralyzed with fear, and he couldn't move a single limb. It soon became clear that Bon was in danger, so John Corsack immediately rushed to save him. The killer acted without hesitation. After all, those vile creatures had dared to lay a hand on Mr. Bon. Ju-hyuk tried to stop him and slow him down, watching as the vile creatures died in droves. But it was probably too late to shout, "Slow down, don't rush," or to try to hold Corsack back at all. The hired assassin said he couldn't stop because his master's safety came above all else. And so a few minutes later, the 11th floor of the Black Tower had been cleared, the reward received, and the next floor was now unlocked. Ju-hyuk realized he couldn't get out of this now. Things hadn't gone as he'd planned, and soon he was ready to leave the tower. Lee Min-ah announced that exactly 5 minutes had passed, which meant the player had to return immediately. Suddenly, representatives of the Bureau of Awakened Affairs received a notification, and at that very moment, Bon Ju-hyuk appeared before them. Of course, this couldn't possibly be true. But that was exactly what happened, along with a notification about the C++ ranked player. Bon emerged from the tower. The young man appeared at the same time as the alert, and now he stood before the stunned representatives of the administration. The young man said that of course he would prefer not to resort to such a method, but now he had to silence these two. Behind the young man stood his hired assassin, John Corsac, and the government officials were too afraid to move. Ju-hyuk ordered Corsac to tie these people up, but it seemed too late, because the two heads had already been severed from their bodies. All Ju-hyuk could do now was scream hysterically as he looked at the severed heads of the representatives from the Department of Awakened Affairs, wrapped in ribbons. After all, Ju-hyuk hadn't said anything about cutting off heads. He'd simply asked them to tie them up. The severed heads, submerged in a pool of blood, begged the player Bon Ju-hyuk to forgive them. For a long time afterward, cries of "Forgive us, sorry," could still be heard for a long time, while the administration representatives looked at the player with sympathetic glances. The authorities asked if the young man was all right, since he had broken out in a cold sweat. The young man said it was just his paranoia getting the better of him, and Captain Jeong stated outright that the elite unit needed player Bon's talent. The young man began explaining again that there had been some kind of misunderstanding, and that his exit had apparently coincided with another player clearing the 11th floor. The captain said that such a coincidence seemed far too perfect, but the young man continued to insist that it definitely wasn't him, and that if they looked closely at him, the authorities would understand everything on their own. The captain was very disappointed, but since they had already confirmed the awakening anyway, they prepared a contract for Mr. Bon. The young man studied the contract and exclaimed that it was an elite one, even though he had asked for a standard contract. But the captain said that the young man was on a completely different level than ordinary players. It was, so to speak, a one-of-a-kind contract. And this is an ultra-elite player contract with an annual salary of 12 billion won. Under the contract, the player is also granted VIP protocol, full security, and escort and transportation. On top of that, he has immunity, which practically places him above the law. Is this even legal? Such a player is practically royalty, and right now there is only one person in Korea, Yoo Cheol-min, who enjoys these privileges. The captain began pointing out a few more clauses, saying that this was all the state could offer. But Bong Ju-hyuk remained stubborn, and in the end he declared that if it wasn't a standard contract, he wouldn't be a player at all. The captain tried to understand why the young man was refusing so firmly and categorically, and Ju-hyuk replied that he hated drawing attention to himself. The young man had already imagined walking into a store only to be pestered by salespeople trying to help him choose the right clothes. After all, attention is a burden, and a burden causes stress. In restaurants and stores, people would also focus on what he bought and how much he drank, and as a result, he would feel a weight on his heart. In short, the authorities realized that this player is a huge introvert, and at some point they even began to feel sorry for him. The young man also added that conquering the tower is a lot of fun right now, but it's only the 11th floor. The future is very uncertain, and he isn't very confident in himself. After listening to all these arguments and points, Captain Jeon suggested drawing up a standard contract. Any player would be shocked to see this. Why not sign an elite contract and get all the perks? But in reality, the elite contract came with just as much responsibility as it did benefits. Even if you wanted to stop clearing out the upper floors, you wouldn't be able to do it, because the elite group was assembled precisely to clear out the upper floors. Ju-hyuk refused to take on such a burden from the start. It was enough for him to live just a little more comfortably than before. Early the next morning, a meeting was held in the office of the director of Seoul's Awakened Affairs Bureau. The director was surprised because the report was completely different from what had been said the day before over the phone about a timid player who didn't want to move up. Captain Jeong believed that this young man possessed a unique personality and, despite his timidity and shyness, held a C++ rank. This young man was an exceptionally typical everyman for whom his own comfort was paramount. Lee Min-ah was also convinced that they had correctly assessed the player. She believed that such a coincidence could not be a fluke. At that point, Director Park couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "It doesn't matter if this guy is timid or not. We need to get this unprecedented talent into the elite squad at any cost." Captain Jeon realized that continuing the discussion would only get him into trouble. He promised his superior that the young man would be in the elite squad. Bon Ju-hyuk tried very hard to look angry and furious and shouted that he categorically forbade it. John Corsack looked very ashamed and apologized, while the recruiter tried to look upset and angry and promised that if the mercenary pulled a stunt like that again, he would be dismissed immediately. The 12th floor of the Black Tower contained a mission to defeat 20 ice-petting cats in 3 hours. Ju-hyuk reminded the mercenary once again to carry out the mission very gently, slowly, and without rushing. After receiving an affirmative response, the young man thought that if he cleared the floors at his usual pace, management would lose interest in him. But in reality, the place where the player was now was terribly cold, and he instantly froze and was literally covered in ice. Ju-hyuk had suspected it would be chilly here, but it turned out to be much colder than he had expected. However, the young man decided he would endure it. John turned around and saw that the summoner had turned very pale. The young man realized that the gentleman wasn't feeling well and promised to finish the cleanup as quickly as possible and take the gentleman somewhere warm. No amount of shouting or persuasion worked. After all, if things continued this way, Summoner Bon would catch a cold, and a cold is an incurable illness. And everything points to the fact that the recruiter's life is in danger, and he needs to be rescued as quickly as possible. Ju-hyuk tried to hint at something about complete obedience in his orders, but he was truly frozen and could barely move his tongue. The captain immediately called the player Bon Ju-hyuk, and the young man confirmed that he had just cleared the 12th floor, but believed the 13th would be difficult. Corsack could breathe a sigh of relief. Since his master was now safe and warm, he could relax, and his life was no longer in danger. The mercenary was about to watch a few episodes of a drama series, but his master suddenly summoned him. Before disappearing from the real world, John Corsack saw Master Bon crying, who said that the disobedient would get nothing and certainly not new episodes of the drama series. The 13th floor of the Black Tower involved a mission to make it through a corridor full of traps. Corsack immediately picked up the summoner, saying there was no other choice. There were too many variables and the summoner Bon could get hurt. Since there were so many traps in this area, they had to make their way through quickly. Ju-hyuk tried to shout something, but his rescuer didn't hear him. On the next floor, a giant bat was launching a sonic attack. It was striking the area and could have hit Summoner Bon, so Corsack decided to deal with it as soon as possible. That evening, while checking his status window, Ju-hyuk calculated how many millions of won he had earned from the stones and from supporting other players. The figure of 7 million in 2 weeks made him very happy, and the young man hoped that things would continue to go just as well. The stones alone weighed several kilograms, and if he sold them through the administration, that would be 1 million won a day. $1 million a day, minus commissions and taxes, that adds up to a fantastic monthly salary, and he could safely quit all his side jobs. As soon as John Corsack was drafted, he immediately began bowing and promising complete obedience, as well as thanking the recruiter for giving him the highest rating. Ju-hyuk ordered them to clear out the 15th floor calmly and promised he wouldn't make them do it slowly. The young man had already resigned himself to the fact that the Office of Awakened Affairs had figured everything out anyway. Besides, if he earned his 15th platinum badge after this mission, he could count on receiving a privilege. The young man felt himself becoming greedy and calculating, but on the other hand, he told himself the more privileges, the safer he'd be. And so both companions set off for the tower to clear the next floor. This time the player found himself in a dense forest teeming with worker goblins. He had to defeat 20 of these monsters, each of whom was wielding an axe. The young man realized that this was his first encounter with humanoid monsters, and although their intelligence was low from this point on, clearing the area would become problematic, even if he was prepared and knew who he would face. John Corsack said that goblins are very cunning creatures. If even one escapes, it will lead the rest back. That's why the summoner needs to hide well. The assassin declared that he would wipe out these monsters in one fell swoop and return shortly. Ju-hyuk saw Corsack use his stealth skill, making him invisible to outsiders. It was a very useful skill. What followed was pure madness. The goblins died without even noticing their enemy, and just like that, the mission was successfully completed. As a result of clearing the 15th floor, the player received numerous rewards in the form of magic stones, healing potions, and a platinum badge. Ju-hyuk chose not to proceed to the next floor, but left the Black Tower immediately. The young man was eager to receive all the promised platinum badges and immediately went to check his inventory. Everything went as expected. After collecting another 5 badges, he received a trait enhancement, and at 10 he was granted the ability to copy a skill. This time the reward was an item, an energy shield set that looked more like a gold bracelet. The young man slipped it onto his wrist. The bracelet's effect was to protect the wearer with a shield that absorbed damage. This shield would disappear after absorbing a certain amount of damage. Ju Hyuk felt as if his entire body were covered in protective armor. In addition, the shield had another bonus. The protective shield did not have the tower-exclusive label. This meant it could be used in the real world. Ju Hyuk wondered how much this item might be worth on the market. Probably several billion won. Perhaps it would be better to sell this energy shield and give up on climbing the tower. Ju Hyuk also thought about the more expensive items he would get on the next floors and was ready to move on right away. However, Corsac said they needed to be careful. John Corsac couldn't guarantee an S++ rank, even as the guy chilled in front of the TV with chicken wings in his hands. At the Committee on Awakened Affairs, the director immediately noted that global alerts about the record had stopped coming in. The inspectors informed the director that today was the 15th day, and by all accounts, the player was stuck on that floor. The situation was appalling. Director Park was furious at fate for endowing the most timid player of all with such immense talent. Captain Jeon knew that the difficulty increased sharply, starting on the 16th floor, but he believed the player hadn't given up yet. They just needed to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a phone call came in from Bon Ju Hyuk, who reported that he was on his way to the Office of Awakened Affairs. He wanted to use the player shop. Perhaps the young man had been clearing all the previous floors to save up money to buy items, and Captain Jeon confirmed that the guy didn't have any gear. The director of the bureau realized he'd acted like an idiot by criticizing the top player, simply not knowing that the man needed equipment. The director gave the order, when player Bon arrives, provide him with any items at a bargain price. John Corsac couldn't believe what he was hearing. His mind was literally reeling, and he couldn't believe his ears. Ju Hyuk wanted to test how well the energy shield worked and asked that they at least just cut his arm a little. Corsac was in a state of hysteria, thinking he wished he hadn't heard what was said after all. The player hadn't asked to be killed, just to be lightly pricked with a knife, so he didn't understand what all the fuss was about. Finally, the young man took Corsac's hand and stabbed himself in the stomach with the knife. Blood spurted in all directions. Ju Hyuk suddenly realized he hadn't activated his energy shield, and the young man immediately began pouring a restorative potion onto the wound, while the hired assassin was already preparing to cut off his own hand, which had pierced Mr. Bon. Soon the healing effect finally kicked in. Corsac calmed down and demanded that the young man never do that again. Ju Hyuk said he understood everything, and the mercenary could go in peace and finish his hunt. John Corsac was overjoyed that everything had worked out, and his hunt was over 10 minutes later. Ju Hyuk decided that while the mercenary was busy, he could practice his skills, so the young man used the step into the shadow technique he had learned over a week ago. It was a very strange feeling when, after taking a single step, the young man found himself somewhere far ahead, without feeling at all how he had physically made that transition. But he soon got the hang of it. Ju Hyuk was very pleased and now understood why Corsac had told him to learn this skill first. With it, he could move with complete freedom. Ju Hyuk got so caught up in moving through the forest that he didn't pay attention to where he was going, and soon found himself face to face with a goblin. This poor monster had apparently been hiding from John Corsac, but now it had been spotted by the player. Ju Hyuk didn't have time to think about how he would fight the goblin before the vile monster pounced on him, sinking its teeth into his arm, which fortunately was protected by an energy shield. Pulling his arm free from the monster's jaws, Ju Hyuk, in a panic, kicked the goblin and smashed its entire face to a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, Corsac was fighting other goblins and saw the monster flying toward him, taking it as a perfect pass. Summoner Bon must have loved playing soccer as a child, but suddenly the mercenary realized that his master had stepped out of the shadows. Corsac immediately rushed over to his master to check if he was okay. Realizing that Master Bon had been fighting a goblin, the mercenary began to feel him over and sniff him, trying to check if the summoner was injured. After that, Corsac began scolding Master Bon, since he had told him many times not to be too brave. Ju Hyuk promised once again to be careful. Thus, by repeating the 15th floor for 2 weeks, the player gradually got used to the mechanics, and the magic stones he had accumulated during that time weighed more than 20 kilograms and were worth over 11 million won. Bon Ju Hyuk called Captain Jeong once again and said he wanted to visit the player's store right away. A luxury car was immediately sent to pick up the player. It turned out that this was a privilege granted to all regular players, at least that's what the captain claimed. Bong Joo-hyuk clearly felt out of place when he stepped out of the massive car and was immediately greeted by Joan Kwan-il. It felt very strange to be on the receiving end of all this luxury and attention. The young man realized that all of this amounted to VIP treatment. Upon entering the management building, Bong Joo-hyuk went through the registration process, and now the player's information was in the system. The captain informed him that from now on, the player could come at any time without calling ahead, and the young man said he preferred to quietly look around on his own. The young man entered the player's shop and was literally stunned by the luxurious surroundings. He couldn't understand why he didn't see any customers anywhere. Looking at the items on display, Joo-hyuk thought that perhaps they were too expensive, so he needed to sell his magic stones first. After selling all the kilograms of magic stones, Joo-hyuk learned that the money would be deposited within 3 days, but he could already use it right there in the store. The player decided to quickly buy everything and head home. He was exhausted from all the shopping. Meanwhile, the director of the department was checking in on the situation, and Captain Jeong reported that the player was currently browsing the store while the shop was closed to other players today. In addition, the director ordered the staff to offer a 90% discount because he believed the player would refuse if he were simply given the items for free. Joo-hyuk made it home and immediately began examining the adamantite mace worth 2 million won and the cool basilisk leather boots for 3 million. Usually players on forums complained that prices for ordinary items started at 20 million, but he got everything at a discount. On top of that, the department head himself came to greet him. No matter how much the young man mulled it over in his head, it still seemed to him that he was receiving special attention. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, and that really bothered him. Still, the boots were beautiful, and with the help of an energy shield, he could craft armor from them, all thanks to his privilege. Joo-hyuk remembered how he decided not to be greedy when he first began climbing the tower. But this privilege was a real temptation, and it made him greedy. The very next morning, John Corsack was summoned, and he once again declared that it was an honor to be summoned today. Joo-hyuk told the mercenary that they wouldn't be repeating any missions, but would instead ascend to the new 16th floor today. On top of that, today you had the opportunity to summon someone else. Bong Joo-hyuk was bursting with anticipation and immediately initiated a random summon. Of course, he hoped to get someone very strong and rare. Joo-hyuk and John Corsack tried to guess who had been summoned. Even the hired assassin was at a loss for words and looked slightly alarmed as he gazed at the enormous bald giant towering over them. Joo-hyuk was absolutely terrified. He didn't understand what on earth had been summoned. To summon someone decent, they'd have to wait another whole month. And now, right in the middle of the apartment, some kind of giant in prehistoric clothing had appeared, huge and powerful, having smashed through the ceiling with his back. It was unclear whether he was a human or a monster, but the poor fellow couldn't stand up to his full height because of the low ceilings. John Corsack suddenly leaped up and, with a loud cry, attacked the newly summoned creature. He kicked the giant repeatedly in the face. Corsack addressed the stranger, not understanding why he had appeared here or whose life he had come to destroy. Actually, it would be better if this giant just died right now. The enormous giant sat motionless, not moving his arms or legs, and said that it didn't hurt at all. It just tickled. Corsack pulled out his knives and said he was going to cut off his huge head right then and there, and even decorate it with bows, and then he'd see just how ticklish it would be. But before that could happen, Joo-hyuk stepped between the summoned beings and shouted, "Stop this immediately," and everyone calmed down. Joo-hyuk said that one broken ceiling was enough for today, and he asked them not to do anything else. Joo-hyuk asked the mercenary to step aside because he wanted to talk to the new chosen one, but Corsack thought that wasn't necessary because he already knew this infamous idiot. It turned out that this man was known for being eaten alive, and he probably didn't even know the 3 principles of a summoned one. The man said he had taught them very diligently and began to list them. Absolute and unquestioning obedience to the summoner. The summoner's life is more valuable than his command. The burly man couldn't remember the 3rd principle, and Corsack said that, unfortunately, the master had summoned an imbecile, and it would be best to kill him right away so that no one could be summoned for the next 100 days. Joo-hyuk began examining the status window and found that this summoned one had the lowest rank, which was a bit disappointing. The young man tried to talk to the summoned warrior, but the man didn't remember who he was, what his name was, or even what a tower was. Bon Ju-yuk realized he wouldn't get anywhere with this summoned barbarian warrior and decided to read the detailed description. But suddenly he felt himself being pulled back into the game, and now he was about to enter the hero's memories. The young man looked around and saw that he was in some kind of open area. All around were mountains and plains, meadows, flowers, and butterflies. Amid all this beauty sat a barbarian warrior of the Great Plains tribe. He was a pure being who had found happiness in simple unity with nature. However, despite his purity, the barbarian warrior's physical abilities were top-notch. He easily tore giant wolves in half, thinking he was simply playing with them. The fact is, the barbarian warrior was very stupid. After a while, a group of players gathered around the warrior. They wanted to know the giant's name, but he didn't even remember that. And what difference does it make anyway? After all, you don't need to know a creature's name to use a good-natured being for your own purposes. Thus, relying solely on his mighty physique, the barbarian warrior withstood the breath of the enormous hydra and fought it off. After that, he tore off one head of the hydra after another, not even realizing that his own skin was melting, all for a single purpose, to protect his new comrades. In the end, the warrior met his death, dissolved by the accumulated acid breath amid the taunts of his so-called friends. Without even burying his bones, the despicable players abandoned the body of the giant, who had given his life for them, and moved on. It was terribly unfair. Now it was clear why the barbarian warrior was called a living shield. Ju-hyuk reached out to the giant, said he was glad to welcome him, and suggested they conquer the tower together. The player decided first to give his new summoned creature a name and asked which he liked better, barbarian or keksik. The silly giant couldn't say which he liked better. So the young man suggested he simply choose one of the two. The choice fell on keksik. Ju-hyuk promised keksik he would make him happy, and the giant confirmed that he trusted his summoner and would do whatever Mr. Bon told him to do. The player announced to Mr. Korsak that from this point on, they were comrades and would now work together. It was clear that the hired assassin was not thrilled by this prospect. But the player made a suggestion, and now even John Korsak was absolutely thrilled. He promised to train keksik thoroughly and turn him into someone worthwhile. Ju-hyuk was very pleased that he'd managed to resolve the situation, and he immediately suggested that they all head up to the 16th floor of the tower together. Korsak turned to the newcomer, who was sitting silently and not responding at all, when he should have at least agreed to follow the master's orders. A clumsy player, a mad killer, and a dim-witted barbarian named Keksik. It was simply a dream team, which now set out together to clear the floor of the tower. Each member's level and physical abilities had been boosted according to their stats, and all traits and combat skills were available. On the 16th floor, they had to eliminate 30 goblin scouts within 5 hours. Korsak asked the summoner to activate his energy barrier and be ready to use Step into the Shadows at any moment. John explained that these goblins shoot poison darts, so it's impossible to know when they'll appear, but there were actually already many monsters hiding behind the trees. They spotted the unexpected guests, and one of the goblins ready to dart to attack. Korsak did an excellent job protecting his master by catching a poison dart that was flying toward the player. This situation served as the signal to begin the attack, and now goblins who had been lying in wait pounced on the players from all sides. Ju-hyuk quickly used Step into the Shadows and hid off to the side while John Korsak blocked the goblins, giving his master time to hide. Ju-hyuk realized there were a lot of goblins, and they were lying in wait for the players. It was clear that this wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, the player saw Keksik next to him. He asked him to stand in front of them and hold off the goblins' attack. Unexpectedly, Keksik leaped high into the air like a huge inflated ball and then, spreading his arms and legs wide, lunged at the goblins. Meanwhile, Korsak was doing a great job, slicing the goblins to pieces, but suddenly he realized there were almost no monsters left around him. Looking back, Korsak saw Keksik trampling everything in sight, tearing the goblins to shreds, and it looked as if a nuclear explosion had gone off in the middle of the forest. Ju-hyuk watched Keksik in horror and realized that size does matter. The difference in physical strength alone was enough to inflict such damage. The goblin scouts, of course, had no intention of giving up. Now they fired their darts all at once. These darts were completely harmless to Keksik. They bounced off his thick skin and barely tickled the barbarian. The man hadn't forgotten the order he'd received from his master, to kill all the monsters. Ju-hyuk suddenly remembered that this was a barbarian warrior of the lowest rank. It's hard to imagine what kind of combat power a C++ rank warrior would have. The giant's enormous hands fumbled in surprise with the chicken drumsticks, which looked like sunflower seeds in his massive palms. Keksik really enjoyed the delicious food, but Korsak insisted that Keksik eat more neatly since he wasn't in a barn, while Keksik laughed at the killer, for whom the chicken was very spicy. Juhyuk asked the guys to be friendly toward one another, since they were now comrades and needed to support each other. Keksik said that his recruiter was a very good person because he had fed Keksik some delicious chicken, and Juhyuk promised to always treat the guys for everything they do for him. In the end, the player couldn't take it anymore and scolded Korsak for bothering someone who was simply enjoying his meal. The next day, the whole group headed to the 17th floor of the tower. Everyone's physical abilities had been enhanced in accordance with their level. Even Juhyuk could feel an uncontrollable power surging through him. He gazed at his muscles with admiration. His heart began to pound, and the young man thought that the wild Mustang within him was awakening once more, and that the time had finally come for him to enter the fray. Korsak said that by level 20 it would be time to relax, but for now he would press on. Keksik also confirmed that he would always protect the summoner who had to stay in the back to stay alive. On this mission they had to destroy 30 goblin warriors who stood in orderly ranks, armed and ready for battle. The player didn't realize this when watching other players walk through videos, but encountering these monsters in person was incredibly terrifying. These guys knew their strategy and tactics. When goblin warriors appear, you need to retreat to a safe zone and then return after waiting a while. When the warriors' forces have dispersed somewhat and they're patrolling the area in groups of 3, you need to lure out and kill the goblin warriors 3 at a time without drawing aggro, and repeat this until you succeed, even though this strategy takes a long time. Juhyuk already realized that this strategy wasn't working for him, so he turned to Keksik. The young man didn't want to drag out the clear and gave the order to attack and destroy the goblins. Keksik immediately activated his abilities and was ready to tear apart countless monsters. Juhyuk ordered them to reduce all these monsters to dust and to do it quickly so they could grab a bite to eat. It would have been hard to come up with a better motivation, and so the newly summoned barbarian charged at the surprised goblins like a tank. Hordes of goblin warriors, weapons raised before them, were ready to face their enemies. Keksik charged headlong into the fray. The goblins' spears and arrows had no effect on him, and he easily wiped them out, scattering them like little kittens. Juhyuk watched the battle with interest and noted that Keksik was handling it incredibly quickly. Strategy and tactics only work when the opponents are in similar weight classes. It's like thousands of bicycles trying to attack a single tank. Juhyuk couldn't stop marveling at the awesome Keksik, who instantly finished clearing the 17th floor. John Korsak was still getting ready to attack by the time the mission was already over. Next, the team moved on to the next floor, where they had to kill 30 assassin goblins. These villains, with their bloodthirsty gazes, were waiting for the player to approach. These were remarkable killer monsters that used stealth abilities, and it seemed impossible to defeat them. At one point, Keksik froze up because, even though he was trying to kill someone, he couldn't see his opponent. The assassin goblins were vanishing right out of his hands. Keksik was moving across the clearing, waving his arms as if he were playing a game of ball while blindfolded. All the cowardly assassins had hidden from him. At that moment, the mercenary Korsak stepped forward, saying that the summoner had had enough of watching Keksik's ignorant strategy, but now he would clear his vision with his sophisticated tactics. Korsak said that these goblins' stealth wasn't even worth the dust on his boots, and the assassin used step into the shadows. After that, leaping from one monster to another while remaining invisible, John Korsak hacked the goblins to pieces. Juhyuk was very pleased, because his activity had recently declined due to Keksik, and fostering a competitive spirit within the group could prove very successful and further boost productivity. While the guys were working hard and earning points, the player activated his energy shield and decided to continue leveling up his awesome abilities. The guy was already almost at level 18, and it was time to learn how to use weapons and skills. Juhyuk put on his armor, grabbed his staff, and activated his hidden talent. Now he truly was a wild Mustang, ready to fight at all costs and emerge victorious. He had studied all the strategy information in advance before entering this floor and now expected to succeed, or at the very least prove his mettle. The assassin goblin's stealth skill was low, so if he concentrated, he could spot their movements. Juhyuk told himself he had nothing to fear. He had already thoroughly trained his step into the shadows skill while clearing the 15th floor. Finally, the player spotted one of the goblins. He lunged forward, whirling his staff in his hands. By touching the monster's head, the player paralyzed it, and now this killer goblin was completely defenseless. The young man thought he had caught the monster exactly as he had planned. In any case, the hunt on the 18th floor was going well and would soon be completely over. Corsac continued to slice the goblins into tiny pieces. He was handling it perfectly, just managing to add another trio of defeated monsters to his tally. Poor Kexic, however, was completely out of the loop at this stage. Like a blind kitten, he flailed his arms trying to catch a goblin, but time and again it was utterly futile. The hapless barbarian kept telling himself to pay attention and finally catch a monster. As for Corsac, he flat out demanded that the bruiser step aside and stop getting in the way of his mission. Just as Ju Hyuk was about to step aside, one of the assassin goblins suddenly threw his weapon at him, sneaking up from behind. If it weren't for the energy shield, it would have ended disastrously. Now 2 monsters were closing in on the player, ready to pierce him with their knives and spears. Suddenly the player felt his adrenaline levels surge and the goblin's attack seemed to be in slow motion. Ju Hyuk watched the world as if it had slowed down and saw himself mowing everyone down with his staff. Finally, the mission to clear the floor was complete, and John Corsac rushed to find the summoner to report the successful completion of the mission. But to their surprise, the summoner Bon had several kills to his name and reported that the final blow was his. Both summoned creatures were upset by the young man's reckless behavior. Lee Min-ah read with surprise yet another notification confirming that the 18th floor had been cleared in C++. The director of the agency was very pleased and praised all the staff, while Captain Jeong said that the young man had definitely prepared thoroughly and that nothing could stop him now. The agency director dreamed of telling the public who Korea's record holder was. However, everyone understood that this couldn't be mentioned even in jest, because revealing Bong Joo-hyuk's identity would be far too dangerous for the entire country. Captain Jeong believed that from now on, Joo-hyuk was a super special player who needed to be looked after even more carefully than the elite team. The news also featured a report on a new phase in the conquest of the Black Tower. After a 3-week hiatus, there were as many as 18 C++ rank clears. This is an unprecedented record, and the history of the Black Tower's conquest is being rewritten right now. Not only other players, but the entire nation is interested in finding out this person's identity. John Corsac was very pleased with the report on their activities, but Ju Hyuk was left very upset. The young man asked Corsac if he had anything to say to the hired assassin regarding these events, and if so, to speak up without hesitation. Corsac said that it was all happening too fast, the speed at which Mr. Bon was revealing his talent. The young man was very surprised, not understanding what talent could possibly be at issue when he was doing practically nothing in the game. But Corsac said this was no joke. That step into the shadows that the summoner Bon had demonstrated at the end, it was a perfect move that even Corsac would find difficult to replicate. All of this makes the situation more dangerous with every passing moment, and the summoner must not deny it, because that is exactly how it is. Soon Mr. Bon will start treating battles as a game. Consequently, the danger will increase proportionally, but right from the start, the summoned ones made a promise. Their master's safety comes first. Ju Hyuk also promised that he wouldn't do anything dangerous, would act carefully, and would always ask his comrades for advice. However, the young man saw that his words held no weight with Corsac, and the assassin didn't believe a single word he said. Suddenly, John Corsac began to weep, fearing that the summoner would one day inevitably cause a catastrophe from which they would be unable to protect him. He would perish, and the summoned creatures along with him. Kexic looked at the weeping assassin, and found it very amusing that the assassin was sobbing like that. After that, a fight broke out again between the guys. Corsac was offended by the laughter of the huge Kexic, who didn't understand the full drama of his comrade's situation. At some point, the player realized that his house was about to be blown to smithereens, so he immediately sent both summoned creatures back into the game. All the food from the fridge was scattered across the floor, and that didn't bode well. It meant nothing but cleaning up and no dinner. The next day, Ju Hyuk decided to visit his parents to clear his head, since they hadn't seen each other in quite a while. The young man made his way to his parents' home and timidly entered their apartment. His father was lying in bed, still not fully recovered from his joint problems. His mother was taking care of him and asked that they not bother her son. He had a lot of work and didn't have time to visit his elderly parents. His father immediately began to get out of bed. He didn't want to lie there like an invalid while his son had come to visit him. However, the young man asked him not to get up for his sake so as not to worsen his condition. Eventually, everyone moved to the kitchen and the woman announced that Min-hyuk's younger brother had gone to the store for tofu and would be back soon, and that she had prepared a stew for the whole family. Sitting at the table, Ju-hyuk asked how his parents were feeling, but his mother replied that there was no need to worry. She would find a job again soon. His father also asked him not to stress too much, to live his own life, and not to worry about having to constantly send money. Ju-hyuk decided to test the waters a little and said out loud how nice it would be if he had woken up during such a difficult time for the family. Suddenly, his father jumped to his feet, forgetting that his hip was broken, and the young man realized he should have prepared the family gradually. But his father was sure his son was just joking, because Ju-hyuk looks exactly like him, which means he's the kind of man who asks his wife to catch a cockroach. The younger brother said it was a great joke, just like their father would make. But the mother felt there was absolutely nothing to be proud of in this situation. The woman suddenly thought that her older son needed to go to work, but Ju-hyuk lied and said he had the day off today, even though he had actually quit that job a long time ago. However, it was hard to fool her. She said that her son's face gives him away whenever he tries to lie, which meant something was up. But at the same time, the mother said she trusted her son, and if he said everything was fine, then everything really was fine. The woman asked Ju-hyuk for only one thing. Under no circumstances should he get involved with loan sharks. And at that moment, a piece of chicken nearly got stuck in his throat. Memories of the 3 murdered debt collectors who had marked the beginning of his illustrious gambling career flooded back into his mind. He decided to change the subject immediately and asked why his mother had been fired. Was it because of a single rude customer who demanded not only that she fix the water filter, but also that she clean up trash and food scraps as if she were some kind of servant? Mom had always been a very proud woman. She was the kind of person who couldn't stand injustice. That's exactly why my father fell in love with her. To this day, he still considers the fact that he asked his future wife out on their first date to be the greatest achievement of his life. The man considered himself a real man who had found the right woman and fathered 2 wonderful sons with her. Ju-hyuk decided to wait a little longer and not tell his relatives about his awakening just yet, but to wait until the situation settled down a bit. After that, he handed his brother a bundle of cash, saying it was pocket money for their parents, enough for everyone to live on, and that now Min-hyuk had to make sure their parents didn't overwork themselves. Ju-hyuk turned around and walked away quickly, but his brother called out to him. It seemed as though the young man wanted to say something but was struggling to find the right words. Ju-hyuk decided this was because he had paid for his younger brother's education back in the day. The young man placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and said he understood how Min-hyuk felt, meaning his embarrassment and gratitude. Min-hyuk played it down and said his brother had left money for mom and money for dad. Doesn't he realize something's missing? His older brother had forgotten to set aside a share for him. But how could he possibly be upset or scold such a rascal? So his older brother transferred 500,000 won to him, advising him not to waste it on nonsense. Bon Ju-hyuk decided to visit the Office of Awakened Affairs because new questions had arisen. At first, the young man had planned to go straight home, but after meeting with his family, he felt the urge to do everything properly and to the best of his ability. Of course, he remembered how Captain Jian had asked him to contact him in advance if he planned to visit the shop for the awakened, and he really didn't want to feel awkward again when meeting the captain. Ju-hyuk already had an energy shield, but the higher he climbed, the stronger the monsters became, so he needed to buy a good shield. At the store, a female sales clerk with a very pleasant and sweet smile informed him that she would be happy to sell him this item for just 100 million won. It was simply an unreal amount. Upon hearing it, the player broke out in a sweat and began to feel terribly uncomfortable. The young man began to stutter, explaining that it was too expensive for him and that most likely, since this was his only option, he wouldn't be able to buy such an item. The worst part was that the seller was a young woman and he was too embarrassed to admit his inability to afford it in front of her. Besides, the store was packed with people, whereas last time it had been completely empty. At that moment, the saleswoman offered another option, a very small round-hand shield made of an alloy of adamantium and sectorium. It was small, lightweight, and capable of self-repair. Ju-hyuk tried on the shield and felt how easy and comfortable it was to wield, as if it were meant to be paired with a mace. And although even this little shield cost a whopping 40 million won, a huge and practically unaffordable sum, the young man decided not to skimp on such important matters, and the shield was finally purchased. The young man often wondered why talking to the staff was harder than dealing with goblins. But fortunately, the shopping was done for the day, and now he could calmly head home. An unfamiliar young man was standing at the store's exit. He greeted the protagonist and asked if he had recently awakened. The stranger introduced himself as Cho Ho-sok, and he was also a player. He mentioned that he came to the store almost every day, so he immediately noticed newcomers. After that, the young man asked what level Ju-hyuk was currently at in the tower, and mentioned that he himself was in the 30s. Ju-hyuk replied that he was only at level 10, and the young man then wished him luck and offered to answer any questions he might have if he ran into difficulties while playing. It wasn't clear whether this guy was just a simple, kind, natural extrovert, or if he was just being overly pushy. Most likely, this guy has excellent social skills. With that ability to meet people, he probably has a girlfriend and a ton of friends. You can't help but envy him. Ju-hyuk finally returned to his small attic apartment where no one was waiting for him. Before moving on to the next floor and starting the level, the young man decided to call Korsak and work everything out with him in advance. John Korsak immediately began by expressing his immense gratitude to his summoner for the high regard and the desire to spend time together. Ju-hyuk showed Korsak the shield he had purchased, hoping to calm the anxious assassin and promise him that he would take good care of his health. Korsak didn't believe a single word. His previous summoner had also said that he put safety above all else, and then he died. So the master must promise not to rush ahead or charge into battle. Ju-hyuk readily promised this right away. He also reminded him that he was a total coward, and if the journey became too difficult, he would give up immediately. Korsak demanded that in case of danger they sacrifice him or Keksik so they could escape. And of course it would be best to sacrifice that fool Keksik rather than Korsak, and only then could they move on to clearing the area. But suddenly Korsak caught a whiff of an amazing aroma, and in an instant all his thoughts about the tower vanished completely. It turned out that the summoner Bon had taken care of him before he even thought about some Keksik. He had bought royal pelmeni especially for Korsak. It was simply delicious. Korsak was already ready to eat heartily and with pleasure. He opened his mouth, preparing to take a bite of the delicious dumplings. A question suddenly occurred to the hired assassin. Was there anyone in the world whom Bon Ju-hyuk harbored a grudge against? The young man was certain there was definitely no one. The fact was that right now, standing just outside the door, was a man overflowing with a thirst for murder. Ju-hyuk immediately activated his energy shield and told Korsak to hide for the time being. The next moment, the peephole was smashed out and rolled across the floor like an eye, hinting that the conversation would be brief. After that, the door burst open, and a man with a gun in his hands appeared in the doorway. It turned out to be none other than the charming player from Cho Ho-sok's store. He said he'd grown tired of tracking down the loser and had finally found him. Ju-hyuk was terrified when he saw the gun pointed at him. Choi Ho-sok said he hadn't given permission to speak. Did this little punk really want to die? After that, he demanded that Ju-hyuk take off his bracelet and open his inventory. Ju-hyuk clearly had no intention of complying with these demands. He couldn't fathom what this player was thinking, pointing a gun at him. Cho Ho-sok considered himself the king of the situation, not noticing that the silhouette of a man holding a knife had already appeared above him. The villain was relishing the situation. He saw how the guy froze in his tracks just because he saw the gun. And now Cho Ho-sok had no doubt that this time he'd landed some excellent prey. Losers like that always open their inventory after just a single gunshot. And the young man was about to hit Ju-hyuk over the head with the pistol's grip. But instead, he was struck on the head with the handle of a knife. And before losing consciousness, he managed to realize that there was a third person in the room. And now the villain lay unconscious in the middle of Bon Ju-hyuk's apartment, and everyone could breathe a little easier. Ju-hyuk immediately rushed over to Korsak and praised him for his excellent work. The clueless hitman had to be told that Korsak had done the right thing by not killing the villain but simply knocking him out. Since you can't kill someone without understanding the situation first, Ju-hyuk decided to figure out who exactly had come to visit him. He thought it was some kind of speculator. These people were involved in murdering players who outside the tower were no different from ordinary residents and stealing their items. After all, there was a reason Captain Jeong talked about the advantages of the elite team. they receive personal security. And that's very important when players are outside the tower. And indeed, if Ju-yuk hadn't awakened his ability to summon creatures outside the tower, he would have been completely helpless and would already be dead. The young man was once again convinced that this was an amazing ability, while Corsac prepared a scarlet satin bow to tie around his severed head. After that, an argument broke out between the gentleman and the summoned one. Corsac wanted to drag the young man aside and dispose of him far away, but Ju-yuk insisted that they simply needed to report it to the police. The director of the Department of Awakened Affairs was horrified when he learned that Player Bon had visited the store again. Captain Jeong reported this to his superior, saying he hadn't known about it either, and added that Player Bon had bought himself a small shield. It was now possible to draw conclusions, and the department believed that Player Bon was practicing close combat, since he had bought a mace and a shield. And if that were the case, even a full set of protective gear wouldn't be enough. The captain promised he would come up with some excuse to get Player Bon a full set. The phone rang. It was a call from the police department's Player Affairs Division. The captain answered the call immediately. The man introduced himself, and when he heard the information from the police, he asked in horror for them to repeat what they had just told him. Jiang Quanil ran at full speed, skipping several steps at a time, thinking that he should have made him sign that elite contract after all. If anything happens to Player Bon, the entire country will lose hope of survival. The police were reading the rights to citizen Cho Ho-sok, who had been detained for trespassing and aggravated robbery. The arrested man shouted loudly, swore, complained of a headache, and feared he would be killed. Suddenly, he turned to the police officer and said he was innocent. He was the victim and the owner of the apartment had kidnapped him. Ju-hyuk, taken aback by the suddenness and audacity of the situation, opened his mouth and tried to convince the police officer that this wasn't how it happened. However, the officer said that they were all going to the police station right away. Ju-hyuk couldn't believe what was happening to him. He was going to be sent to prison, and he hadn't even studied the Prison Life for Dummies guide. But just then, the door was flung open with a decisive gesture, and Captain Jeon burst into the room. Ju-yuk was terrified, but Ho-suk immediately rushed over to the captain, reminding him of his name. After all, they were colleagues at the department and knew each other well. Ho-sok was glad the captain had arrived. He had rushed straight from headquarters and literally saved the player's life. Choi Ho-sok tried to explain that the owner of this apartment had kidnapped him in order to steal his equipment. But in response to these words, Captain Jeon struck the scoundrel across the face with all his might. The captain was furious. He couldn't understand how this scoundrel dared to try to kill another player. As of this moment, Cho Ho-sok's registration has been revoked. While continuing to shout that he was an innocent victim, Ho-sok soon realized that the captain wasn't listening to him at all and was treating a serious player like him so terribly. The captain ordered a police officer to take the scoundrel away. Representatives of the Awakened Rights Defense Group would be arriving soon. They would take Mr. Cho with them. At that very moment, the player was thoroughly terrified. He knew that the representatives of the Awakened Rights Protection Group do not shy away from torture if the crimes involve other players. The captain said that this guy was far from the first scoundrel he'd caught committing such acts. They'll dig up everything he's done and bring him to justice. Of course, Player Cho can look for a lawyer, although it's unlikely anyone would want to defend such a worthless person. The captain warned the police officers, if the player escapes into the tower and disappears during transport, they should simply wait in the same spot, because after passing through the tower, he'll return to the exact same location. When the police and the villain left the apartment, Captain Jeon was still very upset. He wanted to know if Player Bon was injured. The young man assured him that everything was fine. He had just been very scared, and Captain Jeon fell to his knees and began offering his sincere apologies, saying he would do everything in his power to ensure this never happened again. The captain realized he could no longer put off signing the elite contract. He was obligated to protect this guy at any cost. The next day, Ju-yuk summoned Corsac and told him that everything had ended well yesterday. The police had taken the villain away. Corsac was trying to find out where the detention center was when he heard that the guy most likely wouldn't be executed. But Ju-hyuk told him not to even try to find out. After that, the young man called Keksik, who had been busy counting his fingers, and now that everyone was assembled, they could head up to the next floor. On the 19th floor, goblin shamans awaited the players, though they weren't actually very dangerous. They didn't possess any powerful combat magic. The goblin shamans could only cast curses and weak fire arrows, so there was nothing to worry about. Keksik immediately rushed forward to disperse the horde of goblins standing deep in the forest. Of course, these monsters tried to use their magic. However, Keksik hadn't fought in a long time and really missed it. Of course, it was a rather barbaric method, but Keksik effortlessly dispelled the curse with a single sound. Behind the giant stood Corsac, his sharp knife at the ready. He suggested they finish the job together as quickly as possible. Keksik confirmed that they did indeed have such an agreement, to destroy all the goblins and do it quickly. And so the wonderful pair rushed off together to clear the forest of goblin shamans, without getting in each other's way or taking offense at the other's presence. Ju-hyuk pulled out his sword and mace, ready to join the guys and kill at least one goblin himself. But at that very moment, a notification appeared, stating that the 19th floor had been successfully cleared. The young man was clearly disappointed. Looking at Korsak's happy and sly face, Ju-hyuk realized that his companions had deliberately finished so quickly to prevent him from fighting. They had simply tricked him like a little boy. The next day, the entire group set off for the long-awaited 20th floor, after which they would receive new, very good items and privileges. This level was called Talent Appraiser and was notorious for its monstrous difficulty. Korsak immediately warned his master that it was extremely dangerous here because goblins of all kinds roamed the area, scouts with poisoned needles, max-level tactical warriors, invisible assassins, shamans, and giant goblins. If they were in the player's shoes, they'd be better off waiting in a safe spot. Keksik also believed that the summoner didn't need to do anything. He'd handle everything himself. On this floor, they had to defeat 100 goblins and one boss. The young man saw that these guys were blocking his path again, leaving him no chance to join the battle. Korsak asked Keksik to draw the goblins toward him, and he would attack them once the monsters gathered and were exposed. Keksik rushed to draw all the aggressive NPCs and monsters toward him, thus fulfilling his colleague's request. Ju-hyuk, seeing that the guys weren't listening to him at all, decided that he wouldn't listen to them either and would just sit there. At one point, Keksik suddenly felt the gentleman's foot on his back, and the gentleman informed him that he was moving forward. The guys couldn't believe their eyes when they saw that Mr. Bond had disobeyed them and gone ahead anyway. He had plunged right into the thick of it. Korsak didn't want to go through the pain and disappointment again that would follow the summoner's death, and he didn't know what to do. Ever since childhood, Bon Ju-yuk had been an introvert and preferred to play alone. When one of the other kids took a toy away from him, the boy would just watch that child walk away with a sad look on his face. In elementary school, the situation only got worse, and on top of that, the family's financial situation became a huge stumbling block. In middle school, the boy was also a loner whom no one wanted to play with during recess. And even in high school, Ju-hyuk ate lunch alone at a table and lived the life of a complete outcast. Over time, he even became afraid to try to change anything. The young man didn't believe there were guys like him who fought monsters in towers and could look bullies in the eye. But at the same time, once inside the tower, he realized that monsters weren't people, and he felt no fear of interacting with them because these creatures were no different from mobs in video games. So he simply had to defeat them and receive a reward for destroying them. Now, several goblin soldiers armed with long spears appeared before the player. The young man immediately moved and found himself behind a goblin with a javelin in its teeth. This monster was struck several times on the head with a mace, and after that, the young man got into the swing of things and continued killing monsters. Korsak was absolutely thrilled, because his master had learned to use Step into the Shadows perfectly in a very short time. Seeing a huge number of poisoned arrows flying toward the summoner, Korsak shouted a warning. The young man managed to react in time and defend himself with his shield, into which the poisoned arrows embedded themselves. The young man realized that if it weren't for the energy shield, he would have already turned into a pincushion. And that was truly terrifying. He'd gotten too carried away. So the next moment, Ju-hyuk dashed away, trying to get as far away as possible from the goblins and their attacks. Korsak was ready to join him at any moment and advised the player to head toward the cliff. Keksik saw the summoner running away and immediately realized he needed to protect him. Ju-hyuk felt his stamina running out. His strength was leaving him, and suddenly he found himself at a dead end, with no clear way out. The player raised his shield and mace, unsure of what to do next, but from a distance he could already hear Keksik's loud shout as he ran at full speed to save his master. Ju-hyuk realized he was about to die right then and there. But just as the goblin's spears flew toward his body, Keksik's enormous hand took the full brunt of the blow. And just like that, the giant himself appeared before the goblins, who were stunned by the size of this mysterious creature. Keksik took advantage of their confusion and began smashing the goblins with his massive fist. Korsak was soon there as well. He sliced through several goblins with his sword as he ran past them. A couple of goblin shamans were trying to cast spells. They stood atop a cliff, chanting their incantations. Korsak targeted those specific shamans, while Keksik was handling all the other monsters with ease. Within a few minutes, the entire clearing was littered with the bodies of slain goblins. Now it was time to figure out what would happen next. It seemed that the player, along with his summoned creatures, had already killed all 100 goblins, which meant their boss should appear soon. Although Ju-hyuk knew he had excellent fighters, he was always amazed to see them wipe out monsters in a matter of minutes. It was now time to ask Keksik to move his backside away from the player's face, but suddenly a new, completely uncharacteristic scream rang out. It came from the long-legged idol of the goblins. It was the final stage of goblin evolution, known as a hobgoblin. Korsak took a running start at the mountaintop and immediately leaped into the attack, urging Keksik to join him. Or perhaps on the contrary, he should have taken it as a call to leave this goblin to me. But Keksik was already closing in on the monster. Keksik grabbed the hobgoblin by the throat with his bare hands and began to squeeze, cutting off its breath. Korsak was very pleased and said that Keksik had earned his keep today. He approached the monster and plunged his swords into its eyes. After that, the floor was cleared, the level was raised, and all rewards were distributed. Ju-hyuk was very satisfied and decided that he would probably leave the battle to this pair and not intervene himself. After that, all three bowed to each other. The player thanked the guys for their protection and praised them for their excellent work. The guys were also pleased and reaffirmed their loyalty. The player received another platinum badge for clearing the 20th floor of the Black Tower. The latest news broadcast featured numerous reports on South Korea's record and the completion of the 20th floor of the Black Tower with a C++ rank. The director of the Department of Awakened Affairs was pleased with the completion of the floor and the new record, but felt that too much attention was being focused on the player. We need to try to control the press, but at the same time ensure that no one suspects that department staff know the record holder's identity. Some time ago, the director ordered an investigation into Player Bond's family situation, and now a folder containing the full investigation report has landed on his desk. The player's father, Mr. Bon Soo-chol, underwent hip surgery a few months ago after falling on the ice and is currently undergoing rehabilitation. Captain Jeon said he plans to place the man in the best rehabilitation center in the country at his own expense. The player's younger brother, Bong Min-hyuk, was a freshman in college and is due to enlist in the military soon. He is set to receive scholarship support and benefits. And finally, the player's mother, Ms. Hong Gum-ja. She used to work as a water purifier coordinator, but is currently unemployed. It appears she was forced to leave the company after a conflict with a rude customer. The captain believed that the person who needed the most attention was Ms. Hong Gum-ja. She always had the final say in the family. Her personality was so strong that neither her husband nor her sons dared to contradict her. The director approved the plan and ordered them to immediately begin supporting player Bond's family. A sudden knock on the door rang out, as always unexpectedly. However, Korsak immediately said it was a delivery and that it smelled delicious. Keksik was already getting impatient. He was waiting for the delivery and the treats. Plus, he had learned two new words, delivery and treat. Ju-hyuk told him to hide for a moment so the guys wouldn't see him. Korsak went into the bathroom and Keksik had to be covered with a blanket. The delivery person laid out the order on the table, and it was simply enormous. Enough for 12 people. Most likely the homeowner was having a party today. The delivery person wished them bon appétit, suggested they order from them again, and left the apartment. But the young man thought that not including a single coupon and giving just one fried pelmeni as a gift was truly tacky. On the other hand, the young man had never ordered food using coupons, and even if he had a lot of them, he wouldn't have known what to do with them. As he set out the food, the player called out to his friends that they could come out, and Korsak noted that the smell of the food was simply incredible. After advising Keksik not to eat the plates, the young man invited the guys to the table while he went off to check on something. Korsak tried to explain etiquette to his new companion, but soon realized there was simply no point in talking to this barbarian. He was too straightforward and unyielding. Of course, he wanted to see what gear was currently available to the player, and what he had received after completing the 20th level. As in previous instances, additional bonuses would be awarded for accumulating platinum badges. Although Juyuk tried to claim he wasn't fighting for the rewards, he was, of course, completing missions for them and was now eagerly awaiting the bonus. And then the bonus appeared in the status window, one random box. The point of the random box was to receive a random item from the tower. It could be anything, ranging from potion vials, magic stones, elixirs, and weapons, all the way to powerful skills and unique items of the highest level. First, the player decided to run through the list of all possible options. Stones and herbs didn't interest him much, and weapons and armor didn't particularly impress him either. A tower jump ticket meant that the player would skip floors and level up, which meant he wouldn't receive rewards for clearing the floor. The level up rune was much better. It meant that the floor remained the same, but only the level increased. There was also a ticket granting access to international towers. It allowed players to clear towers in other countries. There was also a confirmed rank summoning ticket, and these ranks were by no means low, granting the ability to summon immediately. In that case, Juyuk could assign the summoned character to clear the tower, while he himself would just lie on the couch or take a tour of the Black Tower. The player was excited. He had read that 3 items would drop at random, so the chance of getting a summoning ticket was high. The young man activated the random box and vowed that if something good dropped, he would live a righteous life. As it turned out, it was a 10-kilogram magic stone, a real disappointment, and a crushing blow to his hopes. The player could get magic stones anytime, but this one was worth 5 million. Wiping away his tears of disappointment, Ju-hyuk opened the second item he'd received from activating the random box. It was the skill Primordial Staff of Thunder. He decided to look into its specifics later. It was most likely some kind of offensive skill. Now he needed to check the third item in the box, and it turned out to be a rune for increasing the rank of a summoned creature. The player realized he'd hit the jackpot. Now, with this item, he could raise the rank of a summoned creature. It was one of the most coveted items the player had ever wanted to obtain. But now, looking at the 2 summoned creatures who kept stuffing their bellies while bickering with each other, he had to decide which one to level up. Both guys were loyal and dependable, but the player was still leaning toward giving the rank boost to Korsak, remembering how many bowls of rice they'd shared together. The summoning rank up rune raised a summoned creature's rank based on its potential. Ju-hyuk decided to summon Korsak separately and give it to him. In any case, there were no issues with firepower right now. Ju-hyuk decided to start by testing the skill for now. The rune could wait for a more suitable situation. He decided to study Primordial Staff of Thunder. It imbued shattering weapons with the power of lightning, had only 3 forms, and was a growing type skill. Ju-hyuk felt that an offensive skill was exactly what he needed, so he decided to learn it right away. The first form of the Primordial Staff of Thunder was unlocked, and the young man felt as if the knowledge of how to use the form was being transmitted directly into his brain. He decided to put it into practice immediately and pulled out his mace. Ju-hyuk shouted the magic words, soul-chasing lightning, and swung his mace. But of course, nothing happened. If a player could use this power in reality, chaos would have broken out long ago. Korsak noticed that the summoner had started swinging his mace and asked why. Ju-hyuk said he had received a new skill as a bonus, and it wasn't some useless item, but an offensive skill, and a progressive one at that. John Korsak was very upset. He set his plate aside and began to sob loudly. Gaining yet another offensive skill meant that the summoner would once again be venturing into dangerous places. Keksik took advantage of the situation and snatched the last serving, which sparked another fight between the guys, and they had to be pulled apart immediately. The next morning, Ju-hyuk sat alone from early on, deep in thought. He understood exactly what Korsak was worried about. Thanks to the summoning ability, most of a player's combat power comes from summoned creatures. In other words, a summoner doesn't have to get into a fight themselves at all, especially an unusual player like this, who can even summon creatures in the real world. Somewhere in another parallel universe, there is a man who possessed roughly the same ability and once summoned Korsak before Ju-hyuk. But he was probably at least stronger than the young man, and yet he died, and the world in which he lived was destroyed. And naturally, after such a past life, John Korsak is so worried about the life of his new summoner. But Ju-hyuk suddenly remembered that he too was human. He had only just awakened and was beginning to get a taste of life, so he had to use the offensive skill he had learned. Ju-hyuk knew that both summoned creatures were very obedient and submissive, so he decided he could change their minds. Soon both guys were sitting in the room in front of their master. Keksik was quiet and peaceful, while Korsak had aged several years due to his anxiety. John Korsak believed that an offensive skill could be poison. The young man honestly admitted that he had been worried about the summoner even on the 20th floor. It's unclear how things stand with the goblins, but under no circumstances should one fight the orcs. Therefore, Korsak apologizes in advance and asks for forgiveness, but he is about to commit a mortal sin. And it won't be tying the summoner up with a bow, as he usually does after his bloodiest missions, but something else that Mr. Bond won't like either. Korsak suddenly shouted, "Activate Principle 3." And before the player could do anything, Keksik grabbed him and pinned his arms and legs. Korsak was once again extremely displeased. The player was supposed to be held after entering the tower, but that dumbass Keksik couldn't even remember something so basic. Korsak announced that inside the tower, Keksik would hold on to the summoner to keep him safe, while John himself would handle the cleanup. The young man realized that the two of them had conspired against him, and of course he had hoped it wouldn't come to such measures. But now there was no other choice. He had to resort to extreme measures. Ju-hyuk began to cry and begged Korsak not to be so cruel and to give him just one more chance. He would be very careful and would not let him down under any circumstances. Seeing that the killer's heart was made of stone, the player began to swear by everything he had. He promised he would never rush ahead alone again, but he found just walking around boring, and he asked to be allowed to catch at least one monster. He would do it carefully and slowly under the supervision of his companions, and asked to be trusted just this once, since safety and self-preservation were paramount. Korsak agreed to these conditions, but said that if a dangerous situation arose, he would intervene immediately. Once all the agreements were in place, the young people entered the Black Tower and went up to the 21st floor. Korsak believed that orcs were strong but very stupid, although they were smarter than Keksik. Keksik insisted that he was smarter than an orc. Ju-hyuk took out his mace and sword and suggested that his companions practice at least 10 times before moving on. Korsak announced that they had a training dummy, Keksik, so the summoner could strike him to practice his blows. Keksik confirmed this and gave his permission, saying it didn't hurt him, while Korsak was absolutely thrilled that his master was about to beat the crap out of this giant. Ju-hyuk suddenly decided that he already knew how to use a mace and a shield, and instead of hitting Mr. Keksik, he'd better practice on an orc right away. Upon reaching the 21st floor of the tower, the player learned that he had to defeat 30 forest orcs, huge bloodthirsty monsters wielding axes. Korsak volunteered to be the first to attack the orcs, and called Keksik to join him so they could draw the orcs' attention. Keksik pushed off, tucked his legs in, and flew toward the orcs, who froze in surprise as they watched the approaching barbarian. As he drew closer, Keksik struck an orc with all his might and cut him down with a single blow. Blood and guts spattered in all directions. Next, Korsak swept through the line of orcs, hacking the monsters to pieces. Arms, legs, and heads flew in all directions. Seeing how quickly the guys were dispatching the orcs, the player thought that at this rate it would all be over soon and he wouldn't have time to catch anyone. One of the orcs remained unscathed after Korsak rushed past, which meant the guy had deliberately set the monster aside for his master. Ju-hyuk realized that Korsak would cover his back, so Korsak vanished right under the orc's nose so that Ju-hyuk could fight it. Ju-hyuk closed in on the monster just as it was bringing its massive axe down. The player leaped upward and used the first form of soul-chasing lightning, a simple vertical strike from above. There was nothing special about it, except for the immense power behind it. Ju-hyuk brought his mace down on the head of a huge orc. It was incredibly powerful and epic. The force of the blow was enough to knock the monster out, and the young man was absolutely thrilled. Ju-hyuk was convinced that his strike was powerful enough to defeat these enemies, and now he was proud of himself and confident in his abilities. So far, everything had been too easy, and the young man decided to repeat the attack when he spotted another orc with an axe nearby. But before the player could reach the orc, Keksik's powerful kick and Korsak's sharp dagger pierced the unfortunate monster. Ju-hyuk knew he couldn't scold the guys, after all. They had agreed to eliminate only one orc, and they had to keep their word. The next day, the player was allowed to eliminate one desert orc, and with that, the cleanup of the 22nd floor was complete. A day later, the same fate befell a cave orc, and to everyone's delight, the The 23rd floor of the Black Tower was cleared. The volcanic level was a bit of a challenge, but it too fell victim to Ju-hyuk. Thus, working as a team of three, the guys cleared one floor a day, and there was no stopping them. And so the day came when they would head to the 25th floor. Of course, killing just one orc at a time was starting to feel like a joke, but the player still needed to get some practice in. Come to think of it, he hadn't given any items to either Keksik or Korsak since they'd started working with him, so the young man decided to give them a rune, now that he'd remembered. Korsak appeared immediately after being summoned, but was surprised. Mr. Bond had said he'd be taking the day off. Ju-hyuk tossed the rune to the young man and said he'd picked it up along the way. The young man decided he needed to examine it. But as soon as he inspected the stone he'd received from his master and realized it was a rank-boosting rune, Korsak began to tremble and break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe his eyes. He tested it out and wanted to hear confirmation from his master that it was indeed a rank-boosting rune. John couldn't believe his eyes. If this was really for him, then it was simply amazing he'd be able to use the rune and rise to the SSR level, and he was overwhelmed with positive emotions. After all, now John would be able to protect the summoner Bona even better. He was happier than ever and felt that his life had truly turned out well. Ju-hyuk thought that Korsak would start the upgrade right away, but the guy tucked the rune into his pocket, saying that he really wanted to do it, but it was dangerous to rush. Korsak said he'd work on raising his rank when he returned to the tower later today, and next time he'd appear before his master in a completely new, cool look. Ju-hyuk was surprised that the guy wanted to leave right away, since he could have stayed to watch TV or just chat. Korsak really hadn't watched TV in a long time, and now agreed to spend some time watching the next episode. After a while, Korsak was upset because they were rerunning the same episode, and he had already seen it, and didn't want to watch a recording. Ju-hyuk was lying next to his friend and said that they didn't need to worry about money and could watch TV live if they wanted to. Suddenly, something interesting caught Ju-hyuk's attention, and he asked to switch the channel back. No, he wasn't mistaken. It really was his mom. She was being featured on one of the public TV channels. Ju-hyuk immediately thought about what a terrible son he was, how rarely he visited his parents and didn't even know his mother was on the news. Meanwhile, the woman was indeed standing there with a sign protesting the unfair termination of her employment contract. She was demanding better working conditions for water purifier sales managers and wanted to prevent abuse. In fact, the woman was completely sincere. She couldn't take it anymore because the unfair termination of her contract had upset her greatly. After all, you really can't expect an employee who comes to an apartment to install a water filter to sort through the trash and take it out. But the most unfair part was that the company demanded she apologize to the customer. The woman believed she hadn't done anything wrong and didn't understand why she should apologize. When she refused to give in to the company's demands, she received a notice of contract termination, and all she got from her lone protest was ridicule from her superiors. As they passed her at work, her managers advised her not to waste her time on a futile cause and to find a new job instead. The woman was very upset. She didn't want to put up with the mockery and planned to respond the next time she heard it. One day, a man approached her and said he was looking for Ms. Hongum-ja. The man thanked the protester for her efforts and said he was from a law firm, introduced himself, and turned out to be a lawyer. The woman thought her former employers were trying to sue her. However, she decided she would not back down and demanded that the lawyer leave. But the man said that, on the contrary, he had come to help her and offered to file a formal lawsuit against the corporation. It turned out that the lawyer works at Korea's top law firm and offered to represent Ms. Hongum-ja in court pro bono. The lawyer said that the woman had once filed a complaint with the labor inspectorate, and he had come after hearing about it from an acquaintance who works there. The lawyer explained that his firm runs a project for socially vulnerable groups and carries it out every year. The lawyer believed that the woman had lived and worked in good faith. She had simply had a run of bad luck. But with his law firm's help, they would win the case. The woman thought about it for a while longer and, deciding that she had already gone too far, agreed to accept the lawyer's help and entrust him with her defense. The lawyer explained that their first step would be to work with the media. Soon a crowd of reporters from various news channels gathered around the woman, and she felt very uncomfortable under the flash of the cameras. The lawyer told her she could answer the journalists' questions for as long as she wanted, and they would edit out everything necessary later. He also advised her not to overlook a single instance of unfair treatment and to reveal the whole truth to the public. And now, after listening to this report, Ju-hyuk was utterly horrified when he realized how much his mother had suffered. The young man was literally drowning in guilt. He didn't understand what good sons like him were, who couldn't help at a time like this. Suddenly, the young man realized he had no idea how his mother had found a lawyer, and if it was the Park and Kim law firm, it clearly wouldn't come cheap. Korsak saw how upset his client was and immediately suggested paying a visit to the firm that had treated the woman so poorly. Of course, it was commendable that John was so quick-witted. He understood the situation correctly and even came up with an excellent solution. But Ju-hyuk told him not to do that, because judging by the interview, his mom had already found herself a decent lawyer. The young man decided he needed to send his mother money to pay for the lawyer. He had already saved up about 10 million won, and as a last resort, he could sell the energy shield. Just then, his father called, and the young man answered the phone immediately. His father called to reassure his son he had seen a news report on TV and explained that the lawyer was providing services completely free of charge to help socially vulnerable groups. Ju-hyuk promised to send the money, but his father laughed and said they didn't need it right now. On top of that, the man received a call from a very well-known clinic. The orthopedic department at this hospital is running a rehabilitation program for patients who have undergone hip replacement surgery, and they selected Mr. Bond for the program. So in a few days, the man will be admitted to the clinic for rehabilitation. And by a fortunate turn of events, his hospital expenses will also be fully covered. There was no need to worry about his parents. His son had promised to visit them soon. Everything was fine, but it was all too strange. Suddenly, the player's phone rang again. It was his younger brother. It seemed like today was truly a family day. Min-hyuk asked if his older brother had seen their mother's interview. The guy was very angry and ready to tear into her former employers. But Min-hyuk had some good news too. He wanted to send his mom the money his older brother had given him, because if the case went to court, he would need help. Min-hyuk proudly announced that he had received a scholarship and now had enough money for tuition and a laptop. He believed that if you lived a good life, luck would smile upon you. His brother explained that he had received a national scholarship from the Department of Awakened Affairs. This was a common occurrence for them, as they often distributed such grants. Ju-hyuk congratulated his younger brother and urged him to study hard, but now he realized that this wasn't just luck. Behind all these favorable events, the lawyer, the hospital, and the scholarship, stood the Office of Awakened Affairs. Captain Zhang received a phone call from the Awakened One, Bon, who wanted to meet in a quiet and peaceful place. And the man said he would pick up the young man and the two of them would have lunch together. Soon, both men were sitting in a restaurant, enjoying a delicious meal. Ju-hyuk didn't beat around the bush and asked straight out why they had done all that. His mother's trial, his father's hospital stay, and his brother's scholarship. Jeon Kwan-il replied, without trying to lie or make excuses, that it had been absolutely necessary. The captain believed that if there were problems at home, it would inevitably cause anxiety, which could affect the player in the tower clear. The player agreed that this made sense, but the agency had acted without consulting him, and such consideration was usually reserved for the elite team. The captain listened carefully to all the complaints, then jumped to his feet and slammed his fist on the table. He didn't just slam his fist on the table. He placed an ultra-elite contract for a special operations unit on it. The man believed they needed to sign this contract. It was an elite team contract. Ju-hyuk was taken aback by the captain's emotional outburst and was afraid the captain might punch him in the face. Of course, he had to admit that the captain had done a great job and prepared thoroughly, but the player started saying again that he wasn't confident in himself and didn't have much talent. Captain Jeong, seeing the young man's sincerity, couldn't believe his eyes, since the young man had set an unprecedented record. The young man understood that anything he said would sound like a lie, because he had already cleared 24 floors at the C++ rank. Suddenly, the captain bowed to the player and said he was sincerely asking and begging him. Ju-hyuk felt panic wash over him again. He began pleading with the captain not to do this, but the man reminded him of the recent incident involving Cho Ho-sok. That time, things could have ended tragically, but if the player joined the elite team, he would receive the protection he deserved. The captain was certain that the young man deserved protection and good pay more than anyone else in their country. The captain promised that after signing the contract, the player would receive VIP-level personal security. Ju-hyuk realized that someone would be following him around constantly, and he found this very inconvenient. Besides, he didn't want his cleanups to be filmed. One of the main reasons Ju-hyuk hadn't signed a contract with the elite team was the player's obligation to keep a video log. He didn't want Korsak and Keksik to be exposed and dragged into trouble. But Captain Jaeon said that the player could handle the video recording however he wished, and the security arrangements would be adjusted. This means that the player will live a normal life on his own, but in a well-guarded location. Security will accompany him only during outdoor activities, and if the player wishes, bodyguards will be assigned to his family. To this end, after signing a contract with the elite team, management will provide Joo Hyuk with 2 homes at once, one for his family and one for the player Bon himself. When it came to his family, there was no room for hesitation. The young man's heart was about to leap out of his chest. How could he possibly turn down such offers? Joo Hyuk said he appreciated the captain's straightforwardness, but could such important decisions really be made so quickly? Captain Joan replied that it seemed the player had already agreed, and besides, he had full authority from the department director. Joo Hyuk was still thinking about the 2 houses when a pen was placed in his hand, and he was handed a copy of the contract to sign. Zhong Kwanil was afraid to breathe and watched the process with anxiety, but at the last moment, the player paused. He asked for a little more time to think it over after all. They were so close, but it wasn't clear what else there was to consider. Joo Hyuk said he wanted to consult with others before making a decision, and of course the captain agreed to wait until player Bon matured. Joo Hyuk clearly hadn't expected such a firework display when he summoned John Korsak, and a special, ultra-rare assassin appeared before him. John was incredibly happy. He had leveled up to the SSR rank and was now shining in all his glory before the summoner. Soon Korsak returned to his normal appearance and asked if there would be a summon for Keksik. Joo Hyuk said he would definitely do that, since they would soon be heading to the 25th floor. But he asked to speak with him privately because he wanted to discuss something. Korsak agreed that it was the right thing to do, to discuss matters one-on-one, since a conversation with the clueless Keksik would be completely pointless anyway. The player told the assassin about his meeting with the captain and the offer he'd received, and now he wanted to know Mr. Korsak's opinion. Should he stay with the regular team, or should he accept the offer and join the elite team? John Korsak thought for a moment, then said that he fully supported joining the elite group, since the summoner Bon was a player of national caliber and deserved the conditions he was entitled to. The young man was worried that upon joining the elite team, he would have to climb to very high floors, so he wanted to know how the summoned creatures would react to this. Korsak confidently replied that this was absolutely possible, but that Mr. Bon didn't need to try to be as useful as possible. It's enough that the summoner Bon lives a long life. The summoner's safety is the main source of power. Korsak explained that the realm where he had been before the summoning was full of legend-ranked summoned creatures, and as long as the summoner Bon remains safe, he'll be able to summon them regularly. These super powerful creatures would be completely obedient to the summoner and would carry out any of his orders, provided, of course, that he did not violate the 3rd principle. Korsak even added that among them were several demigod-level monsters that surpassed humans. Joo Hyuk listened to these stories and could not even imagine that summoned creatures could be demigod-level and surpass humans. The young man understood that he wouldn't be able to summon such creatures from the unranked pool, and Korsak confirmed that this was indeed the case. In any case, it's impossible right now, but later, when his summoning ability improves, Joo Hyuk will be able to do so. Therefore, Korsak recommends that Mr. Bon live a long life and perform random summons regularly. This is Bon's ultimate skill and lethal move. Since the cooldown for a random summon takes about a month, that works out to 12 summons per year, not counting the additional summon skill that was randomly obtained. But of course, all of this will be in vain if the player isn't lucky with his summons. There were still 19 days left until the next summon. Korsak in turn advised Mr. Bon to make one firm demand of the office for the affairs of the awakened. The decision to clear the floors that haven't been cleared yet must be made exclusively by the summoner Bon without outside interference. This must be a mandatory condition. Only Joo Hyuk himself should decide when he will clear the upper floors. Otherwise, there will be many people throwing tantrums about why the player Bon isn't moving forward. And then, under unprepared conditions, a tragedy could occur, and Korsak, imagining this, burst into tears. John Korsak recalled something very painful and said that under no circumstances should a player be forcibly dragged into a sweep. In any case, receiving government support is a very good thing. If that condition is guaranteed, Joo Hyuk thanked the assassin for his opinion. Finally, the young man summoned Keksik, who greeted his summoner and promised absolute obedience. Korsak was indignant that Keksik didn't greet him, but the barbarian replied that a true warrior doesn't greet just anyone. After that, John Korsak began bragging and taunting, boasting about how high and awesome his level was now. Korsak said he was a full 3 levels higher than the pathetic Keksik, and it soon became clear that poor Keksik looked intimidated. Korsak was clearly bullying him and dominating their group. The difference in ranks was now vast. Even Keksik could sense the strength and power emanating from his colleague and was ready to tiptoe around him. The player immediately decided that when he received his next rank-up rune, he would definitely give it to Keksik because he had come to genuinely feel sorry for him. Finally, the guys set out to clear the 25th floor, where they had to kill 100 orcs of any type and 1 great orc chieftain. As soon as they arrived on the floor, they immediately encountered a huge number of monsters. The player hoped he'd be able to quietly take out 1 or 2. Meanwhile, John Korsak was cracking his knuckles. He wanted to celebrate his promotion and show what he was now capable of. Korsak sent Keksik ahead to draw as many enemies as possible toward him. The good-natured giant ran as fast as he could, determined to destroy all the orcs to protect his summoner. The surprised orcs looked up, tilting their heads back, not understanding who was approaching them. What kind of meteorite is that? But they would have been better off running away and hiding, because when Keksik leaped into the crowd of orcs, a multitude of monsters perished in an instant. Next, Korsak entered the fray, racing by at such a tremendous speed that the sound of the jet made the player's ears pop, as if a fighter jet had just flown past. John Korsak wasn't just running, he was also hurling a barrage of daggers at the orcs at full speed. These daggers pierced the giants' bodies with great precision. The orcs clearly hadn't expected such insane speed. Next, he used the blade explosion skill, and soon fragments of the destroyed monsters were flying in all directions behind the assassin. Juhyuk watched the battle closely and noticed that the explosion even hit the orcs standing nearby. At one point, a large group of orcs gathered in one spot and began attacking Korsak, who stood calmly on the ground. The unfortunate Korsak's body was riddled with sharp knives, daggers, and spears, and he was shaking with pain and groaning. The orcs looked very pleased and satisfied. They had nearly destroyed their main enemy of the day. But it soon became clear that something unexpected was happening. It seemed as if the man had begun to dissolve into thin air. And this was a surprise from the updated version of the skill called Sneaky Ambush. Standing behind his enemies, Korsak quickly chopped off their heads while they looked around in surprise, searching for the phantom they had killed just a few moments earlier. New groups of orcs appearing on the battlefield looked very upset and alarmed. None of this instilled confidence or hope for victory in them. Korsak was very pleased. He didn't understand why the orcs had such sour expressions on their faces, so he decided to test a new skill on them called Poison Dagger. The assassin looked absolutely happy. He had only just begun the battle and was enjoying his skills and abilities. Juhyuk realized he needed to join the battle immediately before his assistants killed all the orcs, so he quickly activated Step into the Shadows and rushed into the fray. Korsak had said that it was enough for the summoner Bond to live a long life, because a summoner's safety is his strength. Juhyuk had heard these words from the assassin and understood the logic behind them, but he believed he had to grow quickly and become stronger. This had to be done quickly enough so that everyone who was worried about Bon Juhyuk could breathe a sigh of relief. The young man put everything he'd been practicing lately into action and charged at the lone orc. The player was certain he couldn't constantly rely on Korsak's protection. He had to become stronger on his own. The orc saw the player approaching and prepared to attack, but the young man was quite fast and managed to dodge perfectly. In the next instant, Juhyuk launched a brilliant counterattack, kicking the orc in the back and inflicting a serious injury. The player immediately cast Primordial Staff of Thunder and followed up with Soul-Chasing Lightning. He channeled this combination into his mace, which he brought down on the orc's head, shattering it into tiny pieces. The monster fell dead, its brains scattered in all directions, but a group of orcs was already rushing to their comrade's aid, ready to fight the player. Juhyuk immediately activated Step into the Shadows and raced at tremendous speed through the ranks of orcs, using the second form of the Primordial Staff of Thunder, which had just been unlocked at that very moment. Juhyuk considered this a stroke of luck. It meant he could immediately put the second form to the test. He just needed to figure out what kind of technique it was. Suddenly, the mace in the player's hands began to spin, as if he were holding nunchucks. Spinning the weapon as hard and fast as possible, the player charged into the thick of the monsters, who were also preparing to attack him. During the attack, it turned out that scattered falling thunder splits the lightning's energy into 5 branches and strikes the targets. The young man realized that this was an area of effect attack, and it worked very well, mowing down a large number of orcs. Corsac couldn't figure out where the lightning was coming from. He was certain there were no monsters on this floor that used electricity. It soon became clear that this was the work of the summoner Bon, and he needed to be rescued and protected immediately before this fool met his end. John Corsac literally threw a fit. They had agreed that the player would only take down 1 monster per floor, and he shouldn't be so excited about his new skill. Ju Hyuk realized he had let his summoned warrior down and even started apologizing because he was genuinely upset, but at the same time, he didn't understand why he was apologizing to a creature he had summoned himself. Suddenly, the young man realized he didn't want to tiptoe around everyone forever. On the outside, he might look weak, but on the inside, he was a true alpha male. Hearing such words and sensing serious resistance, Corsac began talking again about safety, which must come above all else. But the player was really getting worked up. He said he was sick and tired of all this safety talk and that, in fact, he wanted to see the great orc chieftain. The guy was about to run over and smash that monster's head in, right up until the moment he saw a gigantic shadow looming over him. Now it became obvious that the player was about the size of the orc chieftain's big toe. Ju Hyuk immediately apologized. He hadn't expected to see a monster right then and now, urgently needed the assassin's protection. Corsac had been waiting for just this. He used a dash and pulled the summoner Bon out from under the axe that was about to split him in half. The player was terrified and could think of nothing but how he should have listened to Corsac. He now ordered the summoned creatures to eliminate the orc chieftain immediately. Corsac and Keksik were very pleased. They had asked to be given this task since their job was to protect the summoner and destroy such monsters. Keksik, as usual, was sent ahead to distract the orc and give Corsac the opportunity to carry out his strategy. While Keksik was approaching the monster, Corsac, taking advantage of his speed and invisibility, ran up behind the orc. Keksik was very strong. He thrust out his powerful fist and met the huge axe with his bare hand, placing his palm directly on the blade of the weapon. Gripping the axe as if it were made of paper, Keksik closed in on the orc and brought both fists down on the giant's shoulders. It was clear that the unfortunate orc chieftain was at a loss. He hadn't expected such power, and on top of that, he was now unarmed. On top of that, the assassin used the sneaky ambush skill, and now he was behind the chieftain, who clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. A very brief sword fight ensued, resulting in the orc chieftain being hacked to pieces. Thus, the 25th floor quest was completed. His level was raised, and he received rewards. For accumulating 25 platinum badges, the players were granted another set of bonuses. This time, they could choose an encore bonus, and Ju Hyuk, who hadn't heard of such an option before, immediately took an interest in it. After reviewing the entire list of possible bonuses, the player realized this was an unprecedented stroke of luck, and he would be a real idiot not to choose the summoner trait boost. Now the young man could summon 3 creatures at once, which meant they together formed a group of 4 warriors. There were still 18 days left until the cooldown ended, and the next random summon took place. But it was still interesting to imagine who the next team member would be. In the meantime, he needed to treat the guys, so the player asked what exactly each of them wanted to eat today. Corsac was the first to raise his hand and said he wanted tetokbokki, which was surprising since he doesn't usually eat spicy food. Corsac replied that he was now of a higher rank, and his aversion to spicy food was a thing of the past. The mission was over, so the guys could eat as much as they wanted. Watching the assassin die from the spicy food, the good-natured Keksik suggested to the summoner that they get rid of this guy and summon someone new, because this one, by the looks of it, wasn't going to last. Ju Hyuk felt a sense of satisfaction. He had already made it through 25 floors of the tower and thought he could now tell his family about it. So the young man said goodbye to his assistants and headed to his parents' house, buying some beef along the way, and his younger brother immediately tried to figure out where he'd gotten the money. His mother also wanted to see the receipt so she could return the meat to the store. But his father said that their lives had been hectic lately, and if their son was treating them, they should just enjoy the meal together. Watching his family from the sidelines, Ju Hyuk felt relieved. His mom had a lawyer, His dad was receiving treatment, and his younger brother's university had awarded him a scholarship. Life was back on track. Ju Hyuk addressed his family, telling them not to be surprised. They just needed to listen. He had actually woken up and was now a player. His family's faces froze, showing no emotion, and silence fell. They even stopped chewing their fruit. But soon his younger brother suggested they might as well eat the apple. His mother said her son was still the same old joker, and his father asked what game Ju Hyuk was talking about. Then the young man pulled out his phone and dialed Captain Jeon Kwanil's number. The very next day, the lives of every family member changed dramatically. A huge, modern house in a beautiful neighborhood awaited them. Even as they got out of the car that had brought them there, the relatives couldn't believe that Ju Hyuk was an elite player, a valuable national talent, and the hope of the entire country. The captain himself escorted the family inside, saying that Mr. Bon Ju Hyuk was waiting for them upstairs. When everyone entered the apartment, which was huge, modern, bright, and very expensive, the son announced that his family would now be living there. The young man arrived at the Department of Awakened Individuals to sign a contract. He signed the contract, which took effect immediately upon signing, and now only Ju Hyuk himself realized that he truly was an elite player. It still seemed unreal to him that he couldn't do anything on his own and that the summoned beings were doing everything for him. Very little time has passed since the young man awoke. He could never have even dreamed that he would sign an elite contract. Life is truly unpredictable. The captain bowed his head and apologized for the fact that they could only offer the player 2 billion won a year, because the starting annual salary for elite players is regulated. The young man tried to reassure the captain, but the captain kept insisting that a player like Bon Ju Hyuk should actually be earning a much larger sum. Ju Hyuk said it was his own choice. He still didn't want it to become officially known that he held the US++ record. If that happened, his personal information would be made public. If his face appeared on TV, social media, or in the news, it would be difficult for his family to go out in public. So he didn't even tell his relatives about the record. The captain understood the young man perfectly and asked if his family liked the house. If there were any shortcomings, they could and should be brought up. However, the young man said that absolutely everything was perfect. He had received a message from his younger brother, who enthusiastically described how the whole family had cried and laughed with happiness. Captain Jeon said that the service department where Bon himself would be living was also ready. All the amenities had been prepared for him, including furniture and appliances, so he could move in right away. However, the captain was concerned that it was just a 2-room apartment, but the young man said he liked absolutely everything about it, and that to him it was like a real penthouse. Meanwhile, in the largest penthouse in Korea, located in Seoul, no one was sleeping. 2 beautiful girls were spending time in the young man's private pool, and he had just emerged from the water. It was none other than South Korea's #1 player, Yoo Cheol-min. He wasn't sure how much longer the girls would be splashing around in the pool. Maybe they should go spend some time together instead. The young people were having a great time and drinking premium, expensive alcoholic beverages that cost an absolute fortune. The young man continued to quietly get the girls drunk, telling them what a cool and rich guy he was and how lucky they should feel just to be around him. The girls were already a little drunk. They said that the drink was very sweet today, went down smoothly, and they could barely feel it. One of the girls said she had a question. After all, Cheol-min is a top player, so he must definitely know the answer. The girls were curious to know who held the record for consecutive C++ rank clears. The girls said that everyone was talking about it right now, but the top player replied that he wasn't interested in those who cleared such low floors, since he himself was currently on the 60th floor. But the girl kept insisting that clearing C++ was a world record, and that it was fascinating that such a player existed in their country and lived among them. Cheol-min couldn't stand listening to this praise for some unknown low-level player any longer, and poured his drink over the girl's head. After that, the guy asked her what she thought would happen to the country if he stopped clearing his high floors right now. She should consider that next time, the tower might appear near a major city, and if he refuses to go clear it out any further, South Korea will simply be completely destroyed, and everyone will know that the tower collapsed precisely because of this girl. Cheol-min kicked the girls out and felt awful, all because of some sluts. Of course, he himself was constantly thinking about that genius everyone was talking about everywhere right now. That's exactly why he called those girls over. But they too were thinking only about C++. In the end, Yoo Cheol-min even burst into tears because he felt he was losing his edge, and might soon be pushed aside by some unknown newcomer. Last month, representatives from China contacted him. They offered an annual salary of 180 billion won, as well as a mansion and staff, and a private jet to boot. Japan offered an annual salary of 200 billion won, a top-class mansion, and 10 maids who would do whatever he wished, along with the finest amenities and comfort. But he stayed in Korea anyway and has been clearing the 66th floor for months until he's completely exhausted, while everyone around him is talking about nothing but the player who broke through to level 25. Suddenly, the player thought maybe he really should step back and settle down, since clearing the floor is hard enough as it is. Everyone knows that the 60s are the beginning of the undead section, and on the 66th floor, creatures called specters appear in the form of ghosts. It's a big mistake to assume that this is the same kind of undead found in ordinary fantasy. Only those who have experienced just how terrifying demonic energy is can understand it, and even after a single attempt, you have to rest for 3 days. To withstand the dark aura, you need accessories, elixirs, and even light attribute weapons, and even with all of that, Cheo Min felt like he was barely surviving each time. The player thought that he needed not just to theorize, but to promote naturalization among the masses. If he were to suddenly naturalize in a foreign country, it would cause chaos. The deadline for clearing the 66th floor had already passed the halfway point. In about 3 months, the countdown to the tower's collapse would begin. Top player Yu Cheo-min was the country's only hope, and everyone was waiting for him to resolve this problem. However, by that point it will be too late, because Cheo-min will no longer be in this country, and the unfortunate residents will have nothing left but to regret and despair. They're all ungrateful bastards and will get what they deserve. The delivery driver brought the food order. It contained a whole 10 fried chickens. The young man was embarrassed that the delivery person might think he was a real glutton, so he apologized for the trouble. Ju-hyuk felt incredibly comfortable because he lived in a place where all the players resided. The resident staff took care of everything, from managing the office hotel to laundry and small errands. Dropping off and picking up laundry was easy, and cleaning was done instantly when needed. This building had all the necessary amenities: restaurants, coffee shops, gyms, dry cleaners, karaoke, and even a swimming pool. The mission the player had just completed involved eliminating 20 swamp trolls, and now he decided to treat his assistants to some fried chicken. The 26th floor was a rather difficult mission due to the swampy terrain, but thanks to the Step into the Shadows skill, everything went smoothly, and even Ju-hyuk managed to kill 1 troll. The young man was overjoyed. He ran into the room and announced to Mr. Keksik and Mr. Korsak that they were about to eat some chicken. Strange and astonishing as it may seem, none of the summoned ones reacted to the food. They all stared at the TV as if spellbound. At that moment, a girl group was performing on the huge flat-screen TV, and it was now clear that the guys had a different kind of food on their minds today. Seeing a girl group on a huge TV wasn't just any guy's dream. It was a real bonus after a serious sweep, exactly what they needed. The chicken was laid out in front of the TV. The guys devoured it with relish, enjoying the show and planning their next sweeps. Ju-hyuk suggested going straight up to the 29th floor, and now Korsak wanted to know why exactly. Ju-hyuk told the guys that they would be re-clearing the floors over the next 10 days, and once the random draft reset was over, he would issue a new draft and they would head to the 30th floor as a team of 4. Korsak realized they would be selecting a new member and said he was looking forward to it. Keksik immediately picked up on the idea and began chanting, "Hurrah! Hurrah! Bring on the new participant!" However, Korsak suddenly began to feel nervous. If an even stronger summoned being appeared, his position as the right-hand man would be threatened. But at the same time, the summoner's safety was paramount. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Captain Chong appeared. He said he had brought the item that Player Bon had requested. It was a volcanic orc's leather armor. It possessed the ability to block cold and chill thanks to the residual heat of a fiery aura, and the young man gratefully accepted the item. The next day, the player and his assistants headed to the 27th floor, where a bitter cold reigned. But the young man felt that the gear was amazing and made the mission much easier. Half-naked Keksik looked very out of place against the backdrop of the snow, but he said that a barbarian warrior doesn't feel the cold. Although John Korsak looked frozen, he still refused to wear the volcanic orc's armor, saying that for him, the cold was nothing compared to magical power. Ju-hyuk decided not to press the issue. The guys were capable of deciding for themselves how best to proceed. Corsac was actually freezing, but he figured that if he moved quickly, he would definitely warm up, which meant he needed to start hunting immediately. Ju-hyuk suspected that Mr. Corsac had entered a berserker state due to the cold and was rushing ahead without waiting for his companions. In his new armor, Ju-hyuk felt as if he were under a blanket in a warm room, and he was even too lazy to move, but he still wanted to catch at least one monster. He suggested that Keksik keep up and follow Mr. Corsac. But the guys didn't get very far because a notification suddenly popped up stating that the floor's mission had been successfully completed, their level had been raised, and they'd received their reward. Of course, the player was disappointed that he hadn't even warmed up and had done almost nothing, but this time he received an exclusive item. It was the captain of the paladins of the kingdom of Roland's sacred sword, exclusive to the tower, the first piece of equipment to drop in the tower. But upon closer inspection, the sword looked worn and didn't give the impression of being anything substantial. Ju-hyuk twirled the sword in his hands, unable to see what was so special about it. It was heavy and clearly no match for the mace the player was using. He should find out its value soon. Perhaps it would be better to sell it. This exclusive sacred sword increased attack power and boosted the chance of a critical hit when fighting the undead. Ju-hyuk felt very embarrassed holding this old and utterly unattractive-looking sword, so he decided to give it to Keksik. But Keksik fought with his fists, and Mr. Corsac was equipped with wyvern hide armor and dwarf daggers. The player realized that selling this item was his only option, but he really didn't want to go back to the player's shop. Besides, the sword was very old. It was unlikely anyone would buy it. Ju-hyuk decided to try swinging it at least once before getting rid of this junk. He did try, but the sword was very heavy and literally dragged the player back and forth. After 2 swings, the young man was out of breath and felt powerless. Corsac was absolutely thrilled to see the summoner struggling. He cheered and clapped his hands, while the player realized he was unable to handle this weapon. Corsac thought the player had done a great job, considering the circumstances. After all, Ju-hyuk's physical abilities were severely limited outside the tower. That was the only thing that could reassure the young man, and he asked if there was any way to lift the restriction. John Corsac calmly replied that it was possible, and he said it as if it had long been common knowledge to everyone, of course, except Ju-hyuk. If the boundary between the outside world and the tower disappears, the limits will be lifted. If the numerous towers on Earth collapse, reality will become a space just like the tower. In that case, all restrictions on players' abilities will be automatically lifted. However, this fact should not be greeted with joy and hope, because it is a sign of humanity's impending doom. At the Japanese embassy in Korea that day, everyone was happily discussing the long-awaited news that the rabbit wanted to leave its old burrow and move to a new one. The person I was speaking with knew exactly which rabbit I was referring to. He was very pleased and thought this was wonderful news. However, it was mentioned that the rabbit insisted on being picked up in person because wolves were watching him, and my conversation partner promised to take care of everything and not to worry about a thing. Mr. Tomo, an advisor at the Japanese embassy, was very pleased and said that a typhoon would be hitting soon. Ju-hyuk checked the statistics for the Korean tower, and the situation there was dire. There were about 90 days left until the cleanup of the 66th floor was completed, and that was a sign of doom. As for conquering the upper floors, humanity has no choice but to rely on players like Yu Cheol-min. But worrying won't solve anything. We just need to continue our ascent at our own pace, and most importantly, safely. The day before, Ju-hyuk and his assistants were clearing the 28th floor, and they had to work up a sweat there due to jungle trolls attacking from giant trees. Clearing a C++ rank area would have been difficult if Corsac had been alone, but fortunately the group also included Keksik, who stood out for his strength. If you recall how he dealt with those enormous trees, it becomes clear that with a bit more intelligence, Keksik would be a true SSR rank character. Keksik would break trees, flinging trolls off them like chestnuts falling from trees, while Corsac would put the finishing touch on the fight by chopping monsters to pieces. However, the 29th floor they were about to clear today wouldn't be over so easily, so Ju-hyuk put on his gas mask in advance. This floor was called "What Disgusting Guys Are Roaming Everywhere," oozing yellow pus and slime, and there had been numerous instances where players fell ill during the clear. Thorough preparation was necessary, and Bon Ju-hyuk began by summoning his assistants. Keksik was on the scene shortly thereafter. A few moments later, John Corsac arrived, ready to assist, once again stating that he was an SSR character. And so the entire group set off for the tower. This time they had to defeat 20 plague trolls, and the guys once again confirmed that they didn't need protective masks. The summoned characters didn't get sick. Besides, it was hard to breathe and move in the mask, so they immediately set off to destroy the plague trolls. Thanks to these two helpers who didn't care about getting sick, the hunting speed turned out to be much higher than on the previous floor. So before long, all the plague trolls were destroyed. Mission accomplished, level up, and rewards received. Korsak and Keksik looked like little kids. They stared at the summoner, wondering if they'd be getting a team dinner tonight. Instead of answering, Ju Hyuk said he was truly sorry, and the guys didn't even have time to figure out exactly what Mr. Bond was apologizing for. And at that moment, the young man canceled the summons and sent his assistants to the supply room. All because he didn't want the plague-ridden filth smeared all over his assistants to get into his new home. The next day in the gym of the Department of Awakened Affairs, a young woman was lifting weights. It was none other than Korea's number 2, fencer Nam Ga-eun, who was now on the 62nd floor of the tower. A dark zombie awaited her there. Its dark aura was consuming and corroding the player during the battle. Ga-eun was very upset. She saw no chance of victory at that moment and was already thinking she had reached her limit. But at the same time, even if that were the case, as long as she was an elite player, she had to try to conquer this floor until her body gave out. The girl needed a positive mindset, so she worked out and drank protein shakes to keep her energy up. Suddenly, she noticed a crowd of people running down the hallway, and Lee Min-ah was among them. Ye-yoon asked what had happened and where everyone was rushing to. Surprised, the department head asked, had the young woman really spent all her time at the gym and not seen the news? The department head reported that Yoo Cheol-min had turned out to be a traitor to the homeland, and this had become a tragedy for the entire country. The Korean Department for the Management of the Awakened was concerned only with politics and had completely neglected the work of the elite team. The future of the Republic of Korea looked very bleak, and level-headed people had already realized where things were headed. Therefore, Yoo Cheol-min announced at a press conference that, effective today, he was leaving Korea and would now play as a Japanese player. Bong Ju-hyuk was just as frightened and alarmed as absolutely every resident and player in the country who understood even a little bit where this might lead. Captain Jeon confirmed that the number 1 player was receiving Japanese citizenship, and now the Bureau of Awakened Affairs had invited Bond to negotiations. Jeon Kwanil didn't know how long it would take Bong Ju-hyuk to climb to the 60th floor, and of course this was an entirely predictable question, the very reason the player had been summoned. Ju-hyuk understood that if he climbed 1 floor per day, he would reach the target floor in 37 days, and at first glance that might seem feasible. But the young man said it was impossible to do it in 90 days. If he encountered a difficult section, he would need at least 10 days to prepare before the climb. Moreover, the contract stipulates that he climbs the floors at his own discretion and pace. Captain Jeon, of course, understood and remembered all of this perfectly well. After all, they had signed the contract only recently, and his conscience wouldn't allow him to ask for a favor, but the entire department was in despair, and they were ready to grasp at any straw. Ju-hyuk thought he shouldn't look so miserable, because what's impossible is impossible, and you can't promise something you're not sure about. At that moment, the door to Captain Jeon's office burst open without a knock, and Nam Ga-eun stormed in. The young woman immediately stated that she had heard from Lee Min-ah that the U.S. was willing to lend items with light attributes. The captain said that an official and definitive response had not yet been received. Right now, it's difficult to obtain items with light attributes anywhere in the world. The young woman apologized for her sharp tone and for causing a disturbance. On top of that, she noticed the captain had a guest. Ju-hyuk broke out in a sweat at the sight of the beauty and gaped. The captain tried to figure out how to introduce the young man, since he couldn't very well say that this was the very same C++ genius. The young man came up with an excuse. He said he'd stopped by to sell a few things. Incidentally, he had recently acquired something and had just heard that the girl was missing an item with a light attribute. Ju-hyuk took out the sword he was planning to sell and offered Ga-eun a chance to try it out. Ju-hyuk didn't know how good the sword was. He'd been told it was an upgraded version, and Ga-eun asked to take a look at the sword for a moment. The girl reached out toward the item, and a status window immediately appeared before her. She read that it was an exclusive sacred sword, highly effective against undead. It increases attack power against undead and boosts the chance of a critical hit. It was unbelievable. But Gaon had never even heard of such effects. Jaeon couldn't contain her joy. She immediately rushed over to hug and kiss the guy. With tears in her eyes, the girl begged Ju-hyuk to lend her the sword just this once, promising she would do anything in return. Ju-hyuk wasn't expecting much, but a picture of a celebration immediately popped into his head, one in which he would play one of the leading roles. Dressed in a handsome suit with a bow tie and a flower in his pocket, he would stand happily beside a beautiful bride, ready to walk with him through life until the end. During their honeymoon, which would take place somewhere on a beach, the young man wanted to know when they would have a child and what name they would give the baby. The girl replied something about a sacred sword, and Ju-hyuk said that was a really silly name for a child. She should just come closer so he could kiss her. The guy only came to his senses when he heard loud shouts and finally returned to reality, which clearly didn't match his dreams. But still, the beautiful Nam Ga-eun was there too, and she was happy that the guy had lent her his sacred sword. Ju-hyuk didn't even realize he drifted off into his own daydreams. He assured her he would definitely lend her the sword, and she could tell him about it later. Ji-yeon was absolutely thrilled and said that if Player Bon ever needed anything, he could come to her anytime. Armed with her new sword, Nam Ga-eun told the guys she was heading to the 62nd floor right away. The captain wished the beauty good luck and told her to come back safe and sound, while Ju-hyuk thought that a review from a player like her would help sell the sword at a very good price, although it's clear that such junk can't be worth much. Nam Ga-eun entered the floor. She had to defeat 20 dark zombies here, and all of her stats had been boosted to match her level. The zombies had already sensed that something that shouldn't be alive had appeared on the floor, and so they were about to destroy it right away. The undead advanced, drawn by the scent of a living human, spreading poisons around them that weakened the players. Ga-eun thought she would probably never get used to the paralyzing tension and the repulsive energy that made her want to flee this floor immediately. Ga-eun decided to activate the white glow of the sacred sword right away. She wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible and leave this place. The glow turned out to be dimmer than she'd expected. Usually, the glow of light attribute items she'd used so far had been much brighter. All she could do was hope that everything would be all right. It was a rather makeshift way to fight, with no guarantees whatsoever. On top of that, the undead were already rushing in from all sides, intent on destroying her. Ga-eun realized she had no choice but to test the sacred sword's effectiveness in battle, so she finally decided to face the enemy head-on instead of running away, and she too charged at the enormous zombie rushing toward her. After all, this is the very essence of a player's fate, and Ga-eun brought her sword down on the monster, which was trying to intercept it with its bare hand. The girl felt a dark aura begin to envelop her body. She was paralyzed and unable to attack. Ga-eun felt a heaviness throughout her body and realized that nothing had changed despite using this sacred sword. Now she could barely stand leaning on it for support. The zombie's enormous, clawed paw was closing in on her head, and it seemed as though this was the last moment of her life, because Ga-eun would not have time to escape. And at that moment, the sacred sword skill called Unshakable Mind activated, and a bright light scorched the zombie's head like fire. Ga-eun jumped to her feet, not understanding what was happening to her, and raised her sword above her head, illuminating everything around her with a bright light. Then something amazing happened. She dealt critical damage to the dark zombie, and the dark aura that had been enveloping her was completely neutralized. Realizing how much the situation had changed, Nam Ga-eun returned to the fight and began dealing critical damage left and right. The dark zombie let out a piercing scream as the holy sword sliced through it. And just like that, the first dark zombie was defeated. Ga-eun noted with surprise that it was quite simple and entirely doable. Captain Jong was very anxious, as it had already been 2 hours since Nam Ga-eun entered the floor. Whenever the girl failed to clear a floor, she would return after roughly that amount of time. The man was very worried, trying to guess how Ji-eun was doing, and suddenly, completely out of the blue, Nam Ga-eun returned from the tower, stunning the captain and delighting the player Bon. Before she could say a word, she drank a healing potion. The men assumed she hadn't managed to clear the dungeon. It's a real shame that this can't be done even with the sacred sword. Ju-hyuk honestly admitted to the beauty that he was very glad to see her safe and sound. Of course, the main thing was that she was alive. Ju-hyuk wanted to know if the sacred sword had been even a little bit useful. If it was completely useless, then there was no need to be shy, he should just admit it honestly. But instead of speaking, Ga-eun pressed herself against him, causing his system to completely shut down. After all, he was being hugged by a woman, and it wasn't his mom. The very next moment, Ju Hyuk resumed his daydreaming, this time imagining himself at a parent-teacher conference at an elementary school. Ga-yoon finally spoke up. She thanked the player for lending her the sacred sword and said that without it, she would have definitely failed. Ga-eun glanced at the captain, who had no idea what was going on, and said that the floor sweep had been successful, though of course there were still a few things to check. But if everything went well, it might even be possible to conquer the 66th floor with this sacred sword. And Captain Jeong was absolutely thrilled. Everything was simply wonderful, because if Ju Hyuk had brought his sacred sword just a little earlier, it would have gone to the #1 player, Yoo Cheol-min. And the news would have reported that player Yoo Cheol-min had appropriated all the support items from the administration department and moved to Japan. That would have been terrible. Now the captain was looking at this strange man named Bong Ju-hyuk and continuing to be amazed since he was setting C++ records and possessed unusual items. Ga-yoon finally broke up with her boyfriend, apologizing for her impulsiveness, and he said he was now living his best life. Nam Ga-eun took out the sacred sword and said she'd done a great job with it, but the blade was damaged in many places, even though it had been in poor condition to begin with. Captain Jeong said there was no need to worry since there were many skilled blacksmiths in the player's shop workshop. If they repaired it, the sword would last a long time yet. The repairs, of course, will be paid for by the department, and Ju Hyuk wondered if it wouldn't be better for him to sell the sword, since the department would need it to clear out the 60th floors. However, the captain believed it would be better for the young man not to sell the sword. Instead, the department would rent it from him on a regular basis. Retaining ownership of this sword would be much more financially advantageous for the player Bona. In addition to Korea, there are hundreds of towers scattered around the world. Few countries have reached the 60th floor yet, but their numbers will gradually increase, and the player will be able to lend the sword to these countries. You can set the rental fee at 10 billion won per use. Captain Jeon advised trying this method, since according to the management department statistics, it's the better option. But if the player isn't satisfied with something, they can speak up at any time. There was, however, a thought that there might be nothing to be dissatisfied with. Ju Hyuk was absolutely thrilled. The rental business is always pure profit. Ju Hyuk said that this time he had lent his sword for free and would not charge the department a rental fee. But starting from the next floor, it would be mandatory, and only in the amount of 1 billion. The captain needs to promote the sacred sword well, and then in the future, the player will have many customers all over the world. The captain was very surprised that today's rent wouldn't have to be paid, and he thanked Ju Hyuk, promising to do his very best. Bon Ju Hyuk hadn't been in such a great mood in a long time, but the prospect of earning 10 billion per rental was still very exciting, and it seemed that being the owner of a sacred sword was cooler than being any landowner. The young man personally prepared a delicious hot meal for his assistants. He let them eat as much as they wanted and looked quite happy. Both summoned warriors couldn't hold back their tears of joy because Summoner Bon had prepared the meal personally for them, and only Summoner Bon treated them so well. Ju Hyuk advised them to eat as much as they wanted and not hold back in any way. The young man now sported a smug smile because he had become rich thanks to these two. That evening, all the news channels aired special reports covering the successful clearing of the floor using the sacred sword and the new hope for the entire country, Nam Ga-eun. The next 10 days were exactly the same. Ju Hyuk and his assistants cleared the 28th floor over and over again. And finally, the long-awaited day of the new random summoning arrived, one that required careful preparation and a very serious approach. The young man washed himself thoroughly in the bathhouse, trimmed his fingernails and toenails, and even changed into new clothes. He had completely cleansed his stomach by fasting since the previous evening and was now meditating to clear his mind in the hope of summoning someone strong and powerful. Finally, Ju Hyuk poured himself some purified water, reasoning that water from the water cooler was technically purified water. With half an hour left until the random summoning cooldown ended, Ju Hyuk began praying to all the gods at once. He begged them to summon him the highest level character, one that was legendary, super rare, and special. Korsak tried to calm the player down, saying that everything would be fine, because there's no way some idiot like Keksik could show up twice in a row. Such morons don't get summoned. The player asked him not to interrupt his positive mindset and inquired what was wrong with Mr. Keksik. After all, it was thanks to that barbarian warrior that they had cleared so many floors at the C++ rank. Corsac, of course, didn't want to admit that was the case, but at the same time, he couldn't deny the fact, so he said he was just trying to calm down the summoner, Bon. Looking at Keksik's happy, enlightened face, Corsac seethed with rage. He was annoyed by this character's stupidity because their rival was about to appear. But that player said they needed to focus. The summoning time had finally arrived, and as soon as it did, the player activated a random summon. Everyone watched in silence, holding their breath in hopes of a high-ranked character and afraid to jinx it. Finally, the summoning was over, and the newly summoned character thanked the summoner for the summon. It turned out to be the maiden young Dalra. She humbly greeted the young Master Bon. Everyone froze in their seats in astonishment. The summoned character was clearly not the one they had expected to see. There were only two thoughts in my head. Is that the woman? And what should we do? These two phrases changed their tone and swirled through all three of our minds at once. Soon after the girl appeared, her equipment followed quite strange, just like the beauty herself. Dalra took a sword in one hand and a rattle in the other, and declared that she swore to devote all her strength to serving Lord Bon. Examining the sword and rattle in the girl's hands, Ju Hyuk surmised that she was a shaman. In fact, they had never encountered such a character before. Dalra was in a very combative mood, believing that Mr. Corsac had given her a cheeky look. She drew her weapon and asked how this insolent man dared to stare at the maiden's body with such a lecherous gaze. He probably needed a good beating to bring him to his senses. Corsac began to make excuses, saying he was just looking because he was curious. However, the girl demanded that he stop lying. Dalray declared that the guys could consider this a warning. If they dared to harbor dark thoughts while looking at her beauty, they would not escape God's punishment. Ju Hyuk tried to interject a few words before the characters started arguing, but he received such a withering glare that he was even more frightened than he would have been by some monster. But the next moment, the beauty lowered her eyes and said that the summoner could look as much as he wanted. He'd better sit back comfortably and admire her. Ju Hyuk realized he shouldn't expect a character with a normal personality, but then he glanced at the girl's rank, and it was C++, an absolute victory and stroke of luck. She was at the same level as Corsac after his promotion, but the relationship between this pair was simply awful. Ju Hyuk carefully studied the character's profile. Dao Rei was a strict, majestic, and serious high shaman of a special, ultra-rare rank. The young man thought that all his prayers and rituals had influenced her appearance, and so the player immersed himself in the memories of the newly summoned character, young Dao Rei. Doing this for the third time was no longer scary at all. It even felt natural. At first, the young man couldn't figure out where he was. It seemed as if he were standing in front of a huge Buddhist temple. The sound of bells rang out in the air, echoing throughout the surrounding area. Young Dalray was the daughter of Mujon, emperor of the Celestial Empire. From childhood, she had been fascinated by the state religion of the Celestial Empire and became a shaman at the imperial temple. After the death of her father, Emperor Mujon, her younger brother ascended to the throne, but he was soon killed by their uncle, who usurped the imperial crown. In her rage, the young woman swore to take brutal revenge and performed a ritual of a deadly curse. But her uncle used all his power and resources to prepare for his niece's retaliation. All manner of magical barriers were set up throughout the palace, and a scapegoat was even prepared to take the deadly curse in his place. Having served the supreme deity of the Celestial Empire since childhood, Dalray was the greatest shaman of her generation. Nothing could stop her power, and her uncle was destroyed. However, using a deadly curse for personal revenge goes against the will of the heavens. The girl managed to take her revenge, but evil remains evil, even when committed in the name of good. She had to pay for successfully casting the deadly curse with her own life. Looking at young Dalray's past life, everything becomes clear, where her charisma, delicate appearance, and extremely serious nature come from. The girl looked very shy and obedient. She said she was ready to answer any questions her master might have. Ju Hyuk asked what the name of the founder of the Celestial Empire was, and it turned out to be the great Emperor Gyeonghwan. He was a majestic figure. He defeated the malicious Wang and Kim clans, expanded the empire's territory, and changed the country's name. Suddenly, something clicked in the young man's mind, and some of his thoughts turned out to be surprising. Could it really be that very same Gyeonghwan, the founder of the late Baekje? and the girl confirmed that this was indeed the case. Bong Joon-hyuk realized that they were talking about parallel universes. In the world where Dalray had lived before, there was the later Baekje, and it was this kingdom that eventually unified the three kingdoms. Corsac also mentioned that with his previous summoner, he had been in a place similar to modern Earth. After listening to the rest of the story, it became clear that the history leading up to the Celestial Empire was exactly the same as on Earth, and that the storylines diverged, starting with the Three Kingdoms period. It was astonishing. It all explained why the princess was of royal blood. Her charisma wasn't just empty talk, unlike her stomach, which was growling with hunger. Joo-hyuk suggested that since everyone was gathered there, they should all have some ramen. Corsac asked for something not spicy, but the princess said that being picky about food went against the rules of etiquette. Corsac told the newcomer that Summoner Bon made the best ramen in the world. Keksik was also looking forward to it, and the player asked them to wait just a little while. He'd have everything ready very quickly. However, she suddenly started scolding the guys. She couldn't understand how they could be so brazen. For ordinary summons, Corsac and Keksik deserve a severe beating. The girl couldn't understand how they could just sit there and let the young gentleman cook the meal himself. After that, the princess ordered everyone to stand up quickly, and even the player jumped up in fright. Corsac tried to ask if she wasn't overstepping her bounds, since they were both SSR rank players. But the princess said that this fool apparently didn't know his place. She honestly wanted to limit herself to just a reprimand, but it seemed she'd have to cast a curse on him to knock some sense into his head. Corsac started shouting that he didn't want to curse and hated them anyway, and begged her not to do it. The guy immediately rushed to the kitchen and said he'd make ramen right then and there himself, while Keksik went to help him. Joo-hyuk was now relieved of his cooking duties and asked Dalray if she'd like to go to the tower with them after lunch. The girl promised to serve him with the utmost loyalty. All he had to do was give the order. And so after lunch together, the whole group entered the 30th floor of the Black Tower. It was immediately clear that the princess's presence had its advantages, because she kept Corsac on a tight leash. As soon as Corsac tried to stop the summoner and keep him out of the battle, Dalray immediately declared that the insolent fellow had no manners, and that she was going to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Seeing that he could now hunt in peace, Joo-hyuk estimated that he could catch about 10 monsters today. John Corsac was ready and, drawing his daggers, said that loyalty and safety came first. He would kill all the monsters with ease. Keksik promised to do everything in his power and protect the summoner even at the cost of his own life. Dalray was satisfied with the boy's words. She realized that they simply didn't know proper etiquette, but their hearts were in the right place. And if that was the case, then it would take very little work to train them, and this group would be in perfect order. On this floor, the group had to defeat 80 trolls of various types and one two-headed troll. Joo-hyuk couldn't imagine how a shaman participated in battle, judging by the girl's past, most likely through a curse. Dalray surveyed the crowd of trolls and pulled a strange object from her arsenal. It turned out to be a portable speaker, which the princess hung around her neck and turned on. In one hand she held a sword, and in the other, a bell. The girl explained that she usually needed a drummer to keep the beat, but since she was traveling alone, she had come up with this makeshift solution. Corsac and Keksik rushed to attack the trolls, who had already grown impatient and were standing in a large group in the distance. Dalray pressed a button on the player, and the sound of music that echoed through the forest turned out to be strange and very distinctive. The girl raised her sword and shouted a prayer. May the blessings of the gods of heaven and earth be upon young Master Bon, and may the evil spirits depart. It was a rather strange shamanic ritual taking place inside the Black Tower. The amulet on the girl's chest began to glow and cast a spell. Joo-hyuk watched the proceedings with interest and soon noticed that the magic wasn't affecting only the monsters. To everyone's surprise, Keksik began to grow larger and larger. It seemed as though he was increasing in size several times over. The barbarian warrior was very surprised himself, but when he came under attack from 4 trolls at once, Keksik realized that his skin had become as hard as metal, and he felt an incredible surge of strength. John Corsac moved even faster from one troll to another, chopping them to pieces. It was an incredible high and a crazy intensification of his senses. The player had assumed that the princess would impose restrictions on the monsters, but it turned out that she could enhance the abilities and traits of her companions. On top of everything else, the monsters had noticeably slowed down, which meant that buffs and debuffs were being applied simultaneously. The player had never heard of anything like this before. Bonju-yuk felt his fighting spirit boiling over. He couldn't hold it back and felt capable of anything right then and there. However, before he could reach the first troll, the princess stopped the player, saying it would be better to leave the battle to his subordinates and that the summoner should simply watch calmly. Ju-hyuk tried to say that he would kill a couple of trolls and come back, but the princess didn't understand why Mr. Bon wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with such lowly creatures. Soon the player realized that the situation was much more serious than with Korsak and Keksik, so he ordered the princess to let him go immediately, but it turned out to be too late. The floor had been cleared, and this time Ju-hyuk didn't manage to catch a single troll. He should have just pushed that girl aside and gone into battle, regardless of whether she was screaming or not. Dalray tried to calm her master down and explain her behavior. And then something terrible happened. The brave and fearless sorceress began to sob. Seeing the bitter tears streaming from the girl's eyes, the player thought this was due to her absolute obedience and the third point of the summoning principles. Of course, it's always nice to see an SSR-ranked character weep, but she really needed to stop because a woman's tears are simply a nightmare. Dalray said she was very afraid of losing Mr. Bon because she always loses everyone she cares about. And even if Mr. Bon were to disappear, she doesn't know how it would all end for her. Her heart would be broken forever. And now the moment had finally come when Ju-hyuk felt like a complete idiot. He was ready to crawl on his knees and beg for forgiveness. Dalray lost her father at a young age, was betrayed by her uncle, witnessed her younger brother's death, and as she cast deadly curses in the name of revenge, never considered how her own life would end. Now standing before the player was a girl who had lost everyone dear to her in her past life. Recruits aren't just tools to be judged by their rank. They are people with feelings and minds, and perhaps her initial harshness is merely a mask hiding her vulnerability. Ju-hyuk patted the girl on the head and told her not to worry. He wouldn't go anywhere dangerous, and he promised her that. At that moment, the men were running as fast as they could toward their master to tell him that the floor sweep had been carried out with style and precision, and suddenly Korsak realized that the summoner hadn't participated in the hunt today. But seeing the bitter tears streaming from the princess's eyes, Korsak wanted to know why she was crying. Perhaps the summoner had scolded her for being rude to them. Ju-hyuk tried to say that wasn't the case. Besides, Korsak himself needed to be scolded regularly for being rude to Keksik. Upon hearing these words, Dalray turned to the assassin who had dared to approach her master, covered head to toe in demon blood. The girl was once again convinced that a course in etiquette was needed here, and Korsak agreed to anything, as long as she would remove the bells. Soon the entire group left the tower. Ju-hyuk thanked his assistants for their excellent work and sent them off to rest. Of course, a bonus was provided for the accumulated platinum badges. Player Bon was eager to find out what it would be this time. It was a ticket to reset the cooldown on an item or skill, and it was sent to his exclusive inventory. The cooldown reset was a divine tier item that allowed him to use a random summon again immediately. Perhaps he should have used it right away. But the young man looked around at his assistants and decided it would be wasteful to use the summoning now when they already had more than enough firepower. Ju-hyuk decided to save this skill for a situation where he'd be backed into a corner, while the princess was explaining the rules of tea ceremony etiquette to the guys at that moment. Nam Ga-eun successfully conquered a few more floors, and now all the TV news programs were running reports on it. The anchor suggested watching footage from the mission involving the skeletons on the 63rd floor. If you look closely, the footage shows that an item with a divine attribute called the Sacred Sword became the key to defeating the undead. Thanks to the sword, the dark aura was neutralized, and the undead were no different from ordinary monsters. As the deadline for clearing the 66th floor approached, the public was concerned because player Yu Cheolmin had taken Japanese citizenship and left the country. The director of the Awakened Department, Mr. Park, said he understood people's concerns and made one promise. The 66th floor would be conquered within a month. In addition, there are plans to launch a global business renting out the Sacred Sword, but the Sacred Sword will not be rented to any country associated with the player Yu Cheolmin. Cheolmin was furious and, throwing his drink, smashed the TV. The young man began smashing everything in his apartment. After all, if the department had such an item, they should have given it to him from the very beginning, and then he would have cleared all the floors. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and one of the representatives from the Japanese Department of the Awakened appeared. He surveyed the complete chaos in the room and asked what had happened. The fact was that the department representative wanted to know when Mr. Yu planned to clear the 57th floor. The player recalled that he was currently resting and had been told that he didn't need to rush through this floor. The official then explained that Japan is currently in such a predicament that they cannot even borrow the sacred sword, and the leadership is demanding that the 57th floor be cleared as soon as possible. The player confirmed he would do so the next day, and the official was very pleased, saying the Prime Minister would be delighted to hear the news. And while they were at it, the department representative suggested appearing live on television that would instantly silence the discontented across the country. Chul-min agreed to that as well, and the man left completely satisfied. He said the TV would be replaced shortly, and that the player should get some rest. Yu Chul-min was furious. Both Korea and Japan knew exactly how to infuriate him. Furthermore, that mysterious sacred sword that had dropped for an unknown player, it absolutely had to be destroyed. All the news outlets and platforms were reporting on South Korea's major triumph in conquering the 63rd floor. Player Nam Ga-eun swings her enormous two-handed sword with ease. It was the first item with a divine attribute, and everyone wanted to know who owned it. Bong Joo-hyuk has now gotten into the habit of regularly reading the news and enjoying how much everyone is talking about him. Just then there was a knock at the door, and the delivery person announced that he had brought the order, 10 buckets. They were quite heavy, so he offered to help carry them inside. The young man declined the help. He had just bought 10 buckets of the most premium ice cream, the kind he used to just stare at every time he walked into the store. After all, 1 billion won would soon be deposited into Joo-hyuk's bank account, so this was all a trifle, and now he could enjoy this delicacy. Ever since Kyung-dal-rae entered their lives, none of the conscripts touched their food until Joo-hyuk took the first bite. Keksik was absolutely delighted with the ice cream. It was delicious, sweet, and made his tongue melt. Korsak advised Keksik not to say goodbye to his tongue, or else he'd die, and the ice cream really was very tasty. Dal-ra believed that the behavior of this low-class rabble was truly beyond all vulgarity. After all, anyone who knows etiquette must be able to control their emotions, no matter how excited they may be. But in the very next moment, the girl broke the mold. She tasted the ice cream and said it was amazing. John Korsak immediately called her out. He said her expression was vulgar, that he'd seen everything, and that she hadn't been able to control herself and had forgotten all about etiquette. The princess cleared her throat and said her lips were truly in heaven. She'd never tasted anything so sweet, not even in the imperial palace. Keksik realized that the princess was changing the subject, and his comment made the usher laugh. Dal-rae said that young Master Bon's gift of ice cream had deeply touched her heart. Joo-hyuk promised to buy more ice cream next time and realized that even the princess thought it was delicious. Dal-rae suggested before her call ended that they perform a ritual to bring good luck to Bon Joo-hyuk or ward off misfortune from him. The girl asked if there was anything currently troubling the young gentleman's mind and suggested he tell her more. Korsak told the princess about Yu Chul-min, and the princess flew into a rage, unable to understand how anyone could be such a scoundrel. One who possesses great power must devote himself to the safety of the people and the nation. The young woman said that this was completely unthinkable and that she would not let it go. She would do everything in her power to make Yu Chul-min pay for his betrayal. Korsak was satisfied. He agreed with the true princess's words, confirming that she was absolutely right to be angry. Dal-rae asked if Mr. Bon could get hold of an item that Yu Chul-min had once used. Joo-hyuk had read that he should forget about him, since he was now playing for the Japanese and wasn't worth paying attention to. But the girl believed that this man had renounced his humanity. If such a person were left alone, injustice would prevail. Joo-hyuk categorically forbade Dal-rae from using the deadly curse, because it has repercussions, and he wouldn't let the girl suffer just to destroy a piece of shit like that. Korsak immediately began praising Mr. Bon, calling him the most compassionate, wise, and best person on earth. Dal-rae was very grateful and moved by the young gentleman's concern, but she promised to cast a non-lethal curse instead. The girl said that this would be a ritual of karma. By imposing karma, Yu Chul-min would face the consequences of his actions much sooner. He would experience both good fortune and misfortune, depending on the deeds he had committed. Nothing new. It's been this way since the days of the Garden of Eden. His fortune and misfortune will simply be determined by the laws of the universe, and Mr. Bon can rest assured the princess will come to no harm. Juyuk decided that in that case he would not interfere and would allow the girl to carry out her act of justice. Soon Korsak, who had been summoned again, returned. He had been sent somewhere on a special mission. The assassin, unable to hide a satisfied smile, held the TV remote control that Yu Cheol-min had been using. It wasn't hard at all to get hold of an item that the former #1 player had used. Juyuk easily found out his address through the team leader, Lee Min-ah. It turned out he had left his furniture and belongings behind in his haste to escape. Dalray pulled a knife from its sheath and said she would now begin the ritual of karma. The girl didn't even flinch when she slit her finger with the knife, and blood spurted in all directions. Drops of blood dripped onto the remote control, and the shaman began to recite the incantation. "O gods of heaven and earth, look upon your servant. Let him reap what he has sown. Let him receive what he has built. If his karma is as great as a mountain, let that mountain crumble today. If it is as deep as a river, let it overflow today. The gods of heaven and earth must weigh this man's deeds, and let them do so on the scales of the universe, so that all may be fair and just, and karma may befall this man." Soon the ritual was over, and the remote control fell to the floor of the room before the eyes of the stunned audience. Dalray said that it was all over now, and they would leave the rest to the judgment of the heavens. If his sins were minor, then a modest misfortune would befall this man. And at that moment, a special and long-awaited guest appeared in the Japanese television studio. It was Japan's greatest player, Mr. Yu Cheol-min, who stepped into the bright spotlight and shone like a brand new coin. The young man was invited into the studio. He took his place at the center and was ready to answer questions from the audience. First, the TV host thanked Mr. Yu for agreeing to come on the show. The host immediately mentioned that the young man planned to clean the 57th floor today, but there was still plenty of time left before the deadline. Coleman said that he really had no reason to rush, but he wanted to give hope to citizens who had lost heart due to recent events. The host said that, as a Japanese citizen, he was very pleased to hear such words, but that Mr. Yu should think first and foremost about his own safety, since Japan had recently suffered a tragedy by losing its best player. Coleman advised him not to worry about it. The last time he was on the 57th floor, he cleared it in just 8 hours. And now that his level is higher, the player guarantees he'll clear it in 5 hours. The player promised to cut the clear time by several hours, and as long as he's here, Japan is safe. He'll prove it to all viewers right now. Cheol-min entered the Black Tower. His physical stats and abilities have been boosted to the required level. The player hadn't done any clearing in a while. This floor had flying wyverns. He had to defeat 15 fire wyverns, monsters that hunted orcs but were, in essence, the kings of the skies, second only to dragons. Cheol-min had already studied all the patterns of the 57th floor during countless clear runs, and it would be strange if he somehow failed. But it was time to begin the sweep, and the young man was making his way through the area when he suddenly heard a strange sound. He looked around, unsure of what it was. Cheol-min felt as if he'd been struck by a chill, and his overall well-being deteriorated sharply. The player decided to finish this floor as quickly as possible and get some rest. He pulled out his crossbow. Clearing the tower is essentially a solo game, so the key to success in one-on-one battles is crucial because even at a high level, it's dangerous if the player is surrounded by a horde of giant monsters. So the player began singling out lone wyverns and killing them one by one, and just now an arrow from his crossbow pierced the paw of one of the beasts. Before the fire wyvern could attack, the player fired several more arrows at it. As an archer, you need to maintain your distance as a monster approaches. But the young man Cheol-min was a master of every weapon, and if the wyverns got too close, he would simply switch to melee combat and finish them off. For now, though, he had to start with arrows and rain down as many as he could. However, for some reason, the arrows were ricocheting off the monsters' bodies instead of piercing them. The player wasn't very happy with this outcome. Usually his calculations were spot on, but now he had to pull out his sword and shield. The thing was, 2 flying monsters were approaching him at once. He knew it would be tough, but he could still handle 2 of them. In the end, both wyverns were destroyed, but it took an enormous effort. Cheol-min didn't understand what was happening to him today. He hadn't landed a single critical hit. The young man decided he couldn't afford to make even one more mistake, so he drew his crossbow again. The player focused, prepared to shoot, and unexpectedly, even to himself, sneezed, causing the arrow to fly past the target. A group of wyverns was soaring through the air, and they immediately noticed the crossbow arrow whizzing past them. Now 3 flying monsters were rapidly closing in on the player, who had never fought such a large number of beasts before. Chul-min understood that if he left the tower now, he would immediately end up on live broadcast, so leaving was out of the question. The player pulled out a massive spear and now stood with it, trying to fend off the fire attacks from 3 wyverns at once. This fire breath was extremely powerful. Wyverns rarely used it because of the excessive strain it placed on them, but now they were unleashing it simultaneously. Chul-min realized he didn't have time to calculate cooldowns and needed to use every ultimate and finishing move he had. Eventually this battle was over as well, and the 3 fire wyverns lay defeated on the ground. The player was completely exhausted. He'd had terrible luck from the very beginning, but in the end, everything worked out well. Thanks to the fact that the wyverns attacked in a group, he managed to take out 5 of them in an hour. He needed to deliver the final blow and finish off the 5th wyvern. It was already weak, and it would be over quickly. The player thought he would set a new record of around 4 hours, and that it would make headlines in all the newspapers. However, the wyvern wasn't going to give up easily. It tried to resist, but its attacks were too weak to harm the player. Chul-min decided that this was a typical situation, but one with no room for error. He would dodge to the side and finish it off with a counterattack. Suddenly there was a crunch under his feet. The player looked down and, to his horror, saw a shocking sight. Of course, one could say this was the height of bad luck. But somehow Chul-min had stumbled into a wyvern's nest, where a brood of hatchlings was destroyed right before his eyes. The guy couldn't fathom the odds of wyverns which nest only at high altitudes, laying an egg on the ground. Furthermore, it's unclear what the odds are of stepping on that very egg before something hatches from it, or what the odds are that the nearest flock will hear the chick's cries. And what are the odds of not landing a single critical hit in an entire hour? As he listed all these terrible coincidences, the player became convinced that this was a real curse, and now he ran as fast as he could toward the safe zone. Chul-min chose to make a fool of himself, considering it better than dying, and at the last moment dashed into the safe zone, dodging the claws of a giant wyvern. At that very moment, a girls' dance group was performing on stage, singing a song about how Yusan is their hero and he never fails. Right in the middle of the song, before the eyes of the stunned audience, hosts and performers, the player appeared. Chul-min immediately began drinking healing potions. It was clear that the player had been severely injured. The TV host addressed the audience and asked them to welcome the player with applause and show their support. The host noted that there was still far too much time left, and he couldn't understand how the great player Chul-min had finished so quickly. Chul-min showed no reaction to the host's words. He turned around and left the studio, telling everyone to get lost. And of course, all the news agencies immediately began spreading breaking news that player Chul-min had failed the challenge, and his ratings were plummeting. When the player tried to secretly clear the same floor again, sources who preferred to remain anonymous reported yet another failure. Meanwhile, in South Korea, the 31st floor with a C++ rank was cleared in a row, and Bon Joo-hyuk was overjoyed by this. At the same time, South Korea's #1 player, Nam Ga-eun, successfully completed the 64th floor in 3 hours. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security was also following this news. It turns out that a local player named Gerald really wants to rent the sacred sword. His kleptomania has flared up again. Representatives from the Department of the Awakened said that, since this is the only item with a divine attribute found so far, Ralph himself wants to test it and use it to clear the 66th floor again. And of course, there was still time for the new floor, but he preferred to practice on his current level. The Minister of Internal Security didn't argue. He said he would make an official request through diplomatic channels and rent the sacred sword. The Director of Internal Affairs Operations for the Black Towers reported that the Prime Minister of Japan had contacted them. It was an unofficial request for the temporary naturalization of one of the American players. It seems that the player from Korea whom they naturalized did not live up to expectations, and now the country is on the brink of collapse. Moreover, these are no longer just temporary difficulties. The situation is critical, and time is running out by the day. The Prime Minister suggested telling the Japanese that the player's temporary naturalization is more than possible, but of course it will be carried out on their terms. This means they'll agree to anything, and then the U.S. government will be able to cover the cost of renting the sacred sword with what it receives from the Japanese. It should also be made clear that the negotiation process will be dragged out until the very last moment in order to squeeze as much as possible out of Japan. The news reported on a string of misfortunes that had befallen the player Yu Chio-min. The situation had reached the point where he was afraid to go outside due to public outrage. It was now clear that karma had indeed hit him hard. Ju Hyuk wanted to know how long this would last. Dalray said she felt sorry for him, of course, but that it wouldn't last forever. As soon as his karmic balance was restored, everything in this player's life would return to normal. Now everyone felt sorry for Chio-min, but when they recalled his media shenanigans, his embezzlement of items, and his betrayal of his homeland, that pity faded after all. He'd brought it all on himself, and he'd have to deal with the consequences on his own. Ju Hyuk announced to his comrades that they were heading out today to clear the 32nd floor, and Korsak immediately declared that loyalty and safety were his top priorities. Keksik said he would catch everyone in sight, and the princess replied that she was always ready. But before heading to the floor, Bon Ju Hyuk said he wanted to speak with Princess Kyung in private. The player invited the girl over and showed her the most delicious and popular ice cream flavors. The beauty could barely contain herself, and her heart was ready to leap out of her chest. Korsak immediately found the ice cream flavor that was the best of the month and ranked among the top 5 most delicious flavors. Keksik just kicked it into high gear and was ready to polish off every single bucket of ice cream. Ju Hyuk asked the guys to leave the ice cream alone and go to another room for a few minutes. He promised he'd buy them something tasty later, but the guys burst into tears over the injustice. Keksik promised he'd try even harder, while Korsak declared that nothing could heal his broken heart. The boys walked off dejectedly to another room, and Ju Hyuk was forced to promise to buy them some extra beef. The princess admitted that she was deeply moved by the young master's concern, because young Master Bon is a noble man capable of ruling the world. But then something unexpected happened. The player pulled all the ice cream toward him and said that it wasn't right for a great gentleman like him not to catch a single monster, so he would kill exactly 5 on each floor. Dalray agreed, just 1 monster, and was already reaching for the delicious dessert. But the cunning Mr. Bon managed to bargain his way into killing 3 monsters on each floor, and that's what they agreed on. Soon the entire group moved into the Black Tower. On this level, they had to defeat 22nd stage Minotaurs. They appeared from the 31st to the 35th floors. What made the Minotaurs unique was that the monster types and the tower's surroundings were exactly the same, perhaps because large monsters were becoming increasingly common in this area. For example, the Minotaur King stood about 6 meters tall, while a cupcake was only 3 meters tall. Now the players were facing second stage Minotaurs. They stood about 4 meters tall, and their overwhelming presence in person was no joke. Ju Hyuk had barely managed to convince the princess to let him do the killing, and of course it would be very foolish to back down now. At that moment, the girl cast a spell on the Minotaur, which turned out to be far too slow. Dalray cast buffs and debuffs on everyone present, and the balance of power shifted immediately. The Minotaurs were now fleeing from the little guy, who was rounding them up, grabbing 2 by the heads, and slamming them into each other until they were completely destroyed. Korsak stood to the side, ready to intervene at any moment, while everyone waited for the little guy to finish playing with the cows. Bon Ju Hyuk prepared to attack. It would have been strange if he hadn't succeeded, given such support from his summoned companions. Ju Hyuk approached one of the Minotaurs and, wielding his staff, prepared to strike. This had already been perfected through repeated clear runs, the primordial staff of thunder, its final 3rd form. A flash of falling thunder struck the Minotaur. Just as the name implied, it was an incredibly fast technique. Its power was as great as its speed, so the sensation was simply breathtaking. Of course, it was a little scary, but the player still managed to kill 3 of them without any trouble, and the buffed Keksik and Korsak quickly finished off the remaining Minotaurs. The next day, as soon as Nam Ga-eun returned from the cleanup, Lee Min-ah immediately praised her for her excellent work. The girl admitted that the 65th floor had been a bit tough, but the department head reassured her, saying she could try again, so there was no need to push herself too hard. Jae-yoon smiled and said that even though it had been difficult, that didn't mean she had failed. She had cleared the floor in 6 hours. And now, as previously planned, Ga-eun will begin clearing the 66th floor in 3 days. Lately, the mood in the community hadn't been too bad, but after a long debate, it was decided to clear the 66th floor ahead of schedule to gain half a year. In those 6 months, Player Bon will definitely reach the 60th floor. Lee Minah was still worried about what would happen if the sacred sword failed. Thanks to the masters, that shouldn't happen, but there is cause for concern. However, Captain What-In-It believed these worries were unfounded, since other players had reached those floors without the sacred sword, so a talent like Bon Ju-Hyuk would certainly be able to do the same. The captain believed that player Bon was a true anomaly, to the point that they didn't even need to worry if the sacred sword broke, since he held the record for 32 consecutive clears at the US++ rank. The department head informed the captain that his information was outdated and that he was mistaken. The fact is, the data had just been updated, and now the record stands at 33 consecutive clear runs at the C++ rank. In any case, the fact that the player Bon was an anomaly became even more obvious. The young man received a talisman that concealed his identity and now didn't know what to do with it all. Dal Rey said that with this talisman, people would see them as ordinary people and wouldn't be able to figure out who they really were. In the eyes of others, Mr. Bon would also look like an ordinary passerby. Long ago, the late emperor often used such a talisman. Ju-Hyuk now realized that with such talismans, his summoned creatures who knew nothing but the apartment and the tower would be able to go out and walk around with him. At that moment, a notification arrived that 1 billion won had been deposited. The reason was that the player Nam Ga-eun was about to head to the 65th floor. The young man thought that he had already rented out his sword 4 times and earned a huge pile of money, and that the day would soon come when he could properly show it off. In the meantime, they decided to go out to dinner as a group so that the summoned creatures could visit a restaurant for the first time. A girl he didn't know at all stared at the cupcake in surprise. Ju-Hyuk immediately tensed up, realizing that the talisman meant to conceal his identity hadn't worked. But then the girl smiled, calling the cupcake cute, and went on her way. Ju-Hyuk wanted to know exactly how this stranger had seen the cupcake, but he soon realized it didn't matter at all. Since no one was scared of a 3-meter-tall giant, it meant the effect was working well, so there was no need to worry about anything. They could just move on. Since their entire group had worked very hard on the last few difficult floors, the summoner suggested that his companions go to a restaurant and devour some beef. The meat at this restaurant was expensive, and Corsac immediately said he would eat in moderation, but the player allowed them to order as much as the guys could handle, even taking into account the cupcake's size and appetite. The very next morning, Ju-Hyuk summoned his summoned creatures, because there was no point in mentioning that the restaurant bill had come to 12 million won. You just have to understand, if they still want to eat beef and go to some interesting place, they'll have to work hard and earn more money. On the 34th floor, he had to kill 24th stage minotaurs. Now these giants were nearly 6 meters tall, and even looking up at them from below was terrifying, because the monster's size was staggering. The player thought he should focus on attacking the lower body, chopping off the minotaur's hooves, and then finishing it off once it fell. Corsac seemed to be reading his master's mind. He said that this cow's head was too big, but the summoner Bon can rely on him and not worry, because he'll take care of everything for his master in exchange. He asks for a promise that the player will catch only one monster. Ju-Hyuk immediately and readily confirmed that he would catch only one, and Corsac praised him for his quick decision and excellent teamwork. After that, Corsac went over to the chubby guy, who had to work off the beef he'd eaten, since he'd eaten more than anyone else. To do this, the warrior had to interlock his fingers, but not at chin level. Corsac demonstrated how it was done, and the chubby guy repeated the motion, interlocking his fingers and squatting down deeply. Everyone already knew how this attack would play out. Ju-Hyuk was now rapidly approaching the warrior, who was preparing to toss the summoner into the air. Ju-Hyuk ran up to the warrior and stepped on his hands, followed by a powerful upward throw. As the saying goes, when you've got strength, you don't need brains. This was exactly that kind of situation, because Ju-Hyuk flew high into the air, much higher than was necessary. It seemed to the young man that he would soon overcome Earth's gravity and break free into outer space, because he was still rising upward without slowing down. When he finally began to fall, it became clear that this would be the end of the player's life, since falling from such a height without crashing was simply impossible. The young man plummeted downward, thinking that after all, there were recruits here who were obligated to save him. At least, that's what he was desperately hoping for. Ju-Hyuk suddenly remembered something and used the step into the shadow technique. It felt as if he were falling into a trance and walking on air, as if jet engines had been attached to his feet. As soon as the young man imagined this, he immediately felt a certain energy in his feet, something unusual and very comfortable. After taking just a few steps, the player realized that it was mana, which was keeping him aloft and allowing him to move through space. Combined with the mana, the step into the shadow ability now allowed the player to walk through the air. He moved swiftly, feeling almost no fear or dread. The summoned creatures looked on in amazement at their master, who felt perfectly at ease and walked through the air as if he did it every day. Dalry was very surprised. She never would have imagined seeing someone walking through the sky in a place like this. The guys just stood there with their mouths agape. They watched as the summoner walked right across the sky, and it wasn't an optical illusion. It was happening right before their eyes. Corsac realized that the step into the shadow skill was being used right there in midair, and immediately sad memories came flooding back to the hired assassin. Once someone had told him, if you max out the step into the shadow skill, you can learn to walk across the sky. At the time, the young man didn't believe it and thought his boss was joking. But it turned out that all of this was possible, which meant that the summoner Bond possessed incredible talent. Juyuk continued to close in on the Minotaur just as rapidly, and the young man worried whether he'd be able to aim properly at such a tremendous speed. But he had no choice but to try. Juyuk pulled out the staff of primordial lightning and activated its third form. The Minotaur was also preparing to attack. It saw the player rapidly approaching, and all its power was now concentrated in its mighty paw. Juyuk cast lightning flash and struck with the staff, causing the Minotaur to fall to the ground, while the player managed to land thanks to the recoil from the attack. John Corsac was absolutely thrilled. He said it was amazing, a truly dazzling display of talent, and that even he couldn't do it himself. Kexic believed that the summoner Bond should be awarded the title of warrior, while the princess, struck by the young gentleman's talent, begged him to take care of himself. Corsac recalled that the player's safety was paramount and supported the princess, saying that his hair had stood on end from the excitement as well, and that the summoner shouldn't take any risks. Juyuk honestly admitted that he too had been a little flustered, but was glad that everything had turned out so well. Now everyone left Juyuk to rest and set out to deal with the remaining Minotaurs quickly, efficiently, and safely. As a result of clearing this floor of the tower, a reward in the form of a summoning rank-up rune was awarded. The young man was overjoyed. He'd received a summon rank boost rune as a standard reward, and it wasn't even a special bonus. He'd been incredibly lucky today. After leaving the tower, Juyuk thanked his summoned creatures for their excellent work and then invited Mr. Corsac for a private conversation. The young man wanted to know if Corsac could advance to the next level if he used the summoning rank-up rune again. But Corsac replied that it was absolutely impossible, because rank-ups using runes were only possible up to the SSR level. Meanwhile, Kexic was trying to find out exactly where they would be having dinner that night. He was ready to go out again because the warrior loves Korean barbecue. Corsac thought it was tactless to ask such questions, since Kexic had no idea how much the summoner had spent on that dinner. The princess also thought that, no matter how well he worked, his master wouldn't keep him if his belly were a bottomless pit. And although the little guy had promised to eat less and control himself right now, he looked utterly sad and miserable, while these two companions were demanding self-control and restraint from him. Juyuk didn't want to leave things as they were, so he walked over to the cupcake and handed him a rank-up rune. The barbarian thought his summoner was trying to treat him to something tasty, so the cupcake wouldn't eat too much at the restaurant. However, when the cupcake examined the item, his expression changed in surprise. Juyuk said that this was a rank-up rune specifically for Mr. Cupcake. He should take it and use it. Never before had so many bitter tears been shed in this room, tears that combined all the sadness and happiness of this mighty barbarian warrior. At the Chinese Special Intelligence Bureau, the deputy commissioner summoned a subordinate to his office first thing in the morning. He wanted to know why there was still no news about the sweep of the 59th floor. The man said that among the resources they had forcibly naturalized this time, more than half had been reported missing in the tower, and this had caused the delay. It seems that cases where players take their own lives right inside the tower are not at all uncommon. The deputy commissioner of the Chinese Special Intelligence Bureau considered such players to be useless idiots. He had compiled a list of players on the elite Korean team. His subordinate was very surprised. He couldn't imagine where the commissioner had gotten this list. But the commissioner felt he shouldn't stick his nose where it didn't belong. It was none of his business, and they would handle it without him. The commissioner instructed the man to select someone suitable from among the rookies who had recently signed contracts and bring them here. These had to be people who hadn't yet attracted public attention. The commissioner demanded that he leave absolutely no evidence behind and ensure that the homeland would never have to disown the lieutenant. The man shouted that he served for the glory of the great nation and set off to carry out the assignment. Xiao Jun was certain he wouldn't make the same foolish mistakes as Japan and would not publicly naturalize players. Why show the whole world his insignificance and weakness? A good and useful player can simply be kidnapped and forced to work for him. Ju Hyuk was caught eating ramen, saying they could just order delivery, but Korsak declared that they had to eat ramen for at least 5 days, and only then would their hearts be at peace. Ju Hyuk said that eating noodles 3 days in a row was too much for him, but Korsak insisted he shouldn't be so modest, since he was cooking with such enthusiasm. At that moment, the young man tried to check the status window and found that the barbarian warrior was still unavailable for summoning, even though many days had already passed. Korsak explained that a rank upgrade strengthens the soul, but it's also a rather dangerous process. If the upgrade fails, there's a chance the character could vanish. Seeing how nervous their master was, the princess said there was no need to worry. If the little cupcake had truly vanished, he would have been completely removed from the list. Dalra was very angry at Korsak, who had driven their master to hysterics with his scare tactics. The girl explained once again that the fact that the cupcake was unavailable, but its name remained on the list, most likely meant something else. Although the probability is extremely low, there are cases when a rank increase is so massive that it skips 2 levels or even more. In such cases, the summon may remain unavailable for several days. Korsak also agreed that the princess was right, especially since the cupcake is quite simple-minded, so his soul is pure, and a pure soul contributes to better rank boosts. Now the assassin began to reason that if the cupcake received a double rank boost, then he would be at the same level as Korsak. Ju Hyuk noticed how the assassin's expression immediately darkened as he realized he was now losing his uniqueness altogether. Ju Hyuk suggested that the guys go to a cafe after they finish their ramen to have some desserts and drinks to lift their spirits. On the other hand, one question remained. If the cupcake came back even bigger than it was now, would it even fit in here? Besides, they shouldn't forget that a girl was living with them now, and they'd have to move anyway. But he'd only just moved in. Would they really have to look for an even bigger place? The young people sitting in the cafe were discussing the latest news and developments. The thing was, a sweep of the 66th floor was scheduled for the next day, the very level where the former #1 player had stopped. The guy was sure that this time everything would go smoothly, because now the players had the sacred sword. The guy was ready to burst into tears at the mere thought of how much he would love to hold the beautiful Namgaon's hand just once. But his friend told him he shouldn't say or think such vulgar things about the heroine. He needed to show her respect. Korsak soon appeared with 2 trays loaded with sweets, drinks, pastries, and various desserts. Ju Hyuk was enjoying a milk chocolate milkshake when Captain Jeong called him. Although a little late, the man congratulated the player on reaching level 34 with a C++ rank for the 3rd time in a row. But the young man said it was all thanks to help and items. The captain said that he was actually calling about something else entirely. He wanted to discuss the penthouse where the player Yu Chil-min used to live. Ju Hyuk was worried that word had gotten out that Korsak had stolen the remote control from there, but the captain said he didn't want to pressure the player. Instead, he wanted to transfer the penthouse to Bon Ju Hyuk and was ready to finalize the transfer of ownership immediately. This will be done completely free of charge because player Bon rented out the sacred sword at a low price, and he can consider this a gesture of gratitude from the Office of Awakened Affairs. Ju Hyuk thanked the captain and said he would think it over and get back to him later. Ju Hyuk wanted to ask Korsak what he thought of this penthouse, since the guy had been in the building and knew what it was like inside. John said he was amazed because the house was simply magnificent. It even had a rooftop garden so you could grow lotus flowers and eat them with beef. The princess believed that based on what she'd heard, this house was worthy of young Master Bon's status. The young man also mentioned that the department simply wanted to give him this house for free. They had to decide how to respond to this. Korsak was categorically opposed to getting it for free. In this world, the only free cheese is in a mousetrap. Capitalism is cold-blooded, and in the end, you'll have to pay. Dalre believed they should accept the offer. Compared to the generosity shown by the player Bon, this house was merely a modest reward. Ju Hyuk was even more confused. If he took the house for free, and the department later asked him for a big favor, would he be able to refuse? On the other hand, it would be harder to say no because he had already received something from the organization, and so the young man finally made up his mind. Joo-hyuk decided to buy the house, saying that he would feel uneasy if he accepted it as a gift. After all, it was just an apartment. He would simply buy it with his own money. The princess considered this a wise decision, and Korsak agreed that the summoner was definitely smart. All that remained was to figure out roughly how much such a house might cost, probably around 2 billion won. But that amount of money was quite within his means right now. The young man quickly found a similar apartment listed for sale, and it turned out that its price ran into the tens and hundreds of billions of won. This was the first time Joo-hyuk had ever seen an item priced at 20 billion. Life immediately lost its color. Korsak noticed that the player had turned pale, but the young man didn't explain what had happened. He simply said that they were done here and could go home now. As he left the cafe, the player wondered if he really needed such a large apartment. It seemed he was once again unsure about it. Korsak replied that he didn't really care where he lived as long as he was with the summoner Bon, and that if the house was too big, it would be hard to clean, and the maintenance fees would be high. And if insects appeared in the garden, they'd have to call a gardener, and the bathroom was a long way to walk if he woke up in the middle of the night. Korsak confirmed that his master was indeed a very wise and far-sighted man, and that they really didn't need a big house. As they were talking like this, the guys left the cafe and passed a couple of strangers in the doorway. But the assassin sensed something. He watched the people entering closely and immediately realized that they posed a tremendous danger. These guys reeked of blood, and their hands were covered in scars. The smell of gunpowder indicated that these men were armed. These guys were in the same line of work as Korsak. They made their living by killing. People like this were hanging around Summoner Bond's apartment. And of course, this couldn't be a mere coincidence. John Korsak said nothing, but applied a tracking tag. This skill was applied to the target, and Korsak would subsequently be able to pinpoint the location of these strangers. After completing this simple procedure, Korsak decided to keep it a secret from the summoner so as not to worry the young man. Nam Ga-eun was very composed and serious, for today was a very important day in her life and career, as well as in the life of the entire country. The sacred sword is an essential item that neutralizes the dark aura of the undead. And of course, it's good to have such a weapon with you. But the girl believed she shouldn't rely solely on it, so she ran through the stages of the battles in her head and worked out her strategy and tactics. Now the zombies have rushed to attack the girl who is holding the sacred sword and attacking the monsters herself. The dark mummy and the dark zombie are easily cut to pieces without much effort, and their magic does her no harm at all. Next come the dark skeletons and ghouls. They too possess black magic, but they cannot withstand its onslaught and perish. Next comes a legion of undead, which she has already fought hundreds of times. To reach this level, there's nothing scary or unusual at this point. The mental training can be concluded. The girl said goodbye to the representatives of the Department of Awakened Affairs and told them she would be back soon. The entire department leadership was there. They wished Nam Ga-eun good luck and asked her to take care of herself. The beauty arrived on the 66th floor and immediately encountered a huge monster there. Terrifying and frightening. Its aura literally paralyzed and shocked her. 10 hours later, Ga-eun finally appeared in the hall, and the department head immediately rushed to help her. Right then, the notification everyone had been waiting for with immense joy and anticipation arrived, and there were still 70 days left until the time limit expired. Everyone was absolutely thrilled because their plan had worked out. It was an incredible success, and now they could take a little breather and wait for Player Bond to reach these floors. An urgent news bulletin was released immediately, reporting on the successful clearing of the Black Tower floor. And now everyone could sleep soundly because the tower was safe for the next 6 months. Nam Ga-eun became a true hero of her country. She told reporters that she hadn't done it alone, but thanks to the support of the citizens, and she also expressed special gratitude to the owner who had lent her the sacred sword. Joo-hyuk was very pleased. He had always believed that Ga-eun would succeed, and now she had bought them 6 months, allowing him to calmly make his way up to the 60th floor. Joo-hyuk was very pleased. He'd watched plenty of battle clips, and now he himself was eager to head to the tower and fight. He should have gone to the tower a long time ago, but the cookie still hadn't appeared, and without it, he really didn't feel like going to the 35th floor. The young man checked his status window once again, and to his delight, saw that the summoning restriction had disappeared, which meant the cupcake was ready. Without a moment's hesitation, Ju-yuk began summoning the barbarian warrior. Soon a silhouette appeared in the distance, and it was clear that the cupcake was emerging. But what level he would be at, that was still a mystery. Ju-hyuk had really missed this goofball, but when he saw the little guy, he couldn't believe his eyes. The thing was, standing there instead of the clumsy, chubby bruiser was a dashing, perfectly built warrior, strong, handsome, and manly. The guy said he thought he'd never come back. He's always grateful to the summoner, and this particular minion was of the SSR rank. Darl appeared and immediately thanked the summoner, Bon, for summoning her, and after that, the girl didn't know what else to say. John Corsack, who appeared in the apartment, began talking about loyalty and safety as usual, but it seemed he'd forgotten half his words. Corsack decided that the summoner had let his guard down a bit. He'd invited some stranger and now wanted to reveal the existence of summoned characters to him. After all, right now this stranger is standing there watching as Mr. Bond summons his assistants. Ju-hyuk said that things weren't as they seemed to the assassin. In reality, this guy was a keksik, and while it was unimaginable, it was true. If the cake had successfully raised his rank by 2 levels using a summoning rank-up rune, it seems his appearance has changed as well. Just to be safe, the player turned to the little guy and asked him to recite the 3 principles of summoned characters. The little guy happily replied that he always trusts the summoner's words, listens to them, and is ready to fulfill his request. The first principle was to protect the summoner's life, but it immediately became clear that this handsome fellow had a poor memory. The second principle was that the summoned creature must unconditionally do something for the summoner, but he couldn't remember exactly what that task entailed. In any case, everyone realized that their little cupcake had returned, and they could relax. The player suggested going into the tower for the first time in a long while to clear it out again. And so the team was back on the 34th floor to test the new version of the little guy in action. The little guy immediately said that the barbarian warrior would go ahead, while the rest would be better off going with the summoner, Bon. Keksik used to be nearly 3 meters tall, but now he's about 2. It's unclear whether he'll be able to fulfill the role of a tank with such a weaker physique. Suddenly, Keksik turned to the summoner and said it would be better if Mr. Bon went with Corsack and received buffs from the princess. The girl said, though surprised, that she would prepare everything right away and was going to cast buffs on the cupcake as well. However, he pushed her bells aside and said he wanted to test the strength of his enhanced body on his own, without anyone's help. The cupcake knelt before the master and asked the summoner to trust the SSR-ranked cupcake. Ju-hyuk was touched by this attitude and approach, and of course agreed to grant the warrior's request if he insisted. Ju-hyuk later whispered to Corsack to be ready just in case, so he could intervene immediately if necessary. At that very moment, the keksi stepped into the center of the clearing, raised his head, and let out a loud cry that paralyzed and drew the attention of all the monsters present. The minotaurs turned their heads, ready to attack, and sensing a terrible, life-threatening danger nearby. Ju-hyuk was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. The cupcake usually lures monsters out one by one, so why had he deliberately gathered so many of them together now? But then something completely unimaginable began to happen, because the cupcake started growing like crazy. It increased in size and now resembled its previous form. But it turned out that the current cupcake was now about 5 meters tall, and it was practically as big as the minotaurs. The barbarian warrior had become even more formidable, and now he could fight the minotaurs on nearly equal terms. Keksik attacked with his hands and feet, maneuvered skillfully to avoid counterattacks, and was strong and powerful. He easily smashed through the minotaurs' heads, followed up with kicks, and effortlessly knocked the wind out of these enormous cows. Corsack noted that now, during battle, Keksik no longer looked like a huge, mindless tank. He had clearly developed a strategy and tactics. Ju-hyuk completely agreed with his teammates' assessment. The player also believed that Keksik had become a truly formidable warrior. Now you can grab some popcorn and watch the battle with great interest. In any case, giving the gentleman a higher summoning rank was a good idea. Finally, Corsack couldn't take it anymore, and tears streamed down his face. It wasn't fair he'd used a rune too, but for some reason the little guy had become twice as strong. It's really upsetting and makes no sense at all. This needs to be reversed. The princess began scolding Corsack, who was voicing vile thoughts in front of the young gentleman, and all because Corsack was a complete fool. After all, this was a joyful occasion because the young gentleman was now safer, and Corsac needed to reflect on his behavior. The unfortunate assassin completely agreed with the princess. He was ready to admit that he was wrong and had been thinking very selfishly. Soon the player had to ask the princess not to speak so rudely to Mr. Corsac, since he always treats her with respect. And anyway, constantly correcting and lecturing someone that's somehow inappropriate for a princess and very arrogant. In addition, the player admitted that when the princess yells and scolds them, he gets scared too. The girl was ready to accept punishment for disturbing the gentleman's peace of mind, and he asked her to address Corsac politely. The princess bowed her head and apologized to Mr. Corsac, saying that she had been too harsh and would be more careful from now on. Of course, the assassin accepted her apology and everything was settled. But it was time to take a brief break from such sentimental, melodramatic dialogues and get back to clearing out the floor. Keksik was doing great so far, but at some point one of the minotaurs rammed its horn right into the warrior's back. Keksik let out a terrible scream that sent chills down the spines of everyone present, and immediately the other summoned warriors remembered what they needed to do. After that, the attack seemed to shift into an even more intense mode, delivering harder and more powerful blows. It was now clear that this warrior's durability and destructive power had undergone a qualitative change. He was now practically invincible and proving immensely valuable. The minotaurs fell one after another, powerless to do anything. Their numbers were rapidly dwindling, and within a few minutes the floor had been cleared. After that, the cupcake began to gradually shrink and took on its new stylish form. It informed the summoner that the 34th floor was too easy for it and asked for a more challenging floor. Furthermore, it can fight for as long as the summoner wishes. Ju-hyuk thanked the cupcake for its work and realized that clearing floors at this same excellent level would no longer be a problem. Now they could move on to more challenging floors. Back home, everyone settled in to watch TV and eat some delicious ice cream. With the cupcake's increased firepower and more compact size, the player was even more satisfied in many ways. But unfortunately, not everything about the cupcake's behavior had changed. He also chewed very quickly and clumsily, splattering everything around him. And Corsac, surprisingly, was acting strangely too. He was standing by the window looking out at the street. Ju-hyuk asked why the young man wasn't eating, and Corsac replied that it was nothing. He just had a few things on his mind. The princess believed that Corsac's jealousy was already reaching enormous proportions. Such behavior clearly shouldn't be displayed in front of the young master. Corsac was forced to start making excuses. He said there was nothing of the sort. Thanks to the powerful cupcake, the summoner was now safer, and he was very happy about that. Ju-hyuk handed the assassin a scoop of ice cream because it wasn't time to let his guard down. Even though the cupcake had gotten smaller, his appetite seemed to have only grown, and he might have ended up with no dessert at all. Unexpectedly, Corsac asked the summoner to let him go to the tower now, but to summon him again around midnight, when the cooldown period ended. The player said there would be an important soccer match. Ju-hyuk was very surprised. He didn't know since when Corsac had become interested in soccer, but the assassin said he simply loved it and really wanted to watch the match live. Ju-hyuk promised to summon the guy later if he was really that serious about soccer, and said he was going to pop over to the headquarters for a bit because he'd accumulated a lot of mana stones. The guys immediately didn't like the idea of going outside alone, since it was dangerous out there. Keksik also thought it was dangerous outside and that he had to protect the summoner, so he needed to take him along. The princess also begged to be taken along, because you can never be too careful, but the players said they wouldn't let them in anyway since they weren't registered. Captain Jeon Kwan-il came out to greet player Bon, who had found the time to visit the headquarters. The young man got out of the car and said it wasn't difficult at all, since they always sent a nice car to pick him up. In reality, the real challenge was leaving the 3 conscripts at home. After that, everyone went into the office and weighed the mana stones they had brought, resulting in 27 million won being credited to the young man's account. Ju-hyuk still couldn't get used to the fact that he was capable of earning such large sums, and he thanked the captain for paying him for his work. After that, the young man congratulated Captain Jeon on clearing the 66th floor and added that the player Nam Ga-eun was simply magnificent. The captain said that it was all thanks to the player lending the girl his sacred sword. After that, of course, the conversation turned to the transfer of ownership of the penthouse, and the young man said that he felt awkward about receiving it for free. He'd rather earn the money himself and buy it. Jeon Kwan-il asked that, If the player ever changed his mind, they hold the penthouse for him, and by then it would have been too much to refuse such a sincere person. In addition, Captain Jeon said there was one important matter they needed to discuss. It concerns the planned visit of American player Gerald Watson to Korea in a few days. Gerald Watson is a name everyone knows. His class is Magic Swordsman, and he is currently the highest level player in the world from the United States. Ju Hyuk didn't understand why the captain was telling him about this visit, and it turned out that the purpose of Gerald's visit was to rent the sacred sword. The terms are as follows. As mentioned, a rental fee of 10 million for each use. Ju Hyuk was a little taken aback when he heard that amount. Captain Jeon added that the amount in question was $10 million, roughly 13 billion won. How would you feel if you were in Bon Ju Hyuk's shoes, hearing about such astronomical sums that would soon be deposited into your account? But then the captain's expression darkened. He realized that this was practically a lifeline for their national economy to avoid collapse, so such a sum wasn't enough. When the negotiating team from the US arrives, the captain doesn't want to settle for a measly $10 million. Ju Hyuk listened to this nonsense and couldn't understand what kind of rubbish this guy was spouting. If he let his pride get in the way, the deal would fall through. And what if they found another object somewhere, similar to the sacred sword? Ju Hyuk hurried to intervene and declared that this amount was more than enough, and he was completely satisfied with everything. He wanted to take this money and borrow the sacred sword. Ju Hyuk could hardly wait to get home because he could no longer contain his emotions. The young man reflected on his miserable life and realized that he now considered a salary of 2 billion won to be pocket money, even though just recently he had been working as a sales clerk in a store and a waiter. The young man was very excited. Suddenly he felt hungry and headed to the kitchen, unsure of what exactly to order, since he could now order absolutely anything right away. But the young man decided to stick to ramen for now, and then celebrate the deal with the recruits and eat some tuna sashimi. Around midnight, the player didn't forget to keep the promise he'd made to Corsac and summoned him. The assassin was pleased and once again gave a speech about loyalty and safety. Ju Hyuk was very tired because he was emotionally and physically exhausted, so he couldn't wait for the soccer game to end so he could escort Corsac back. But the assassin said everything was fine. He would enjoy the soccer game as much as he wanted, and he was perfectly content with everything. As soon as Corsac was left alone, he immediately used his abilities to leave the room and headed into the city. Corsac climbed to the top of the tallest building to see where the tracking tag was located. People on Earth cannot detect it, just as they are unable to remove this microscopic trace. The day before, the player had placed tracking tags on two suspicious villains they encountered at a cafe. Throughout the day, Corsac had noticed that these two magical shards were keeping tabs on the apartment. Those bastards dared to spy on the summoner Bon. And now Corsac had reached the place where these villains had set up shop. It was a traditional massage parlor. In the inner corridors of this establishment were some rather suspicious people who clearly had nothing to do with massage. They were talking about various players, mentioning their ages, achievements, and how long ago these players had signed contracts with elite teams. The man with a long scar on his face appeared to be their boss and was now listening to reports from agents proposing various candidates. One of the men spoke about a potentially valuable player, Bon Ju Hyuk, who had signed a contract with the team and was making great strides. The man with the scar told his assistants that they would only be able to pull off this operation once and would take out as many targets as possible. All targets with confirmed locations within the next hour. But the man didn't have time to say anything else because a severed head flew into the room. Everyone jumped to their feet and drew their weapons. They realized the killer was in the hallway and were ordered to find and eliminate him. The man with the scar began quickly gathering papers and packing up photographs in which, as he reported, the summoner Bon was perfectly captured. The man, of course, didn't notice or sense when this stranger had managed to sneak up on him, but that didn't matter now. He drew a dagger to eliminate the uninvited guest. But John Corsac grabbed the knife's blade with 2 fingers and snapped it into a multitude of pieces. After that, Corsac said he had merely been enjoying the photograph, and that this creep had simply gotten in his way. So he thrust the remains of the knife into the hand of the man with the scar on his face. At that moment, the rest of the gangsters rushed into the room. They saw the stranger and wanted to know who he was. But when they saw their wounded boss bleeding out, the gangsters immediately opened fire with their pistols. Corsac quickly dodged the flying bullets and told the guys not to rush things. They were going to die today anyway. The thing is, They'd crossed paths with someone they shouldn't have, but now it was too late to complain about their fate. Well, what happened next was basically exactly what we'd expect from Corsac. The villain's severed hands flew off in all directions. Soon they had nothing left to restrain this unknown assassin with, and there was no way to grab a pistol or any other weapon. The man with the scar stared in amazement at the stranger, who was treating elite assassins like children. It seemed like some kind of nightmare. I'd like to find out which unit this assassin works for. He must be a Korean intelligence agent or a special forces soldier. The man soon thought that such inhuman superpowers could only be seen in videos from the Black Tower, and this idea seemed the most plausible and logical. However, if this guy was a player, it remained unclear how he could use his power outside the tower. Soon all the villains were destroyed, and Corsac crouched down next to the scarred man and offered to let him live if he apologized for his behavior. The scarred man began to beg for forgiveness in a trembling voice, but at that moment, the assassin's knife sliced his head in half. The thing is, John Corsac didn't forgive him, because the man had no idea who he dared to lay a hand on. After the heads were tied with scarlet ribbons, they could calmly leave the massage parlor and go about their business. However, Corsac suddenly turned back. He realized that Recruiter Bond wouldn't like this situation, but on the other hand, he didn't want to give up the style he'd adhered to his whole life. He remembered the first time Joo-hyuk said he didn't need a squad member he couldn't control. John Corsac thought that if he got caught this time too, he might get kicked out, so he decided not to take any chances and took the ribbon with him. The next day, the player asked Corsac if he'd had a good time the night before. John was, as always, smiling and happy. He said he'd had a great time and was very grateful to the host. Joo-hyuk noticed that he'd stuffed the fridge with all kinds of snacks, but for some reason, Corsac hadn't even touched them. The guy said he'd gotten so caught up in the soccer game that he'd completely forgotten about them. That was, of course, very strange, but the match must have been really interesting. So the time had come to conquer the 35th floor, and the whole group eagerly and excitedly prepared to head there to defeat all the Minotaurs, protect their master, and support him. This time they had to defeat 80 Minotaurs of various types and one Minotaur king. A whole horde of these monsters awaited the players. Princess Jeong immediately began applying buffs and enhancing the abilities of the player and his summoned creatures. Kexic instantly grew in size and rushed off to destroy the Minotaurs, determined to do so quickly and decisively. But Corsac beat him to it, saying that last time, because of Kexic, he hadn't had any work at all, and now he would be first. He just couldn't calm down. After Kexic had hogged all the attention on the previous floor, he wanted to show his strength this time. The Minotaur watched in surprise as the player approached at breakneck speed, moving as fast as lightning. Corsac flew up to the monster, chopped off its head, sliced its body into several pieces, and raced on toward the next beast. Joo-hyuk could see that Corsac was faster and more aggressive, and he couldn't understand why the guy was acting this way today. Seeing how hard Corsac and the little guy were working and the pace they'd set for clearing the area, Joo-hyuk realized he needed to hurry up and take down a couple of Minotaurs while he still had the chance. The player took a running start and, using his Step into the Shadows skill, rose into the air again, appearing as if he were walking on air. Now he was practically certain that he was a genius who had learned to use Step into the Shadows in midair. The guy flew up to the Minotaur, pulled out his staff, and unleashed a bolt of lightning upon it. The unfortunate Minotaur let out a loud scream but didn't die, because it turned out this wasn't just any Minotaur, but their king, a more powerful and stronger version. The presence of the Minotaur king meant that all the others had already been destroyed. Such a rapid advance had never been seen before, and yet they had only just begun clearing the floor. Kexic didn't lose his speed or concentration for a single moment. He was eliminating the Minotaurs one after another. But then a bright glow appeared in the sky, and the Minotaur king was defeated. The more Joo-hyuk witnessed this, the more he admired Kexic, who had pounced on the Minotaur king in a single leap and destroyed him. Corsac was inconsolable, because he himself had wanted to defeat the boss and prove his worth. But now he felt like a nobody, and his self-confidence was plummeting. At that very moment in the city, near the massage parlor, the area was cordoned off by police because an unprecedented horror had unfolded there. The massage parlor was covered in blood, with evidence, weapons, and documents scattered all around. Jeon Kwan-il and Lee Min-ah arrived immediately after the police call. They introduced themselves as the department chief and the captain of the office for awakened affairs. The police officer thanked them for arriving so quickly despite their busy schedules. The police officer showed them photographs depicting people listed as employees of the Bureau of Awakened Affairs. Captain Jeong examined the photographs closely and confirmed that everything was as it should be. He couldn't understand how this information could have leaked from the system. To his horror, the captain saw a photo of Bon Joo-hyuk among them. Even information about him had become accessible to someone. The captain ordered Department Chief Lee to convene an emergency meeting of the entire leadership. At that very moment, Joo-hyuk had already returned from the tower and was about to receive his bonus for his 35th platinum badge. Trying to guess what it might be this time. Korsak suggested going to get some purified water from the cooler and also saying a heartfelt prayer before receiving the bonuses. Joo-hyuk decided that this was good and sound advice. Perhaps that would be for the best. The princess didn't try to show off her knowledge. She simply warned the summoner Bon that the water from that cooler wasn't purified, and if he prayed with such water, he might bring trouble upon himself. Of course, I'd love to say that the princess appeared right when the player made a random summon using water from the cooler, but the guy decided to keep that to himself. It would have been better to check the bonuses awarded for collecting platinum badges. A random summon was also just around the corner, and upgrading a trait seemed like a great idea too. But this time, the player received the Golden Aegis of the Warm Dawn and the Golden Mace of the Cold Twilight, and 2 of each at that. The Golden Aegis of the Warm Dawn improved the owner's concentration, created a blinding flash, increased physical and magical defense, and maintained composure under any circumstances. The Golden Mace of the Cold Twilight increased attack speed and attack range in combat, and created an icy field. Both effects were simply amazing, and the player loved them so much that he couldn't contain his excitement. Seeing how happy their master was, the summoned creatures began to wonder what they would do if Master Bon became even stronger. The princess suggested clinging to his legs and crying a whole bucket full of tears. Joo-hyuk felt that he hadn't done everything in his power, and yet he should have prayed. Now he regretted not having done so. But the princess believed that using water from the water cooler wouldn't have made things any better, and might have resulted in something even more monstrous. Keksik decided to chime in. The thing was, he remembered how Summoner Bon had prayed with water from the water cooler and used a random summon. That was when Princess Gyung Dalray had appeared. The girl couldn't believe it and decided that Keksik had become smarter after his upgrade and had learned how to joke. Keksik said that he was a warrior, which meant he never lied and didn't know how to joke. Korsak confirmed that everything Keksik had said was true. Dalray suddenly remembered something. This wasn't just an ordinary water cooler. The water actually turned into holy water when it interacted with the summoner. Keksik opened his mouth again and said that a random summoning would happen soon and the summoner would summon another person. If that happened, there would be a total of 4 summoned individuals. But since no trait improvement was drawn today, the 3-person system will remain in place for a while longer. But if a creature is summoned that turns out to be more useful than any of the 3 present, then one of them will have to leave. Keksik could serve as either a tank or a damage dealer, dealing the bulk of the damage to the enemy, while the princess possessed powerful support skills. The assassin's role had always been quite ambiguous, and now Korsak understood, if the situation arose, he would be the one who would have to leave. Realizing this, all 3 sat deep in thought. They had already grown accustomed to and come to love one another, but they lived by 3 principles. The princess said, if an assassin feels that he is no longer needed by his master, he must leave of his own accord, and his place must be taken by a more useful servant. Keksik, too, was convinced that this was the right decision for the summoned one to make, since it would be better for the summoner. Korsak was very upset because these 2 were convinced of their necessity to their master, and they faced no threat. It was upsetting. But such was the harsh reality. Korsak speculated that stat boosts might become available in the future, and if they worked hard and cleared the 40th floor before a new summoned one appeared, it might help. But the princess declared that conquering the upper floors was entirely the young gentleman's decision, and would Korsak really be at ease if Mr. Bon were to exhaust himself for the sake of a servant like him? Korsak was very upset. That wasn't what he meant. He wanted to say that perhaps they could manage without a new chosen one. But in the end, Korsak bowed his head and said that the princess was right. He would leave with dignity. It had been fun, but now his time was up. But then Ju-hyuk interrupted the conversation. He asked why on earth Mr. Corsac needed to leave, and who had even said that. Cupcake immediately declared that it wasn't him, he's always silent anyway, and that the princess had simply posited a hypothetical situation. Ju-hyuk asked what would happen if a knight with a perfect shield appeared. Then presumably Mr. Cupcake would have to leave. And in that situation, if a saint or a priest appeared, would Princess Dalray be kicked out of their group? Ju-hyuk looked at the chosen ones and told them to listen to him carefully. He had decided to conquer the tower and wouldn't leave anyone behind. They would continue on in this group until the very last day of the ascent. John Corsac could no longer hold back, and tears simply streamed down his face. No one would ever have guessed that an assassin could be so emotional. Ju-hyuk suggested that the group clear the floors one by one until they received a buff, allowing them to summon 4 at a time. Seeing that I liked this idea too, the player suggested that he would stay in the back and not kill a single monster until they received the buff. In this situation, he wouldn't overexert himself, and no one should have any objections. The princess promised to shake the bells so hard they'd shatter, and Keksik said he'd protect the summoner and clear the floors very quickly. Corsac just couldn't calm down, choking back tears and snot. The assassin said that of course he'd do all of this alongside his friends as well. In the Office of Awakened Affairs, in the underground briefing room, Captain Jeon explained that this was a complex incident and not a simple murder. An attempt was being made to kidnap members of an elite team on whom the fate of the country depends. They may appear to be victims, but they are, after all, extraordinary civilians. The results of the investigation confirm this. According to autopsy reports, all 8 bodies of those killed are believed to belong to high-caliber mercenaries. The true owner of the sacred sword was also a target of this group, and if he had been lost for any reason, it would have caused enormous damage to the state. It is essential to determine as soon as possible who is behind the organization of this crime. However, it's not that simple, because absolutely all participants in the planned crime have been killed, and there is no evidence. As for suspects, the finger points to China. The fact that China is abducting such talented players around the world has long ceased to be a secret. Now it's a fact, not just rumors. We need to find out how these people ended up in Korea, whether anyone else from this group is still at large, and thoroughly investigate the activities of this kidnapping ring. It's fair to say that they were all incredibly lucky, and though it's not proper to say so, they should be grateful to this killer. The next day, Bon Ju-hyuk set out to clear the 36th floor of the Black Tower. Everyone present prepared to work hard and give it their all until the next bonus appeared. Up to the 40th floor at these stages, large humanoid monsters known as ogres dwell, and right now one of them was rushing toward the scent of a human. Unlike the Minotaur, the ogre's strength lay in their speed, but even that didn't help them. Kex is much faster and stronger after his upgrade. I can't even bring myself to call him Kexy, because he's a real Kex now. The princess cast her curses and spells on the monsters, slowing them down, all thanks to her massive debuff. Soon the floor was cleared, and Bon Ju-hyuk continued with his usual routine, earning bonuses and waiting for his stats to boost. The next day, while clearing the next floor, ogres appeared that moved at the speed of light. On the 38th floor, there were ogres with incredible jumping ability that attacked from the air, and they looked absolutely terrifying. But all these ogres were nothing compared to Kex, because he was even faster and stronger. The next floor also presented no real challenge. The ogres there were the fastest and most cunning, employing hit-and-run tactics. This was done to slow down his progress through the floor, but Kex was still stronger and faster than all of these ogres. He leaped right into the thick of the ogres, tearing them to shreds and scattering them in all directions. For 5 days in a row, he completed the floor at lightning speed, and soon the news was dominated by this unknown superhero gamer. Everyone marveled at his speed and speculated about what would happen next. Ju-hyuk didn't understand what had happened, but for some reason, security at the residential complex for players had been tightened, and the number of guards had skyrocketed. Ju-hyuk decided to head out early in the morning. He was a little nervous because he kept running into guards, and they were looking at him suspiciously. Finally, the young man remembered that he had a talisman that concealed his identity, so now everything should be fine. With this talisman, no one would recognize his face, and it would dull the vigilance of those around him. Ju-hyuk realized that he would be able to pass through unnoticed, even if he went out at dawn during such a tense time. After hailing a taxi, Ju-yuk asked to be taken to the traditional Gongju market and urged the driver to go as fast as possible. The driver said it was too far and that he didn't usually make such trips. But the young man offered to pay him 500,000 won in cash, and the taxi driver advised his passenger to fasten his seatbelt. Soon the car arrived at the traditional Gongju market. Korsak had been summoned there early that morning. Ju-hyuk told him they needed to buy a bunch of things, and groceries were the top priority. Afterward, with these bags in hand, Ju-hyuk and Korsak headed to the national park, and the whole thing was very strange. Once in the park, Ju-hyuk summoned Kex and the princess, and the barbarian warrior immediately offered to take the bags because he was ready to carry everything. The princess looked around and was absolutely delighted. Even though this was a different world, the mountains here were similar, and the place she had been talking about must be somewhere around here. After that, the princess led the whole group along, and soon they arrived. Who would have thought that off the beaten path there was such a wonderful place? The princess asked Mr. Kex to move a huge rock aside. The warrior lifted the gigantic rock. It seemed to glow from within, or perhaps it was just the sun's glare. It turned out that an altar was hidden beneath this rock. They had to carefully wash the rock using water from the stream they'd collected on their way here. Dalry set about sharpening her sword. A weapon must be very sharp and effective. Looking now at this woman in white mourning robes, sharpening her sword, one might be frightened, for she is now capable of avenging any wrongs done to her in the past. Food was placed on the stone, the head of a sacrificial piglet. The young men sat down in front of the stone, and the princess began the ritual. Dalry appealed to the gods of heaven and earth to look favorably upon the young Lord Yoon, so that only great fortune would await him ahead. All this time, Ju-hyuk had been praying to some unknown gods to boost his stats. After that, they could head to the 40th floor. This time, they had to defeat 80 ogres of various types and one two-headed ogre. The ordinary ogres were clearly no match for the players, and they dispatched the two-headed ogre in a flash as soon as it appeared. The floor was cleared, the bonuses and prizes were defensive, and now they had to hope that a stat boost would drop. The princess and the summoner asked everyone not to jinx it and to behave themselves, because they still needed to check their inventory. This time they received a roulette ticket. Using the ticket starts the roulette, and you have to do it right away. Otherwise, the opportunity will disappear within an hour. The player carefully examined all sides of the wheel and found a stat boost on one of them. It was definitely there, a narrow sector the size of a needle's eye. Ju-hyuk told his friends that they needed to spin the roulette wheel and that there was a suitable sector, but it was very narrow. Korsak was very tense and even closed his eyes. He wanted to know just how narrow the sector was and what exactly they were supposed to do there. Ju-hyuk explained once again that the situation was very serious and that the passage was as narrow as a needle's eye. The player turned to his teammates. "Does anyone want to use the ticket instead of me?" But everyone immediately needed to use the restroom. They remembered important errands and an iron left on. Use the ticket, but agree in advance not to argue or swear if nothing good comes of it. Ju-hyuk tore up the roulette ticket, and now everyone was waiting to see which sector would come up. Everyone really wanted all four to be called at the same time. Bong Ju-hyuk couldn't remember the last time he'd been this nervous. The roulette wheel kept spinning and spinning, and his head was spinning too, while everything was now blurring before his eyes. It felt as if the whole world was spinning, but finally the roulette wheel began to slow down. Soon it would stop and reveal what fate had in store. Ju-hyuk jumped to his feet, reminding the universe that he had even performed a shamanic ritual for this very purpose, and therefore the universe ought to be kinder to him. The young man was ready to smash that roulette wheel if it didn't land on what he, and not just him, but all his fellow chosen ones, had been waiting for so long. And finally the roulette wheel came to a stop, and it was time to celebrate, because the stat boost sector had come up. It turned out to be easier than easy, if you don't count the several million nerve cells destroyed by the weight. Korsak wept with happiness and relief. The princess thought her master was magnificent as always. Ju-hyuk boosted the summoning stat, making it effective for 4 people. The next summon recharge will be in a week. In the meantime, you can relax and order some chicken. The long-awaited plane, eagerly anticipated by many fans of top players, landed at Seoul International Airport. The player was rushing at full speed, hurrying his managers and entourage who didn't understand what all the rush was about. Gerald replied that no one could imagine how long he had been waiting for this day, when he could finally take revenge on those damn dark specters. A government representative didn't understand what revenge he was talking about, since Gerald had already successfully dealt with the specters. The player asked them to take note of the Korean player Nam Ga-eun, who had cleared that floor in 10 hours. He intended to achieve at least the same result and would call that his revenge. The manager couldn't run away any longer. He was constantly worried about the player's impulsiveness, and the years were taking their toll. Captain Joan Kwanil welcomed the guests to the Department of Awakened Affairs. He too was excited after all. It's not every day you meet the world's #1 player. The American greeted the captain, gave his name, and asked to be shown the sacred sword as soon as possible. Everyone noticed how excited the player was and how eager he was to see this amazing weapon. The captain led him to the underground bunker where the sword was kept. Watson, even though he was the #1 player, was still just an ordinary kid, and now he was staring at the sacred weapon with his mouth agape. The captain suggested paying the rental fee first. You have to be very precise with payments to avoid problems in the future. Soon, manager Antonio confirmed that he had transferred $10 million. The captain began to explain the conditions that had to be followed. They were spelled out in the contract, but Gerald wasn't listening anymore, saying that he would never under any circumstances lose this unique item. As soon as the opportunity arose, the player immediately went to the 66th floor of the Black Tower, where he had to defeat 10 dark specters. Gerald gazed in awe at the white glow of the sword. With such a unique weapon in his hands, the player rushed to attack the specters, intent on taking revenge on each and every one of them. Less than half an hour had passed, and he had already claimed one victory. He couldn't believe his eyes that he was on the 66th floor. Now the young man was certain he would rent the sacred sword again. It turned out that simply testing the sword had cost $20 million, but it was worth it. 5 days later, Bong Joon-hyuk woke up after spending the entire night trying to get some sleep, though his nervous system was overloaded and his sleep had been fitful and restless. The fact is, today was the day of the random draft, and many future events would depend directly on who was drafted today. The princess reminded the draft official that she does not favor those overcome by greed. Mr. Bond had already received great fortune thanks to a prayer ritual, so he needed to maintain his composure. And so now, following the advice of Gyeongdal-rae, the empire's supreme shaman, the young man awaited the random draft, having renounced all his desires. He even warned Captain Joan and his family that he would be lying low for a while. It felt strange to make do with instant noodles despite having a vast fortune, but the young man believed he had reached a state of detachment even from gluttony. And finally, today would be the day when Joo-hyuk would see the fruits of his labor. He summoned his 3 friends and greeted them. Everyone's faces were somber. It was clear that the guys were also worried because they didn't know how their roles would intersect with the newly summoned character. So the player decided not to delay and immediately activated the random summon. The random summon was triggered, but it immediately became clear that its glow was much fainter than usual, and an explosion followed. Everyone watched the process and soon saw a helmet with a cross and a funny little face. And finally, before the eyes of his surprised companions, a diligent and highly regarded worker from the Beast People race appeared. It was a hamster nicknamed Razik. This funny little hamster in overalls and a construction helmet, with a backpack on his back, had a rare rank and was an ordinary worker. The player didn't know how to react, because the rarity of an R rank and the profession of a laborer most likely indicated a glitch. The hamster looked frightened and asked the summoner what he should do. If there was no work, he could leave, so the player canceled the summon. Feeling terribly disappointed, Joo-hyuk decided to use a skill cooldown reset ticket because everything had gone too strangely. The princess believed that the hamster's summoning should be seen as something that had averted misfortune from them. Keksik was certain that this time, Mr. Bond would definitely get lucky and manage to summon someone strong. Korsak believed that their group needed someone who could help anyone conquer the tower. Bong Joon-hyuk steeled himself and cast a random summon. This time, the glow was very bright and blinding. This summon was also unlike any of the previous ones. It seemed as though a giant stood before them. This must be something unique and incredibly powerful. A notification announced that the first character of the legendary special super rare rank had been successfully summoned, and from now on, the player would be able to enter the tower twice a day. It was hard to believe, but soon a Taoist immortal appeared in the middle of the apartment. He was the greatest of all Murim's vagabonds. the culprit behind the mountains of corpses, a mad demon named Guan Ma. He greeted the summoner, saying it was an honor to meet such a noble person. The young man was a little taken aback because the character's description had been ominous, but fortunately, Guan Ma turned out to be polite. Ju Hyuk politely greeted the character and introduced himself. It was still unclear whether he should be happy to have such an assistant. Bon Ju Hyuk immediately headed to the tower to observe Guan Ma's story from the sidelines. He found himself in an era when the country had plunged into chaos due to the ambitions of those in power. There was an unspoken rule between the government and Murim not to interfere in each other's affairs. However, the first Murim warrior to break this taboo was a mad demon named Guan Ma. He beheaded the emperor and displayed his head for all to see in the market square. The Murim alliance is not an orthodox faction. One might even call it a demonic cult, and all of Murim declared Guan Ma a common enemy. After 7 long and grueling days and nights of battle, Guan Ma was killed by a joint attack from the leader of the Murim alliance, the city's ruler, the unorthodox emperor, and the head of the demonic cult. Ju Hyuk realized that this warrior was very cruel, but at the same time, he must be incredibly strong in battle. Guan Ma turned to the summoner and asked who the group of warriors standing right there in the room were. The player explained that they were his friends and current companions and suggested they greet one another. But Guan Ma said it wasn't worth it. He had no desire to exchange words with such creatures. He was more interested in how many towers in this world had already collapsed. The player replied that only one had collapsed, and that was at least some consolation. The warrior also wanted to know what the highest floor reached so far was. Upon hearing that only the 67th floor was currently being cleared, Guan Ma realized why only one tower had collapsed. If they went beyond the 70th floor, towers would start collapsing everywhere. The collapse of a tower is an omen. A collapsed tower sinks deep into the ground like a giant nail, changing this world, but for now, it's not a problem if only one tower has fallen. The worst part about conquering towers is the fact that there are national restrictions on entering them. The Awakened can conquer towers only in their own country, and that's a big mistake. But at least the summoner's country is safe now. As long as he, Guan Ma, is here, the player can simply push this rabble aside. But if you look at the bigger picture, this is completely pointless. Even if the summoner's country is safe, the world will perish when other towers in different countries collapse. Guan Ma declared that he does not wish for the end of this world, so he will help Bon Ju Hyuk, and a lilac glow appeared in the room. Guan Ma took on a demonic form and declared that he would help conquer the world. Of course, he would bring the entire world to his summoner's feet. He would be the one to stain his hands with blood, while Ju Hyuk would become the sole emperor of the entire world. Ju Hyuk realized he had summoned yet another psychopath and asked him not to do it, saying it was an order. But Guan Ma replied that he could not carry out this order. He would conquer this world to save the summoner and his world. Of course, the summoner knows about the third principle. Guan Ma said that his first task was to wipe out the politicians of this country and put Ju Hyuk at the head of its government. All the summoned beings were in shock. They realized that this old man had completely lost his mind and had to be stopped. Guan Ma was furious. He couldn't understand how these characters dared to wish him dead, but now he would show them who was in charge here. The mad demon decided to dismember one of the characters as a lesson to the others, and turned around, surveying everyone. Juik addressed the warrior, saying that he now understood how to proceed and what to do next. Before the old man could do anything, the young man had figured it all out and realized that using Guan Ma was very dangerous. And before the old man disappeared while trying to escape through the window, the player Bon managed to cancel the summoning of Guan Ma. When 3 hours later it was possible to summon the hamster named Razik again, Ju Hyuk did so immediately, and they all praised their new teammate. A farewell ceremony was held at Seoul International Airport. Everyone was glad that the American guest had enjoyed testing the sacred sword. Manager Antonio said he was dissatisfied because he had to rent the sword twice. But player Gerald Watson didn't even give him a discount, which is why Director Antonio felt disappointed. After that, Director Antonio congratulated Captain Jian on his promotion. He had recently heard this good news. Jeon Kwan-il didn't even let on, but he thought to himself that these Americans always know the news before the people it's meant for. The men shook hands and Director Antonio said that the next time they met, the captain would already be the deputy commissioner. Director Antonio speculated that such a cool sword could be obtained by writing everything in C++, but the captain said that in any case he didn't know, and the owner of the sacred sword didn't have such a record. Most likely, director Antonio didn't believe it. He kept trying to find out who owned the sword and who the super gamer was. The U.S. team is currently storming the 67th floor, where the Ghost Reaper of the Undead appears. They still have plenty of time, so they'll make a few attempts before returning to rent the sacred sword again. But in any case, thanks to this visit, the department earned $20 million. The captain was sure that the player Bond would be delighted to hear this news. Razik was running as fast as he could, waving a rag, demanding attention and ignoring everyone else. He wanted everyone to get out of the way immediately. The hamster was busy scrubbing the floors, making them shiny and absolutely spotless. Dusting every nook and cranny, taking out the trash, organizing the space, all of this fell within the scope of this beastman's duties as a handyman. It was simply amazing, but now things were returning to their places on their own. It was some kind of remarkable skill, very useful for a young man living alone, collecting dirty laundry, starting the washing machine, washing dishes, and even cleaning the sink. All of this now seemed to happen on its own. Soon, absolutely everyone agreed that Razik was simply incredible. As he darted around the apartment, he gathered things into his little backpack and immediately put them away where they belonged. Korsak said that Razik had cleaned up all the mess that Keksik had made the day before and that it was simply amazing. Everyone really liked the hardworking hamster, and now they thoughtfully bought him an assortment of nuts, and the animal could eat as much as he wanted. As soon as Razik got to work on the nuts, the recruiter asked his comrades what they thought of the new recruit. So far, he seemed surprisingly useful. Keksik said that sure, the hamster was good at cleaning up, but he was too weak and wouldn't be much help in conquering the tower. Korsak suggested keeping the hamster for a month and replacing him before the next summoning. Before the guys could even finish their discussion, Razik appeared behind them. He had apparently already eaten all the nuts. Since that was the case, the player suggested to his companions that they head to the 41st floor and clear it in honor of the new team member. On this floor of the Black Tower, they had to defeat 15 armored basilisks, and the team found themselves in a vast forest where gigantic land beasts roamed. The armored basilisk was precisely one such creature, a giant reptilian monster resembling a cross between a crocodile and a lizard. Its body length ranged from 7 to 8 meters. If a person makes eye contact with it, their body instantly freezes in place. The reason for this is a paralyzing beam. Once exposed to it, the player cannot move, but there are now items capable of countering this effect. But Bon Ju-hyuk had no need to avoid the basilisk's gaze, just as he didn't need to prepare protective artifacts, and the main reason lay with his summoned creatures. All three warriors did all the work for the player. They were so rough on the basilisk that one could even file a complaint against them with the Animal Protection Center. Ju-hyuk suggested finishing up quickly and having a celebratory dinner. He too was planning to take down 3 basilisks and was now warming up his hands. But right in front of him, Korsak suddenly appeared and said that the summoner wasn't allowed to go there. Unable to come up with a better explanation for this prohibition, Korsak said that the summoner had to protect Razik since he was a tiny and completely defenseless hamster. The young man took a look and actually agreed. If the hamster made a single wrong move, he'd vanish right into the jaws of those terrible basilisks, and it would be a shame to lose such a helpful companion. Besides, in his past life, Razik had been eaten by a monster. Razik had always been a top-tier worker among the maze explorers. He didn't just handle cooking, laundry, and construction. His areas of expertise included mining, leatherworking, and weapon repair. He was a jack of all trades who could do anything. If you had someone like him with you, the difficulty of exploring the labyrinth was cut in half. But in the end, he was treated simply as a worker, continuing to carry out dangerous missions to gather resources out of the explorer's sight. Ultimately, Razik was devoured by the giant snake boss of the underground labyrinth. The fragile hamster servant needed protection, so the princess used her magic to bind the lizard's legs. Korsak gouged out its eyes while Keksik pinned the basilisk to the ground. It was clear that everyone was very busy, so the summoner would have to keep an eye on the hamster. Ju-hyuk asked Razik to stay close to him, but suddenly realized that the hamster had already disappeared. He was simply gone. The young man was very frightened and upset because just a moment ago Razik had been right next to him, and now he had vanished somewhere. Fortunately, Razik periodically made a beep sound. It was precisely this sound that allowed the player to find the hamster, who was now doing something near the body of the slain basilisk. Juyuk rushed to save the poor little hamster, but as soon as he reached the body of the slain monster, the hamster vanished again. The next moment, it was spotted near a tree, and then it was gone from there as well. Now Razik was near a rock. It remained a mystery how the hamster could move so quickly with such short, chubby little legs. It looked as if it were rolling across the ground. At that moment, a notification came in stating that all the armored basilisks had been defeated, and the floor had been successfully cleared. His level had gone up, and he'd received his rewards. Of course, it was a bit sad to realize that while his comrades were fighting monsters, Juyuk had simply been running after a hamster through the forest. Still, he thanked the guys for their excellent work. Everything would have been fine, but suddenly Razik plopped down right in the middle of the room and started crying bitterly. No one understood what was going on. Maybe he'd hurt himself or was thirsty. The hamster was disappointed because the mission had ended so quickly, and he'd managed to collect too few useful items, so now he's asking his summoner, Bon, for forgiveness. Razik began pulling healing herbs, a basilisk hide, and about 20 kilograms of mana stones out of his little backpack. Watching this, the player realized that Razik had found all these items inside the tower. It was now clear why he'd brought the hamster along on the cleanup mission. The player was very surprised. He had no idea such a thing was possible, since players usually only focused on killing monsters. Although if looting inside the towers were possible, there would be no shortage of materials anywhere in the world. In the early days after the Black Tower appeared, attempts were made to take items out of it. Players tried to put them in their inventory. Some players even tried to leave with items in their hands, but these attempts always ended in failure. The only items that could be taken out were those accidentally obtained while hunting monsters. But Razik was putting items from the tower into his backpack as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Dalray placed the hamster on her lap and pinched its cheeks. Juyuk was amazed that the hamster had gathered all of this and brought it back. Razik apologized once again for only being able to bring this much. It was the first time he'd seen such a fast raid. If the guys cleared the floors a little more slowly, the hamster would be able to bring back dozens of times more items. Juyuk immediately imagined how many valuable items he would have, and the pleasant jingle of coins and the rustle of bills instantly filled his head. The player asked if the hamster wanted to go into the tower again. Razik replied that entry to the tower was allowed only once a day. But Juyuk had received an achievement reward and could now enter the tower twice a day. Razik was once again convinced that his owner was really cool. And so the whole group headed back up to the 41st floor, and Juyuk thought he was going to kick this valuable little guy out just because his combat power was low. But his ability to collect items in the tower more than made up for it. And now, full of enthusiasm and plans, the guys rushed onto that floor with great excitement to accompany Mr. Razik and give him the chance to collect as many items as possible. Juyuk addressed the group from a safe zone and asked them not to rush so that their dear Razik could work in peace. Korsak promised he would stall for time. Keksik said he would kill the lizard slowly, and the princess decided to follow the hamster and help him. The girl tied jingling multicolored strings to the hamster's helmet so she could always keep an eye on her charge. And so when the whole team was ready, they could set out, giving the hamster the chance to carry out his mission with flying colors. Soon a huge armored basilisk appeared, but this beast no longer interested or frightened anyone. Keksik calmly grabbed the giant lizard and gradually squeezed it in his hands, slowly killing it and not letting it die too quickly. When the basilisk was killed, Keksik handed it over to his worker, Razik, who was now supposed to extract everything necessary from the creature. Razik suddenly started crying, and everyone immediately realized that the dim-witted Keksik had messed something up again. He must have been too rough and scared the fragile little hamster. Razik explained that he wasn't upset because he was scared. If you kill a basilisk too brutally, the hide gets ruined, and you'll have to throw it away. For example, this monster's hide was ruined because it was squashed flat. In that case, to more effectively defeat armored basilisks, he could use the golden mace, which increased attack speed, froze the target, and killed it easily. The player had never used the golden mace before and suggested giving it a try. He would try to hunt down a single basilisk carefully so that the hide wouldn't be damaged. Razik said that if you simply struck with this mace, the hide would freeze and then shatter into pieces. Besides, the summoner doesn't need to hunt, since it's dangerous for him. So the player devised a hunting plan to carefully eliminate the basilisk. First, Dowry cast confusion on the basilisk. Then Keksik broke its legs to immobilize it. And finally, Corsac finished off the monster by piercing its eyes with his sharp swords. The result delighted the hamster, although it was completely unclear how he intended to skin such a huge monster. Razik was holding some kind of device in his hands and quickly rolled along the entire length of the huge lizard's body. When he pulled on the hooks he'd set up, it turned out that the tiny, delicate hamster had skinned the enormous basilisk, and it looked very brutal. In any case, the process was impressive. Now a whole intact hide lay on the clearing, removed as if it were a stocking from a leg. Everyone acknowledged the power and strength of the little hamster, who had now become everyone's favorite and was the object of admiration. Several more hides were obtained in the same way, and after the seventh one, it turned out there was no more room in the backpack. It was sad to realize this. The backpack has its limits. A basilisk hide is in and of itself a rare and expensive material. It's usually used to craft gear for players, such as the combat boots on Ju Hyuk's feet. Items are also made for ordinary people, but due to scarcity, their prices are sky high. Even celebrities and the wealthy dream of owning at least one item made from the monster's hide. And then a brilliant idea struck the player. If he gave Razik a summoning rank-up rune, he could become the strongest workhorse in history. Upon returning to the apartment, the player thanked everyone for their excellent work and asked them to clear the living room for a moment. He wanted to check the loot. It was truly a massive haul of expensive and high-value items. Their sheer quantity was particularly striking. The young man recalled how the hamster had said it could bring back 10 times more than the first time, but here it seemed as though it had brought back 100 times more. Ju Hyuk immediately began moving the items into his inventory, and they took up nearly half the space. But the problem was no longer the inventory. It was that there wasn't enough room in the house. Now all the guys were literally standing on top of each other, with no personal space of their own. Keksik still hadn't learned to eat neatly and was littering the entire apartment with crumbs and food scraps. Razik was constantly rushing around the house with a rag, tireless, and in the process he was getting on everyone's nerves, forcing them to lift their feet and move to another room. Ju Hyuk realized he couldn't put off the move any longer. Any halfway decent place cost a fortune, but it had to be done. No other homes appealed to Ju Hyuk because his heart belonged to the penthouse that Captain Juon had once offered him, and now the young man's standards were too high. Ju Hyuk suddenly remembered that his sacred sword had recently been rented out, and after checking his account, he confirmed that the US had rented the sword twice. That meant he should now have 26 billion won in his account, and if that was the case, he could buy himself a penthouse. The young man double-checked his balance, and beads of sweat covered his face. With that kind of money, he could afford a new place to live. But before doing so, he had to pray for the life and health of the entire American continent. The US is a country of true alpha males, and may they continue to rent his sacred sword. The player clapped his hands and called everyone together for an important announcement. In an instant, the entire team was ready to listen to their master. Ju Hyuk showed them paradise on Earth on his computer, the penthouse where they would all be moving together soon. A flood of questions followed, including who would clean this big house, but just at that moment, Razik ran past again with a rag. Apparently, there was no need to worry about cleaning. Even if everyone moved into the big house, it would always be clean and comfortable. Ju Hyuk realized what a wonderful day it had been, and that what he had considered a complete failure had actually turned out to be a stroke of luck. What seemed like good luck turned out to be a real failure, and life isn't as simple and straightforward as it seems. The player was certain that he no longer needed any legendary, unique, ultra-rare hero, because his little one munching on a carrot was a real treasure. The very next morning, Ju Hyuk went to visit his parents. His father immediately rushed over to his son because he wanted to tell him about a fishing trip he'd recently taken. The photo showed the young man's father holding a huge red sea bream. It was his personal best. The man's joints had fully healed, and now he was the most energetic among his friends and peers. Ju Hyuk gave his family members good luck charms and health charms when they last saw each other. Ju Hyuk noticed the huge and very expensive air purifier his parents had bought, and said he had been planning to give them one like it, but they had bought it themselves even though it was very expensive. But his mother, reclining in a huge state-of-the-art massage chair, said they hadn't bought the air purifier. She had won it in a lottery at a new supermarket nearby. The woman would never have imagined that she would win 2 lotteries in a row in her lifetime. It's just a rare stroke of luck, because she also won the massage chair in a lottery. Min-hyuk greeted his older brother, who had come to visit. Ju-hyuk said he had just arrived and wanted to know if anything good had happened to his younger brother lately. The guy replied that in the shooter game he plays, all his shots hit the target perfectly and his rank has skyrocketed. Just a short while ago at the library, he wanted to get himself a coffee from the vending machine, but at the last moment he realized he didn't have enough change. Just as he was about to leave without coffee, the young man spotted a 501 coin lying near the trash can, and that was also a stroke of luck. Of course, it was all just a coincidence, but even such a stroke of luck suggested that everyone in the family was doing well, and there was no need to worry about them. Ju-hyuk got ready to leave, saying he would come back to visit his parents again soon. For now, he needed to go to the store, but first he wanted to talk to his younger brother. Once outside, the young man called and confirmed that he was already at the building's entrance, and his younger brother assumed that Ju-hyuk had called a taxi. A huge limousine was parked near the house, having arrived specifically for Ju-hyuk. He waved to his younger brother and promised to come back soon. Min-hyuk realized that, apparently, players were entitled to personal drivers and luxury cars, and he just couldn't get used to it. Ju-hyuk also couldn't get used to the fact that he had become rich. He said he could get there on his own, smiling with a touch of embarrassment. But Captain Jeon replied that he was just passing by and remembered that the young man was planning to visit his parents. In fact, Captain Jeon had been constantly worried about Ju-hyuk's safety ever since the incident with the gang that had planned to kidnap him, so he preferred to personally make sure that Player Bon was safe. In addition, during a recent conversation, Player Bon had mentioned that he needed a large space, and the young man confirmed that he was planning to present some materials, but they were quite bulky. Jeon Kwan-il thought it over and decided that in that case it would be best for them to go to the administration department's special materials warehouse. When they arrived at the facility, which resembled a huge hangar with numerous storage shelves, Ju-hyuk warned that the captain might be quite surprised when he saw these materials. The man said the young man shouldn't worry and could take out items as he pleased, because despite his unassuming appearance, Jeon Kwan-il had seen almost all rare materials, so it would be hard to surprise him with anything. But as soon as the first skin of a giant basilisk was pulled out, the captain was overcome with sheer terror, thinking he was facing a huge living monster. The man backed away and ended up knocking over the shelves full of items. Ju-hyuk apologized and said he had warned him in advance. The captain finally came to his senses, but still couldn't believe his eyes. Before him lay the hide of an armored basilisk. Player Bond confirmed that this was indeed the case, an entire armored basilisk hide. He had simply pulled it off in one piece, like a sock off a foot, and was now going to retrieve the rest. Upon hearing about the rest, the captain's face contorted again, and he asked for clarification on what that meant. Ju-hyuk understood the man's confusion and said that he had 6 more armored basilisk hides just like this one. Jeon Kwan-il knew that even a single armored basilisk hide was nearly impossible to come by, and now he wanted to find out who this unassuming young man, Bong Ju-hyuk, really was.